literature, the humanities, and humanity. Copyright Dr. Theodore L. Steinberg. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License. Original source, Open SUNY Textbooks, Milne Library, IITG Pi. http open.bc-campus.ca/find-open-textb-ooks. UUID E3DAA803298B4E8B8E9060860175B17A and contributor and keyword and subject English. Contents. About 1. About this textbook 1. About the author 1. Reviewer's notes 2. About Open SUNY textbooks 2. Chapter 1 Introduction 4. 1.1 on the humanities 4. 1.2 on enjoyment 6. 1.3 on misconceptions 7. 1.4 on the best of intentions, or the worst 9. 1.5 on the language of literature 10. 1.6 on messages 12. 1.7 on reading literature 13. 1.8 on words 16. 1.9 A note on citations 20. Chapter 2 Homer, the Iliad 21. Chapter 3 Homer, the Odyssey, and Virgil, the Aeneid 41. 3.1 The Odyssey 41. 3.2 The Aeneid 48. 3.3 The Middle Ages 55. Chapter 4 Sir Philip Sidney, Astrophel and Stella 56. Chapter 5 Shakespeare 72. 5.1 As You Like It 78. 5.2 Antony and Cleopatra 89. Chapter 6 Pope, The Rape of the Lock 98. Chapter 7 Henry Fielding, Joseph Andrews 109. Chapter 8 Jane Austen 121. Chapter 9 Charles Dickens, Bleak House 136. Chapter 10 George Eliot, Middlemarch 150. Afterword 162. Selected Bibliography 164. About. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. 2013 Theodore L. Steinberg. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike. https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/40/deed_n_us. Published by Open SUNY Textbooks, Milne Library, IITG Pi. State University of New York at Geneseo, New York 14454. Cover design by William Jones. To Phyllis Marcia Kenshure Steinberg, many women have done well, but you surpass them all. Proverbs 31:29. About this textbook. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Literature, the humanities, and humanity attempts to make the study of literature more than simply another school subject that students have to take. At a time when all subjects seem to be valued only for their test ability, this book tries to show the value of reading and studying literature, even earlier literature. It shows students, some of whom will themselves become teachers, that literature actually has something to say to them. Furthermore, it shows that literature is meant to be enjoyed, that, as the Roman poet Horace, and his Renaissance disciple Sir Philip Sidney, said, the functions of literature are to teach and to delight. The book will also be useful to teachers who want to convey their passion for literature to their students. After an introductory chapter that offers advice on how to read and teach literature, the book consists of a series of chapters that examine individual literary works ranging from the Iliad to Charles Dickens' Bleak House. These chapters cannot substitute for reading the actual works. Rather, they are intended to help students read those works. They are attempts to demystify the act of reading and to show that these works, whether they are nearly 3,000 or less than 200 years old, still have important things to say to contemporary readers. About the author. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Theodore L. Steinberg, Ph.D., Professor and Distinguished Teaching Professor. Department of English, SUNY Fredonia. 1. Dr. Theodore L. Steinberg serves as Distinguished Teaching Professor in the English Department at SUNY Fredonia, where he specializes in medieval and Renaissance literatures, though he teaches in a wide variety of areas. His publications include Studies of Medieval and Renaissance English Literature, Medieval Judaica, Modern Epic, and Yiddish Literature. He encourages students to see the contemporary relevance of older literatures and the importance of the humanities, particularly literature, in the development of civilized life. Reviewer's notes. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This is a book for college students and adult learners who think they ought to know something about literature, but don't actually enjoy reading it. This is also a book for teachers, for new teachers who have just been assigned an introductory course, and for old teachers who want to remind themselves why they became teachers in the first place. The author, Theodore L. Steinberg, is himself the kind of teacher who makes other teachers jealous, smart and learned, of course, but also warm, likable, and funny. Steinberg puts the pleasure back into literature, not by dumbing the books down, but raising us up to their level. His enthusiasm for books and their authors is unembarrassed and undefensive. His own pages read quickly because he has learned, from many years of experience, what students need to know and where they need help. In particular, He knows where students are likely to get bogged down, and he's an expert at clearing away the obstacles and misunderstandings that make reading a duty instead of a delight. David Scott Wilson Okamura, Associate Professor of English at East Carolina University. About Open SUNY textbooks. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Open SUNY Textbooks is an open-access textbook publishing initiative established by State University of New York Libraries and supported by SUNY Innovative Instruction. Technology grants. This initiative publishes high-quality, cost-effective course resources by engaging faculty as authors and peer reviewers, and libraries as publishing infrastructure. The pilot launched in 2012, providing an editorial framework and service to authors, students and faculty, and establishing a community of practice among libraries. The first pilot is publishing 15 titles in 2013, with a second pilot to follow that will add more textbooks and participating libraries. Participating libraries in the 2012 to 2013 pilot include SUNY Geneseo, College at Brockport, College of Environmental Science and Forestry, SUNY Fredonia, Upstate Medical University, and University at Buffalo, with support from other SUNY libraries and SUNY Press. 2. For more information, please see http://opensuny.org. 3. Chapter 1 Introduction. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. There are many reasons that a book like this has become necessary, but all of those reasons can be reduced to this point: we as a society seem to have forgotten that reading classic literature is supposed to be both enjoyable and beneficial. The Roman poet Horace made this point some 2,000 years ago, and the English Renaissance poet Sir Philip Sidney expanded on it some 400 years ago. Sidney's point was that the enjoyment of reading literature encouraged people to continue reading and therefore made them more likely to profit from the instruction that was contained in the literature. This formulation sounds a lot like a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down, and anyone who has ever tried to give a child medicine hidden in some favorite treat knows that the process never works quite so simply. But Sidney does have a point. Classic literature is enjoyable to read, and it does have a great deal to teach us about what it means to be human and to live in this world. Literature teaches and it delights, and these functions are related. Unfortunately, we have forgotten that literature is enjoyable, and I fear that too often we distort it when we teach it. Thus the state of New York pays me a comfortable salary to be a professor of literature, but I wonder whether either the legislators or the taxpayers really understand why. I hope that this little book will help to explain why, at least in part by showing how literature delights and how it instructs. I hope, too, that it will inspire other teachers to emphasize the value and delight of reading literature without watering it down, without cheapening it. 1.1 on the humanities. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One idea that requires immediate emphasis is the importance of the humanities in general. In his 2013 State of the Union address, President Obama said, "Tonight, I'm announcing a new challenge to redesign America's high schools so they better equip graduates for the demands of a high-tech economy. We'll reward schools that develop new partnerships with colleges and employers, and create classes that focus on science, technology, engineering, and math, the skills today's employers are looking for to fill jobs right now and in the future." While that statement presents a laudable goal, it also totally ignores the value of the humanities. In fact, at a time when we see an increasing dehumanization in society, a greater focus on economics, more reliance on technology, and ever more attachment to material goods, the humanities are increasingly vital to our individual and collective well-being. The humanities can help us learn how to manage, how to use properly, those skills that the President emphasized. Now let me correct the oversimplifications of that last paragraph. A focus on the economy is not evil, so long as the economy is used to better people's lives. 4. Technology is certainly not evil. I owe my life to technological advances. But less dramatically, technology also allows me to communicate with my children, who have chosen to live 400 miles distant. And the humanities surely do not have an unblemished record. One of my favorite poets, Edmund Spenser, played a shameful role in the Elizabethan suppression of Ireland. T.S. Eliot, like so many others, was anti-Semitic, and the Nazis and the Soviets both manipulated the humanities to further their enterprises. So it is not enough to say that we need to study the humanities. We also need to study how to study the humanities, which is itself, paradoxically, part of the humanities. If we simply make the humanities into another example of unthinking rote learning, then we transform them into a means of oppression rather than liberation. The humanities, after all, are among the things that make us human. The concept of the humanities presents a number of problems, which are evident in our vague notion of what we mean by the term. Too often we simply equate the concept with the related but historically quite distinct terms humanitarian and humane, and we tend to think of a humanist as someone who has certain humane qualities. Actually, the term humanities come from the Latin studia humanitatis, a phrase that we might translate as a liberal education. Because few of us can agree on the meaning of a liberal education, however, that definition is of little help, though the early connection between the notion of the humanities and an educational system is significant. For the modern world, the idea of the humanities was revived in the Renaissance, and although there is considerable dispute over what the word meant to the Renaissance humanists, we can say some definite things about it. For example, we know that it was again used to refer primarily to an educational system, in this case a system that developed largely as a reaction to late medieval scholasticism and that emphasized the study of classical Latin and, to a lesser extent, Greek literature. Significantly, an overwhelming majority of Renaissance humanists were educators, most of the rest were statesmen, and consequently they conveyed their program not only through their numerous books and pamphlets, but also through their students. Yet the idealism of the Renaissance humanists, their concern with human affairs and the higher aspirations of humanity, did little to keep the Renaissance from being a brutal age, and in fact led, by a rather complex process, to the excesses of the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, and the Inquisition. Even so, one of the leading humanist ideas focused on the dignity of humanity, the notion that humans can be either bestial or angelic, but that they have a duty to opt for the latter. Thus, the ideas and ideals of the humanists were good, but the overall program failed. With relatively few exceptions, Renaissance humanism did little to make human beings better, despite a lasting influence on education, which continued to emphasize the Greek and Latin classics until the 20th century. At the same time, precisely because it was an ideal, it was bound to fail. Ideals are things we strive toward, not necessarily things we accomplish. It is the striving that makes us better. Today we might think that the humanities consist of all those fields of study and activities that teach us what it means to be human, in ways both bad and good. The humanities present us with numerous alternatives for behavior and the basis for choosing among them. This, of course, is hardly a new idea, and it may be appropriate at this point to quote Sir Philip Sidney, who says in his Apology for Poetry, the 5 following, this purifying of wit, this enriching of memory, enabling of judgment, and enlarging of conceit, which commonly we call learning, its final end is to lead and draw us to as high a perfection as our degenerate souls can be capable of, so that, the ending end of all earthly learning being virtuous action, those skills that most serve to bring forth that have a most just title to be princes over all the rest. 160-61. This equation of knowledge with virtuous action, which goes back to Socrates, is central to my belief in the value of the humanities, and I should add here that I include religion as one of the humanities. By making us aware of alternative forms of action, and by giving us a basis for choosing among them, the humanities should make us more truly human in the best sense of the word. The humanities, then, take advantage of our ability to dance, to sing, to sculpt, to draw or paint, and to use language in order to show us both what we have been, what we are, and what we can be. And I cannot stress this point enough, the humanities have a dimension of enjoyment. 1.2 on enjoyment. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. When I used to enter some of the chain bookstores that existed in shopping malls, I was struck by the way they classified their books. There was usually one section called fiction and one, much smaller, called literature. Invariably the fiction section was crowded with browsers, while the literature section stood nearly deserted. O.C. Occasionally these stores made a further division and offered a section of poetry. If literature was nearly deserted, poetry looked like a quarantine zone. What could these divisions mean? There are several possibilities to consider. One is that fiction and literature are regarded as quite different things. Fiction, for example, is what people read for enjoyment. Literature is what they read for school. Or fiction is what living people write and is about the present. Literature was written by people, often white males, who have since died and is about times and places that have nothing to do with us. Or fiction offers everyday pleasures, but literature is to be honored and respected, even though it is boring. Of course, when we put anything on a pedestal, we remove it from everyday life, so the corollary is that literature is to be honored and respected, but it is not to be read, certainly not by any normal person with normal interests. The bookstores, of course, were not wholly to be blamed for making this artificial distinction. They simply reflected societal attitudes that are still shared by devotees of both fiction and literature. Sadly, it is the guardians of literature, that is, of the classics, who have done so much to take the life out of literature, to put it on a pedestal and thereby to make it an irrelevant aspect of American life. Even an eminent critic like Henry Louis Gates, Jr., someone who is concerned with the nature of literature, once wrote in the book review section of the New York Times, February 27, 1989, that no one went into literature out of an interest in literature in general. I hope that Gates's statement is mistaken. I know that in my case it certainly is. What this statement illustrates, however, is the power of specialization, which forces people into a much too narrow view of the field of literature. It would surely be more accurate to say that no one went into literature out of an interest in the poetry of Matthew 6. Prior, just to choose one example. People study literature because they love literature. They certainly don't do it for the money. But what happens too often, especially in colleges, is that teachers forget what it was that first interested them in the study of literature. They forget the joy that they first felt, and perhaps still feel, as they read a new novel, or a poem, or as they reread a work and saw something new in it. Instead they erect formidable walls around these literary works, giving the impression that the only access to a work is through deep learning and years of study. Such study is clearly important for scholars. I work in some highly esoteric fields myself, and I enjoy reading other scholars' publications, but this kind of scholarship is not the only way, or even necessarily the best way, for most people to approach literature. Instead, it makes the literature seem inaccessible. It makes the literature seem like the province of scholars. Oh, you have to be smart to read that, as though Shakespeare or Dickens or Woolf wrote only for English teachers, not for general readers. Is it any wonder that people who have learned about literature in such a system tend to shy away from it? We do not tell students that they must learn music theory before they can listen to music. If they like music enough, they should want to understand it. The same is true for literature. The teacher of literature has to remember why he or she entered the field of literature. The motivation was likely a love of words and of stories and of what good writers can do with words and stories. That sense is what we have to convey. When I see a good play in a baseball game, I call whoever might be home to watch the replay. Or when I hear a new piece of music, I invite someone to listen with me. I want to share my enjoyment. So, too, with literature. I love the Iliad. It provides both aesthetic and intellectual enjoyment, and I want to share that enjoyment with my students. 1.3 on Misconceptions. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Of course, there are a number of misconceptions about literature that have to be gotten out of the way before anyone can enjoy it. One misconception is that literature is full of hidden meanings. There are certainly occasional works that contain hidden meanings. The biblical book of Revelation, for example, was written in a kind of code, using images that had specific meanings for its early audience but that we can only recover with a great deal of difficulty. Most literary works, however, are not at all like that. Perhaps an analogy will illustrate this point. When I take my car to my mechanic because something is not working properly, he opens the hood and we both stand there looking at the engine. But after we have looked for a few minutes, he is likely to have seen what the problem is, while I could look for hours and never see it. We are looking at the same thing. The problem is not hidden, nor is it in some secret code. It is right there in the open, accessible to anyone who knows how to read it, which my mechanic does and I do not. He has been taught how to read automobile engines, and he has practiced reading them. He is a good close reader, which is why I continue to take my car to him. The same thing is true for readers of literature. Generally, authors want to communicate with their readers, so they are not likely to hide or disguise what they 7. are saying, but reading literature also requires some training and some practice. Good writers use language very carefully, and readers must learn how to be sensitive to that language, just as the mechanic must learn to be sensitive to the appearances and sounds of the engine. Everything that the writer wants to say, and much that the writer may not be aware of, is there in the words. We simply have to learn how to read them. Another popular misconception is that a literary work has a single meaning, and that only English teachers know how to find that meaning. There is an easy way to dispel this misconception. Just go to a college library and find the section that holds books on Shakespeare. Choose one play, Hamlet, for example, and see how many books there are about it, all by scholars who are educated, perceptive readers. Can it be the case that one of these books is correct and all the others are mistaken? And if the correct one has already been written, why would anyone need to write another book about the play? The answer is that there is no single correct way to read a good piece of literature. Again, let me use an analogy to illustrate this point. Suppose that everyone at a meeting were asked to describe a person who was standing in the middle of the room. Imagine how many different descriptions there would be, depending on where the viewer sat in relation to the person. Furthermore, an optometrist in the crowd might focus on the person's glasses, a hairstylist might focus on the person's haircut. Someone who sells clothing might focus on the style of dress, a podiatrist might focus on the person's feet. Would any of these descriptions be incorrect? Not necessarily. But they would be determined by the viewer's perspectives. They might also be determined by such factors as the viewer's ages, genders, or ability to move around the person being viewed, or by their previous acquaintance with the subject. So whose descriptions would be correct? Conceivably all of them, and if we put all of these correct descriptions together, we would be closer to having a full description of the person. This is most emphatically not to say, however, that all descriptions are correct simply because each person is entitled to his or her opinion. If the podiatrist is of the opinion that the person is 5 feet, 9 inches tall, the podiatrist could be mistaken. And even if the podiatrist actually measures the person, the measurement could be mistaken. Everyone who describes this person, therefore, must offer not only an opinion but also a basis for that opinion. My feeling is that this person is a teacher is not enough. My feeling is that this person is a teacher because the person's clothing is covered with chalk dust and because the person is carrying a stack of papers that look like they need grading is far better, though even that statement might be mistaken. So it is with literature. As we read, as we try to understand and interpret, we must deal with the text that is in front of us, but we must also recognize both that language is slippery and that each of us individually deals with it from a different set of perspectives. Not all of these perspectives are necessarily legitimate, and we are always liable to be misreading or misinterpreting what we see. Furthermore, it is possible that contradictory readings of a single work will both be legitimate, because literary works can be as complex and multifaceted as human beings. It is vital, therefore, that in reading literature we abandon both the idea that any individual's reading of a work is the correct one and the idea that there is one simple way to 8. Read any work. Our interpretations may, and probably should, change according to the way we approach the work. If we read War and Peace as teenagers, then in middle age, and then in old age, we might be said to have read 3 different books. Thus, multiple interpretations, even contradictory interpretations, can work together to give us a better understanding of a work. 1.4 On the best of intentions, or the worst. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Intentions are a problem in studying literature. One complication is easily dispensed with. Teachers should never ask, "What was the author trying to say here?" The question, of course, implies that the author was an incompetent who was so unsuccessful in making a point that student readers have to decipher it. The real question is something like, "What do these words say?" You may notice the phrasing of that question, which does not ask, "What does the author mean?" or "What does the author intend?" The reason for that phrasing is that we cannot know, or we have to pretend that we cannot know, what the author intended. When we read literature, our focus has to be on what the words say, not on what the author intended. One reason that we have to take this stance is that an author's words, even an author who is totally in control of those words, inevitably say more than the author intended. It even happens that the words may mean something that the author did not intend. I once attended a poetry reading, at the end of which someone asked the poet, "Why do you have so many images of flayed animals and animal skins in your poems?" To which the poet replied, "Do I?" After rereading his poems, he said, "Yes, I see that I do," and he then tried to find a reason for those images, but clearly he was taken by surprise at what he himself had written. Another reason to avoid focusing on the author's intention is that if we know, or even think we know, what the author intended, we might cease our own interpretive activities. The author's understanding of his or her work might be important, but strangely enough, it is only one understanding and might not be the best one. To use an analogy from music, Igor Stravinsky conducted many of his own compositions for recordings. Those versions are good, and they are surely important, but they are not the best interpretations of his own music. Furthermore, we can never really know what an author intended, even if the author tells us. For one thing, authors are cagey creatures and might lie to us. For another, the author might not always know what his or her intention was. After all, how often do we really know our full intentions when we do or say something? And authors frequently use speakers in their works who are not themselves. If one of Shakespeare's characters says something, we have to remember that we are listening to a character, not to Shakespeare. So, too, with poets and storytellers. Jonathan Swift's Lemuel Gulliver tells us many things that Swift himself would never have believed. So focus on the words, not on the author. Furthermore, even if we think we 9. know what the author intended, we must remember that the author's reading of a work is still only one among many possibilities. 1.5 on the language of literature. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the problems in reading literature, of course, is that language itself can be so slippery. Let me give 2 examples to show what I mean. In Shakespeare's Othello, Othello is describing how Desdemona loved to hear the tales of his adventures, and he says, she wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. I 3:162-63. Now what exactly do those lines mean? We must assume that Shakespeare knew what he was doing with language, and yet these lines contain an obvious ambiguity. Do they mean that Desdemona wished that heaven had made a man like Othello for her, reading her as an indirect object, or do they mean that she wished she had been made a man so that she could have such adventures, reading her as a direct object? Should Shakespeare have clarified what he meant? Did poor old Shakespeare make a mistake here? As you might expect, the answers to those last 2 questions are both no. The ambiguity is intentional, and both readings are correct. On the one hand, Desdemona is revealing her love for Othello. She admires him and his deeds and wishes that a man like that existed for her. When we consider the kind of circumscribed life that a Renaissance woman of Desdemona's class was forced to live, and the poor impression that most of the other men in the play make on us, her wish is even easier to understand. On the other hand, given that circumscribed life, she also might well wish that she had been male, and she reveals that she is not simply a timid, shrinking woman who exists to be used by men in any way they choose. She is someone who rebels against the limits that confront her, and her words here prepare us for her independent actions as the play progresses. So Desdemona's wish is deliberately ambiguous, and both sides of the ambiguity are significant. What we must remember, then, is that writers use words the way artists use paint. In a work of literary artistry, none of the words are accidental or arbitrary, and if they seem ambiguous or out of place, we must try to understand why the writer used them. Yes, occasionally a writer makes a mistake, as Keats did when he identified Cortés as the European discoverer of the Pacific Ocean, but generally we have to assume that writers know what they are doing, and before we attack their use of words, we must try to understand them. This point leads to the second problem with language, which is that words change their meanings. The Oxford English Dictionary, affectionately known as the OED, gives Examples of how every word in it has been used over the centuries, and browsing in 10. The OED to see how words have changed can be a lot of fun. Such browsing can also be important. One simple but well-known example will illustrate my point. In the Declaration of Independence we read that all men are created equal, but we must ask what this important phrase means. If it means that I am as good a baseball player as Stan Musial, or as good a singer as Placido Domingo, then it is clearly untrue, but surely that is not what it means. It means rather that all men are equal before the law. Fine. But what about the phrase all men? Although Gary Wills has argued that Thomas Jefferson included African American men in the category of all men, we can safely assume that many in his audience, including many of the Declaration's signers, certainly did not. And no one would argue that Jefferson or any other signer of the Declaration included American Indians or women in the category of all men. Thus, while we read, or I hope we read, the phrase generically to mean that everyone, of every gender, race, or religion, is equal before the law, the earliest readers of the Declaration understood it to mean that all white males are created equal. Whose reading is correct? The question itself is almost absurd. Apparently Jefferson may have meant one thing while his audience understood another, both 18th century understandings, while we, from another perspective, understand it in yet another way. So, from an enlightened 18th century point of view, Jefferson was correct. But from a common 18th century point of view, deplorable though we may find it, Jefferson's audience was correct. And from an ideal 21st century point of view, which has not yet become a reality, our reading is correct. While it is essential that we recognize the superiority of our reading of this phrase, we also must, in the interest of historical accuracy, acknowledge at least two 18th century readings of the phrase. As we saw in the example from Othello, multiple meanings abound, and even if we can argue that one interpretation has some kind of primacy, we must be sensitive to other possibilities that exist not as alternatives but as complements to the readings we prefer. And to return to our earlier discussion of intention, do we want to read this passage according to what we think Jefferson's intentions might have been, or according to the way the language is now understood? Of course, this approach to reading requires a great deal of flexibility from the reader, who must be open to multiple interpretations, and to taking different approaches, an openness that may contradict human nature. This view also runs counter to what we usually learn in school, where the emphasis is so often on finding the single correct answer to a question rather than on asking complex questions and then considering their complexity. Certainly the latter method cannot be tested with a multiple choice exam and graded by a computer, but schools are responding to and reinforcing a society that rewards the single correct answer. Consequently, when people read literature, they are afraid that they are not getting what it really says. Even if they enjoy the reading, they fear, often quite mistakenly, that they are missing the message. 11. 1.6 on messages. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Here is another misconception about literature, that it contains messages, hidden or otherwise. Too often people approach literature as though it were all like Aesop's fables. Those fables are wonderful, they tell stories, and each story is followed by a moral, such as necessity is the mother of invention. But very little literature works that way. Literature does have a moral dimension, of course, but great works cannot be summed up in pithy moral statements. A person who reads Sophocles' Oedipus the King and decides that the point of the play is "don't kill your father and marry your mother" has perhaps followed the action of the play but has missed the important points that the play makes. Of course, anyone who needs to read a play to learn that important lesson probably has other, more serious problems. One basis for such misconceptions is our uncertainty about what a work may be saying, which leads us to the easiest answer we can think of, an answer which is often a cliché or a moral truism. This tendency is obviously related to our desire to get the one correct answer. Another basis is the tendency among teachers to ask what the theme of a work is. This question is one that has often puzzled me because any good work contains multiple themes. When we pretend that a work has a single theme, we are likely to reduce a complex work to a single, aphoristic message. Telegrams convey messages, and if authors wanted to communicate such messages, they would send telegrams, or tweets, or write tracts or publish aphorisms. However, authors want to convey some of the complexities and contradictions of human existence, and to reduce those qualities to messages or even to main themes is to do violence to what an author is trying to accomplish. For example, the theme of most Renaissance love poetry, most of which was written by men, can be reduced to "I love her. She doesn't love me. Oh rats." We can find this theme in Petrarch, in Shakespeare, in Spenser, in Sidney, even in contemporary country western music. Frankly, it does not need to be said all that often, and if this is really all that those poets were saying, we would be foolish to waste our time reading them. But what they were doing was in fact quite different. They were using this stock situation to explore such aspects of the world as religion, the self, the nature of relationships, and the nature of love itself. Focusing only on their unrequited love is like buying a bicycle because of its color. The color may be interesting, but a person who decides on the basis of the color has missed the whole point of the bicycle. Furthermore, a good deal of the enjoyment in such poems comes from the clever ways in which poets use that stock situation for their own purposes, often to mock their own speakers, as Sir Thomas Wyatt does in "They Flee From Me," or even to be deeply critical of their speakers, as Sir Philip Sidney does in Astrophel and Stella, a point, incidentally, about which many Renaissance scholars might disagree. The speaker in Wyatt's poem may lament his beloved's apparent lack of faithfulness to him, but the words he uses to describe their relationship make it clear why she has abandoned him. He compares her to birds, or perhaps to squirrels, it's hard to tell. Little creatures that come to his window and eat out of his hands. This comparison 12 reveals that he thinks of her as a little domesticated pet, another creature who eats out of his hands, and as the poem continues, he reveals further that he thinks of her only in sexual terms as an object that he can use, not as a real person. Can it be any wonder that she has abandoned him? Part of the fun of this poem comes in watching the doltish speaker reveal himself as a fool while he thinks that he is exposing his lady's unfaithfulness. At the same time, this speaker is completely mystified because he truly believes himself to be a sincere and faithful lover. Similarly, Sidney's Astrophel shows himself to be a shallow, if ardent, lover, a young man who knows the rules of the game of love but who seems incapable of realizing that his beloved Stella does not want to play. On the other hand, Edmund Spenser's lover in the sonnets of the Amoretti learns what it means to be a real lover, and, in an extraordinary turn of events for a Renaissance sonnet sequence, actually marries the lady. Can we take three such different poets, all of them writing in the 16th century, and talk about the theme of their poems? They are exploring human existence by examining the essential human emotion of love, but they are doing so in distinctly different ways and having fun while they do so. 1.7 on Reading Literature. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. So if language is ambiguous, and if literature does not send aphoristic little messages, what is the point of studying or even of reading it? Since the state of New York pays me to teach students about literature, I ought to be able to answer this question, and I think I can. Actually, I have several answers, some of which might strike other literature teachers as old-fashioned and even naive, but which I prefer to think of as enduring. Let me begin my answer by saying that literature is not just an escape. Sometimes, of course, people do want to escape, and there are books or sporting events or television shows or video games that will help them to do so, but so much in our everyday lives has become a means of escape that I wonder how terrible life is to make people want such escapes. Literature, however, offers not escape but confrontation. As the later chapters of this book will show, literature forces readers to confront the complexities of the world, to confront what it means to be a human being in this difficult and uncertain world, to confront other people who may be unlike them, and ultimately to confront themselves. And how does literature force these confrontations? The first thing we must realize is that reading literature is an interactive engagement. The composer Gustav Mahler said that a symphony is a world. So is a work of literature, but the relationship between the reader and the world of a work of literature is complex and fascinating. Frequently when we read a work, we become so involved in it that we may feel that we have become part of it. I was really into that novel, we might say, and in one sense, that statement can be accurate. But in another sense it is clearly inaccurate, for actually we do not enter the book so much as the book enters us. The words enter our eyes in the form of squiggles on a page which are transformed into words, sentences, 13 paragraphs, and meaningful concepts in our brains, in our imaginations, where scenes and characters are given a local habitation and a name. Thus, when we get into a book, we are actually getting into our own mental conceptions that have been produced by the book, which, incidentally, explains why so often readers are dissatisfied with cinematic or television adaptations of literary works. Having read Anna Karenina or Wuthering Heights, we develop our own idea of what Anna Karenina and Heathcliff are like, and no actress or actor, even Greta Garbo or Laurence Olivier, can replace our ideas. Digression: teachers may think that they are helping their students by showing film versions of works that they have read for class. Unless the work being read is a play, which was meant to be performed, they are not. Students should be encouraged to think of books as books, not as the rough material out of which films, often bad films, are made. The author of a book creates, but the reader is called upon to recreate. The reader cannot function without the book, but neither can the book function without the reader. The book is the point where minds meet for a kind of communication that can take place nowhere else, and when we read a work, whether by an ancient poet like Homer or a contemporary novelist like Kazuo Ishiguro, we are encountering a living mind, a mind that can give us a different perspective on the world we inhabit right now. For an entertaining account of how reading works, and of the relationship between books and readers, see Jasper Ford's series of novels about Thursday Next, beginning with The Air Affair. In fact, though it may seem a trite thing to say, writers are close observers of the world, who are capable of communicating their visions, and the more perspectives we have to draw on, the better able we should be to make sense of our lives. In these terms, it makes no difference whether we are reading a Homeric poem, a 12th century Japanese novel like The Tale of Genji, or a novel by Dickens. The more different perspectives we get, the better. And it must be emphasized that we read such works not only to be well-rounded, whatever that means, or to be educated or for antiquarian interest. We read them because they have something to do with us, with our lives. Whatever culture produced them, whatever the gender, or race, or religion of their authors, they relate to us as human beings, and all of us can use as many insights into being human as we can get. Reading is not separate from experience. It is itself a kind of experience, and while we may not have the time or the opportunity, or it may be physically impossible for us to experience certain things in the world, we can experience them through sensitive reading. So literature allows us to broaden our experiences, though it is up to us to make use of those experiences. Reading also forces us to focus our thoughts. The world around us is so full of stimuli that we are easily distracted. Unless we are involved in a crisis that demands our full attention, we flit from subject to subject. But when we read a book, even a book that has a large number of characters and covers many years, the story and the writing help us to focus, to think about what they show us in a concentrated manner. In this sense, too, a book is like a world. When I hold a book, I often feel that I have in my hand another world that I can enter and that will help me to understand the everyday world that I inhabit. Though it may sound funny, some of my best friends live in books. And no matter how frequently I visit them, each time I learn more about them and about myself. And if what I have just said is true about narratives, it is even more intensely true about poetry, which is often a more intense form of literary creation. 14. And, to return to the point with which I began, reading literature in this way is enjoyable. Unfortunately, teachers, with the best of intentions, too often forget that literature is intended to be enjoyed. No writers, and this may be hard to believe, ever set out to bore an audience, nor, with relatively few exceptions, have they intended to be obscure. Thomas Hardy did not write his novels so that students could mine them for vocabulary words, and Jane Austen did not write hers so that students could be quizzed on Chapter 2. Though such activities may have their practical value, they surely serve to make the study of literature something less than enjoyable. If those activities are what constitute the study of literature, why would anyone ever want to study it? A real indication of how unsuccessful so much teaching of literature is can be found in the frequency with which students speak of dissecting poems, stories, plays, and novels. What other kinds of things do they dissect? Dead things. So students are learning, whether overtly or by implication, that literature is dead, like the frogs in their biology classes. What a tragedy for them, as well as for the frogs. Literature may not literally be alive, but we can infuse it with life when we approach it correctly. Approaching it correctly means not relying on reading quizzes, not mining it for vocabulary words, and not forcing students to engage in searches for what is commonly called symbolism. Allow students to engage with the work, to take it apart very delicately, word by word, phrase by phrase, sentence by sentence, verse by verse, so that they can examine those parts and then put them back together so that they can understand the work more deeply. Doing so will allow students to go beyond paraphrase, but will not require that they get lost in the symbol hunting that they hate. Another hindrance to the study of literature is the practice of making students memorize rules and terms before they have a chance to get excited about literature. As though the only way to enjoy music would be to memorize chord progressions. I do what I do now, that is, I teach English, because of a junior high school English teacher who made me so excited about literature that I wanted to learn the rules and terms. And when I learned them, of course, the literature became even more meaningful and exciting. The job of the schools should be to encourage that excitement. Help the students enjoy what they are learning, and they are more likely to learn. Of course, that is an easy statement to make and a hard one to accomplish. Bestsellers are often fairly simple, while works that I categorize, in what may seem like an elitist way, as literature, tend to be more difficult. Why would we voluntarily undertake something difficult, especially when there are so many easy alternatives available? In fact, we often do difficult things because we enjoy them. Golf may be difficult, but apparently a lot of people like to play the game. So again, as Horace said, enjoyment is fundamental to our experience. In addition, some things pay off more if we work hard at them. And what exactly is so enjoyable about reading literature? This is a difficult question for me to answer. I happen to love literature, so that it seems self-evident to me that reading literature is enjoyable, just as to someone who loves fishing, the joy of fishing is self-evident. I enjoy all the things that I have just finished describing as the valuable aspects of literature, the chance to meet interesting characters and to visit interesting places, the chance to use my imagination and to think about things that might otherwise escape my notice, the chance to see the world from perspectives that I, 15, would otherwise not have. In fact, some of these perspectives I would rather not have. I would rather see Oedipus, for example, than be Oedipus. At the same time, I will never be a woman or an African American or a medieval man, but reading sensitively can help me see the world from those and other perspectives. These are exciting possibilities, and they are enjoyable, though perhaps difficult. 1.8 on words. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. But there are other kinds of enjoyment as well. There is, for example, the enjoyment of words. Because we are so surrounded by words, we take them for granted, but we must remember that words and our ability to use them, to manipulate them, differentiate us from all other animals. As Philip Sidney says, the writer's ability to use words makes the writer like God. After all, the biblical story of creation shows God creating by using only words. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And the Gospel according to John begins, "In the beginning was the Word." In Hebrew, the same word, davar, means both word and thing. Words are things, and through words we understand and recreate our world. So, too, though in a more systematic a way, does the writer. But the writer also plays with words. One pleasure that we seem to have lost in the modern world comes from the sound of words. Back in the 4th century, street Augustine mentioned how odd his teacher Ambrose was because he read silently to himself, without even moving his lips. Obviously for Augustine, who was himself well-read, reading meant reading out loud. And even today when religious Jews study the Talmud, they do so by chanting it softly, but out loud. Overall, however, we discourage the practice of reading out loud, and we even make fun of those who move their lips when they read. What a sad development. When writers write, they hear the music of their words, and we do them a great disservice when we fail to hear that music. Of course, we live in a world that is always in a hurry. What happened to all that extra time that computers were supposed to give us? And reading out loud takes more time, but reading literature is not an activity that should be done quickly. We should savor it. We would not rush through a Beethoven symphony or a Duke Ellington song just for the sake of finishing it, nor would we fast forward through a movie and then claim that we had watched it. Nor should we speed our way through a work of literature, and when we read poetry we should by all means read it out loud. That is how poetry is meant to be read. Again, let me use a specific example to illustrate my point. Take a few minutes and read the following poem out loud, slowly and with expression. 16. The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It will flame out, like shining from shook foil. It gathers to a greatness like the ooze of oil. Crushed. Why do men then now not reck his rod? Generations have trod, have trod, have trod. And all is seared with trade, bleared, smeared with toil. And wears man's smudge and shares man's smell, the soil is bare now, nor can foot feel, being shod. And for all this, nature is never spent. There lives the dearest freshness deep down things. And though the last lights off the black west wind, oh, morning, at the brown brink eastward springs. Because the Holy Ghost over the bent world broods with warm breast and with bright wings. I have chosen this poem very deliberately and for a number of reasons. One reason is that it is simply so beautiful in so many ways. Another reason is that it is by one of my favorite poets, Gerard Manley Hopkins. And another reason is that Hopkins was a Roman Catholic priest in late 19th century England and consequently wrote from a time, a culture, and a religion that were completely different from my own. Given those basic differences between us, realizing that I share relatively few of Hopkins' assumptions, why do I find Hopkins' poem so beautiful? Why do I take such pleasure in it? Clearly one aspect of the poem that is beautiful is the way it reads. Why do men then now not reck his rod? What a wonderful line that is. Here we have 9 one-syllable words, with all but the first 2 using short vowel sounds. The third and fourth words, men then, use the same sound and rhyme with each other, while the fifth and sixth words, now not, alliterate and use the same vowel sound but do not rhyme, and the seventh and ninth words, reck, rod, repeat those vowel sounds in the same order. Sepa aided by the new vowel sound of his. Put together, those 7 show RT vowels. introduced by the long vowels of y do, create a kind of music. So, too, in a strange way, do the words and all is seared with trade, bleared, smeared with toil. At this point Hopkins is bewailing the effects of industrialization on the natural world. So he is hardly trying to paint a beautiful picture. He wants us to see how nature has been blighted by what human beings have done to it. Nevertheless, in what may seem like a paradox, he describes this blight in a way that can only be described as beautiful, as the three rhyming adjectives seared, bleared, smeared, two of them alliterating, contrast with the two long-voweled alliterating nouns trade, toil. Furthermore, those adjectives are not particularly pleasant-sounding words. The whole poem is full of such playing with sounds. Another effect that Hopkins achieves comes from the way the words he uses sound like what they are meant to describe. We can hear this point in those adjectives or in the lines. 17. It will flame out like shining from shook foil. It gathers to a greatness, like the ooze of oil. Crushed. Here Hopkins describes two ways in which what he calls the grandeur of God can be perceived. The first way is sudden and brilliant, like light reflecting off the multifaceted, shining surface of crumpled foil. Again we have not only the alliterations of flame and foil, shining and shook, but the words actually sound like what they describe, shining from shook foil. Similarly in the next line, which shows the grandeur of God not as a sudden and diffuse phenomenon but instead as something that gathers slowly in a single spot, Hopkins makes the sound of his words reflect the meaning. There is, of course, more alliteration in the words gathers greatness, ooze oil, and that last phrase, like the ooze of oil, is particularly effective in conveying the idea of a slow and deliberate gathering of that grandeur. Finally, the last word of the sentence, crushed, is postponed until the next line. All it means, literally, is that Hopkins is talking about the oil of crushed olives. Plain old olive oil. But the effect of that word, the last word of the sentence occupying the first position on a new line, is, well, crushing. It changes the tone of what he has been saying from a description of the grandeur of God to the despair of why do men then now not reck his rod. It is a brilliant transition because it is both jarring and harmonious, disturbing and appropriate. It is absolutely the right word in the right place, and there is something satisfying and pleasurable about that combination. Hopkins, like other writers, creates similar pleasures by creating new phrases that show us things in new ways. Just as an artist might paint a portrait that reveals something new about a person, or a composer might find a melodic or harmonic twist that makes us hear differently, so a writer, by using words in new combinations, can produce what Herman Melville called the shock of recognition. Suddenly we see something as we have never seen it before, at least not consciously. This effect is necessarily subjective, that is, different phrases will affect different people. For me, very time I read Hopkins' line, there lives the dearest freshness deep down things, I feel that shock of recognition. All he is saying is that nature constantly renews itself. That no matter what human beings do to it, there is something regenerative in nature. I know that. Everyone knows that. But what makes this line special is how Hopkins says it. There is something alive and organic, something that we cannot kill no matter how we try. And what is that something? It is the dearest freshness, a phrase that I could try to comment on for pages but that I would never surpass for concision and descriptiveness. For me, it is a phrase loaded with significance, and contemplating that phrase in its context, there lives the dearest freshness deep down. Things, as I consider the sounds, the words, the hopefulness, the promise of renewal, raise me above the mundane, the everyday problems that cloud our vision. And though Hopkins goes on to attribute this dearest freshness to his Christian, more specifically his Roman Catholic, view of God, I do not have to be Catholic to appreciate the poem. I can appreciate Hopkins' faith and the genius that allowed him to transform that faith into art. 18. Finally, I find great pleasure in the structure of the poem. Formally, the poem is a sonnet, that is, basically, a 14-line poem. No one needs to know that it is a sonnet in order to enjoy it, but knowing that it is and knowing the many ways that sonnets have been used in the last 7 centuries increases one's enjoyment of Hopkins' particular manipulation of the tradition. Seeing how skillfully he uses the first 8 lines, the octet, to pose a problem, and the last 6 lines, the sestet, to resolve the problem, and seeing how he uses the meter and rhyme scheme to reinforce that point, make me enjoy the poem even more. Perhaps what I am getting at here is that the poem, both in what it says and how it says it, is beautiful. I certainly am not foolhardy enough to try to define beauty, but I do know that there is not enough of it in our world. I once surprised a class and myself by asking what there was in their lives that was beautiful. When they did not seem to understand the question, I asked if the music they listened to or the pictures they looked at, the books they read, or the things that surrounded them were beautiful. They never did understand what I meant. Apparently no one, in all the years they had been in school, ever talked to them about the beauty of what they were studying, whether it was music or art, mathematics, or biology. Students read poetry in school and are supposed to identify themes or define vocabulary words or distinguish between Petrarchan and Shakespearean sonnets. That's not how to read poetry. Sometimes the best initial reaction to reading a poem is simply wow. And the next reaction is to read it again. Students often apologize for having had to reread poems. I didn't get it the first time, they say. Of course, they had to reread it. Poems are meant to be reread many times. Each reading should bring new understanding and new pleasures, and no reading will ever be exhaustive, will ever reveal all the meaning that is in the poem. That inexhaustibility is also part of the pleasure, just the way that finding new aspects of a person one loves increases one's understanding and love. That inexhaustibility is why I have been teaching for 42 years without getting tired of it. What I hope to do in the following pages, then, is to introduce or reintroduce readers to some important works of literature. However, I have chosen these particular works not because they are important but because they are among my favorites and because I want to share my enjoyment of them with readers who might feel that one has to be a specialist to read them. While it is true that some of these works may be difficult and may require more concentration than other works, it is vital to remember that they were written to be enjoyed by people who were not specialists. What I want to do is demystify them so that people will feel free to read and enjoy them. I also want teachers to see how these works can be taught so that they can be enjoyed by ordinary students whose lives can be enriched by literary experiences. I will try to provide some background to the works and some idea of how to read them, as well as some idea of why one should read them. I will try not to simplify them, though almost all commentary, by narrowing the focus of the work it comments on, tends to simplify it somewhat, nor will I be writing chapters to replace reading the works themselves. Nothing can replace the experience of reading these works, and what I have to say about the works is meant only to make them seem less formidable. 19. I hope that this book will be useful to teachers who face the daunting task of interesting their students in this kind of literature. We are led to believe that modern students are neither willing nor able to read good writing, and the implication is that in the 19th century, for instance, young people, without the distraction of television, videos, rock and video games, spent most of their time reading Shakespeare or Virgil. That was most assuredly not the case. A taste for fine things has to be developed, whether we are talking about wine, cheese, or writing. No one is born liking Époisses de Bourgogne, a relatively smelly cheese that was reportedly a favorite of Napoleon's, and no one is born wanting to read Keats. Reading literature is challenging and difficult as well as enjoyable, and we have to stress all of those aspects, but we cannot get students to read by using gimmicks, like showing a movie of every book we read or by giving them busy work based on the texts. We have to communicate our love for the reading we do. That may be hard to do, but it is what we must do. So please read and enjoy these chapters, but do not deprive yourself of the pleasure of reading the stories, the poems, and the plays they introduce. There are worlds out there to explore, worlds that will not only enlighten your mind but that will reveal parts of your mind that you may not have known existed. Take a chance and challenge yourself. 1.9 A note on citations. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. I include citations for all quotations. For poems, like the Iliad or The Rape of the Lock, I cite by book and line number. For the novels, because there are so many different editions of each novel, I cite by chapter number rather than by page. Finding the quotations in the edition you are using will therefore require you to flip through some pages, but it will not require you to run to a library to find a particular edition. 20. Chapter 2 Homer, the Iliad. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Why have I read Homer's Iliad 15 or 20 times? The simple answer is that I have taught it many times, and each time I teach a book I like to reread it. Of course, that answer is insufficient. I obviously could teach the book without rereading it, and besides, no one requires me to teach this particular book. So why have I read Homer's Iliad 15 or 20 times? A better answer is because I love it. As I said earlier, I like to think of books, the physical objects, books, as holding a world that I can enter, and as I also said, some of my best friends, some of the people I know best, live in books. When I read these books, I visit with these friends. Furthermore, I find the Iliad to be so profound, so true in what it says about being a human being and living in this world, that it never fails to make me see and understand the world differently, and, I hope, better. For a number of reasons, the Iliad is different from most of the literature we are accustomed to, and it helps to know something about those differences, and the reasons behind them before reading the poem. It is worth stressing, in the first place, that when we read the Iliad, we are reading a poem. There are many fine translations of the Iliad, and some of them translate the poem into prose. My feeling is that it is vital to read a contemporary poetic translation that captures the feeling of the original Greek. None does this as well as the translation by Richmond Lattimore, though, to my ear, the more recent translation by Robert Fagles is a class E second. But the Iliad is not simply a poem the way, say, a verse work by Wordsworth is a poem, for the story of its creation was entirely different. To explain what I mean, I must condense the work of many scholars who know this material far better than I do. The Iliad is about the Trojan War, but was there really such a thing as the Trojan War? Apparently there was, at some time in the late 13th century BCE. Was it fought over Helen of Troy, and did it include great heroes from all over Greece and Asia Minor? Probably not. Actually, we know very little about the war itself. The site of the war, at a spot in Turkey now called Hisarlik, has been identified, but the war itself was undoubtedly a relatively minor trade war of the kind that took place fairly frequently. The Trojans and some ancient Greek tribes were fighting over who would have commercial ascendancy, and the war itself, which was certainly important to those who took part in it or to those who suffered from it, was hardly crucial for the course of world history. But out of that war grew a series of legends that, over the course of several centuries, became the Iliad and the Odyssey, and a number of other poems that have mostly disappeared but that constituted a whole cycle of poems about Troy and the heroes who fought there. How did that transformation occur and what does it mean? The answer is that no one knows for sure how it occurred, because the records we have come from much later, but apparently the legends were handed down orally from generation to generation, were combined with other legends about other legendary figures, and over the course of several centuries evolved into the intricately 21 wrought and powerful poem that we now call the Iliad. The Iliad, then, is a work of composite authorship. It was put together over a long period by many bards, and the version we have, which was written down in about the 8th century BCE, represents only one version of what was even then an enormously popular story. This account of the poem's origin does raise one other interesting question: who was Homer, whose name is always associated with the poem? The answer is that we really do not know if there ever truly was a person named Homer who was involved with the Iliad and the Odyssey, and it is of no great importance whether or not such a person existed. On the other hand, this account of the poem does solve a number of problems in the poem. For example, the language of the Iliad is a kind of artificial literary language that includes words from several ancient Greek dialects. The composite authorship of the poem over a lengthy stretch of time could help to explain this oddity, just as it explains why the poem describes warriors wearing armor from different historical periods, or why it describes different burial practices that did not coexist. Obviously, these elements from a variety of historical periods became part of the poem and were not updated or reconciled even when the historical reality changed. Furthermore, I have not referred to the author of the Iliad, since, according to this account of the poem's origin, it had no single author until it was written down. In the 8th century, it existed only in the memories of those bards who were trained to recite it at the various festivals that were celebrated in those days. The ancient Greeks, however, lived in a culture that was primarily oral rather than visual, so that their notion of memorization differed from ours. If I wanted to memorize a poem by Adrian Rich, which was created and continues to exist as a written text, I could look at the poem and try to memorize a few lines, then look away and recite the lines, then look back to correct myself, and continue in this way until I either memorized the poem or gave up. I would do it in this way because I am a product of a print culture, and I am used to having printed texts to which I can refer when I want to look something up or check a fact. But if I lived in an oral culture, I would depend on people whose job it was, and a prestigious job it was, to remember everything that was important to my culture, and such things would often be remembered, for mnemonic purposes, in verse. In fact, the word mnemonic comes from the name of the Greek goddess Mnemosyne, memory, who was the mother of the Muses, the goddesses of the various arts, including history. The narrator of the Iliad asks one of the Muses for her aid in the first line of the poem. Of course, many of the things that people thought were worth preserving in memory actually were stories that were considered expressive of the culture's deepest values. In ancient Greece, the Iliad and the Odyssey were among the poems preserved in this way. But an oral reciter, in Greek, a rhapsode, did not memorize a poem the way we would memorize it. The rhapsode knew the story, knew the individual characters and episodes, but each time the rhapsode recited the story, he recreated it. This technique helps to explain some things that we may find peculiar when we read the poems. For example, we find a lot of repetition in the poems. Occasionally a few lines may be repeated, and sometimes relatively long passages are repeated, and we may be inclined to think of such repetitions as flaws in the poem. We should remember, however, that the poems were meant to be recited dramatically, which means that those passages would not have seemed like dry repetitions the way they might to us. 22. In addition, such repetitions gave the reciter a chance to continue composing in his head as he repeated a passage that he had recited only a short time before. We often do the same thing, except that instead of repeating ourselves we say or you. No. A similar explanation exists for what are called the epithets in the poem, phrases that are usually associated with the names of places or characters. Over and over, for instance, we read of resourceful Odysseus or brilliant Diomedes, and we may be tempted to wonder why the composer of the poem used the same descriptive terms so often. Again, the answer has to do with oral composition. A person who was reciting the poem in front of an audience was under a number of constraints. First, he had to keep the poem going, but he also had to follow a particular metrical pattern that involved patterns of long and short vowels. By long and short vowels, the Greeks did not mean the difference between a as in face and a as in fact, the way we do. They meant how long the vowels were held, which was dictated in part by grammatical rules. The reciter could hardly pause while he thought about what came next. Instead, he would use these epithets, which were designed to fit the metrical patterns at particular places in the lines. They were, perhaps, a kind of crutch that the rhapsodes used, but they also add to the mood of the poem. If we read the poem out loud rather than to ourselves, and if we try to make our reading even the slightest bit dramatic, those epithets can lose their repetitious quality, and we can start to appreciate the contribution they make to the poem. In order to enjoy fully a poem like the Iliad, it helps to know this background about how an oral poem was put together. It is also essential to know the mythological background, because even if the ancient Greeks modified their beliefs in the various deities over time, they certainly knew who those deities were, just as they also knew the mortal heroes and heroines. There are hundreds of characters mentioned in the Iliad, but there are really only a few that the reader must know intimately. And there is, of course, a background story that the ancient Greeks knew and that the modern reader has to know. After all, the siege of Troy lasted 10 years, and the story of the Iliad covers only 54 days toward the end of that 10-year period. So what happened earlier? Long before the beginning of the Iliad, a relatively minor goddess named Thetis fell in love with a mortal named Peleus. As so often happens in mixed marriages, this marriage had its problems, and one of the problems began at their wedding, when Eris, goddess of discord, suddenly appeared, complained about not having been invited. Who would invite discord to a wedding, after all, and threw a golden apple among the guests, declaring that it belonged to the most worthy of the goddesses. Clearly there was a reason that she was the goddess of discord, and discord immediately broke out, as three of the goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each claimed to be the goddess worthy of the apple. Their discussions, to use the polite word, over the apple went on for many years, until finally they agreed to allow a young shepherd to decide among them. The young shepherd was Alexandros, also called Paris, and he was the son of Priam, king of Troy. Each of the goddesses, in the spirit of fair play for which they were known, tried to bribe him with their special gifts. Athena offered him wisdom, Hera offered wealth, and Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Obviously it was no contest, and Alexandros awarded 23 the apple to Aphrodite, thereby earning the eternal enmity of Hera and Athena for himself and his city. All of Homer's audience would have known this before the poem began, just as they would have known that Aphrodite rewarded Alexandros by giving him Helen, the wife of the Spartan king Menelaus. Whether Alexandros kidnapped Helen or whether she ran off with him is not entirely clear in Homer's version of the story. In Aeschylus' dramatic version of the story from the 5th century, she ran off with him. Menelaus' brother Agamemnon, who was the king of the Mycenaeans, and who was married to Helen's sister Clytemnestra, gathered an army and brought it to Troy, where Alexandros and Helen had fled. When the Iliad opens, the Greek forces have been besieging Troy for nearly 10 years, and everyone on both sides is tired and discouraged. The Iliad begins, like so many epic poems, in medias res, that is, in the middle of the story, and the audience is expected to know the background. There is nothing strange about this technique, and modern writers use it frequently. Anyone who reads the earlier novels of John L. Kerr, for instance, has to know about the enmity between Britain and the Soviet Union, and the series of spy scandals that afflicted the British Secret Service. Homer's audience would have known the story I just told, and they would have known, too, that the Achaean army, Achaean, Danaan, and Argive all refer to the Greek forces, supported itself through the 10-year siege by raiding nearby territories and taking provisions or kidnapping people who could be held for ransom, or simply kept as slaves. Often such victims of kidnapping were women, who would be parceled out like other items of booty. Shortly before the beginning of the Iliad, the Greeks had staged one such raiding party, and captured 2 women, Chrysis and Briseis, who were given as prizes to Agamemnon and to the greatest warrior among the Achaeans, Achilles, who happened to be the son of Thetis and Peleus, at whose wedding, ironically, all the problems had begun. Everyone knows the story of how Achilles' mother dipped him in a magic river to make him invulnerable, except that she forgot that the hand she held him with covered his heel, which became his only vulnerable spot. Homer never mentions that story, and it is irrelevant to the Iliad. As the poem opens, Chryses' father comes to the Achaeans and, with the help of a plague sent by Apollo, convinces Agamemnon to return his daughter to him. Agamemnon does so, but, in order to assert his authority as leader of the Achaeans, he demands that Achilles give him Briseis. In making this demand, Agamemnon indicates the kind of proud bully that he is, and in unnecessarily alienating his best warrior, he gives some indication of his strategic acumen. This kind of behavior will be repeated throughout the poem, but I will offer no more summaries of the poem. The Iliad is meant to be read, or heard, not summarized. Of course, the Iliad is fairly difficult to read. Perhaps anything worth doing is difficult. I am not sure. But I am sure that reading the Iliad is worthwhile, and that once a person starts to read it, it becomes progressively easier. We do have to remember, however, that this is a poem that was finally written down almost 3,000 years ago, and that much has changed during that time, including our expectations about literature. What continues to amaze me is that, given all those differences, so many things have remained the same. As we read the Iliad, we may initially be struck by the differences. 24. But as we get used to the poem and as we look more deeply into it, we will undoubtedly see ourselves. Be prepared for that to happen. It can be a shock. I can provide a few hints that can make the reading a bit easier. One that I have already mentioned is to read the poem out loud as much as possible. And read it dramatically. I would read this way at home rather than on a bus or subway, but that may be just a personal preference. Remember that this poem was not meant to be read quickly. Neither Homer nor any member of his audience would have understood the concept of speed reading, so slow down and savor the poem. Another hint is not to worry too much about remembering all of the characters. Most characters appear only briefly, and your understanding of the story will not suffer if you do not remember all the names. There are, however, some names that you must remember. I will list them here as Achaean or Trojan, but as you read the poem, you will find yourself automatically remembering who these people are. The names below are taken from the Lattimore translation. More commonly, Achilles is known as Achilles and Aias as Ajax. Mortals. Trojans, Achaeans. Priam, king of Troy, Agamemnon, leader of Achaeans. Hekabe, queen of Troy, Menelaus, his brother. Hector, leading Trojan warrior, Achilles, most powerful warrior. Andromache, his wife, Odysseus, craftiest warrior. Alexandros, abductor, of Helen Diomedes, important warrior. Aias son of Oileus, warrior. Aias son of Telamon, warrior. Helen, alleged cause of the war. Table 2.1. 25. Table 2.3, Deities. Zeus, king of the gods. Apollo, god of the sun. Athena, goddess of wisdom. Ares, god of war. Hera, queen of the gods. Aphrodite, goddess of love. Poseidon, god of the sea. Thetis, mother of Achilles. Table 2.2. Just to complicate things a bit further, as though having two characters named Aias is not complicated enough, characters are often called son of father's name. Thus, Agamemnon and Menelaos are both sons of Atreus, and are thus known as Atrides. Achilles is the son of Peleus, Diomedes is the son of Tydeus. If all of this sounds confusing, I promise that the confusion will disappear as you get involved in the story. Another hint concerns the second half of Book 2. Just as you begin to get involved with the story, everything stops halfway through Book 2 so that Homer can present what is called the catalogue of the ships, a long list of all the warriors who came to Troy and where they came from. This list serves at least two functions. One is that it allows Homer to show off his skill at fitting all of these names into the strict metrical requirements of the verses. A more significant function is that it served as an historical record for the ancient Greeks, while at the same time illustrating how important this war had been for their ancestors. A friend of mine once met a gentleman from Greece at a party. When the Greek gentleman mentioned his birthplace, my friend said he had never heard of it. The Greek gentleman drew himself up to his full height and said, "We sent 2 ships to Troy." So for him, at least, that catalogue was still meaningful. Archaeologists have also made use of the catalogue to identify some of the ancient cities that are mentioned. Despite the historical importance of that catalogue, however, my recommendation is that when you get to it, you should skip directly to Book 3 so that you can maintain the continuity of the story. My last hint concerns the many battle scenes in the poem. We in 21st century America have certainly become accustomed to violence in literature and film, not to mention everyday life, but of course we did not invent violence. The Iliad is full of violence. In its many pages of battle scenes, we read of hundreds of deaths, often described in graphic detail. These descriptions are hardly pleasant, and they get worse as the poem continues, but they are a very important part of the poem. You may tire of the battles and you may want to skip over them and over some of the gorier details. Do not give in to that impulse. If those scenes disgust you, the poem is working. Let me begin discussing the Iliad by elaborating on that point. The Iliad is an epic poem. More about that later, and epic poems are so often full of fighting and other kinds of 26. Mayhem that many readers, relying on superficial readings, on their own prejudices, or on the traditions that exist about such things, assume that such works glorify fighting and mayhem. Such readers are likely to talk about codes of honor or heroic codes and to picture epic poetry as consisting of the kind of stories that warriors listen to around the fire after dinner in order to fortify themselves for their next battle. Invariably, this approach to the literature encourages the glorification of such traditional male values as strength, speed, ferocity, ruthlessness, and bloodthirstiness. Of course, I am exaggerating, but not too much. Sophisticated readers tend to make these points in more, well, sophisticated ways, but the result is much the same. The Iliad is about the heroic code, they say, and Hector, for example, is a hero because of his adherence to that code despite the odds against him. The 20th century philosopher Simone Weil even wrote a short book about the Iliad called The Iliad, or The Poem of Force. Weil wrote her book during the Second World War, which had dramatic effects on her life and which influenced the way she saw the poem, just as the world that I inhabit affects my view of the poem. But what Weil says about the poem as a kind of ultimate expression of the power of force is quite incorrect, just as those readers who claim that the subject of the poem is the wrath of Achilles are incorrect. Certainly the wrath of Achilles is mentioned in the poem's first line, but we have to read by sentences, not by lines, and the rest of the first sentence describes the consequences of Achilles' wrath, death, corpses being devoured by scavengers, and destruction. These products of wrath and battle are not being glorified in the poem. Certainly there was some kind of heroic code when the poem was composed, just as for many people, there is now. In fact, that code has not changed much over the past 3,000 years, though Achilles weeps more than a modern American hero would. But one of the functions of literature is to challenge the accepted values of a society, and the Iliad challenges the values of its society at almost every point. Consider just one of the many deaths that Homer describes. This one is in Book 13. When Asios and Idomeneus meet, he was striving in all his fury to strike Idomeneus, but he, too quick with a spear cast, struck him in the gorge underneath the chin, and drove the bronze clean through. He fell, as when an oak goes down or a white poplar or like a towering pine tree which in the mountains the carpenters have hewn down with their whetted axes to make a ship timber. So he lay there felled in front of his horses and chariot, roaring, and clawed with his hands at the bloody dust. 13.386-93. This passage surely describes the reality of war. It is cruel, it is painful, it transforms human beings into objects. Asios, as he dies, has less value even than a tree, which at least can be made into a ship timber. All that Asios can do is scream and claw at the 27. Dust onto which his blood is spilling. There is not much glory in this picture. There is only horror. And later on, when Homer describes how, before Aeneas and Hector the young Achaean warriors went, screaming terror, all delight of battle forgotten. 17.758-59. Surely he is commenting sadly on our image of war. This passage always makes me think of the enthusiasm that people manage to work up for wars. I think of the old newsreels of columns of young men marching off to World War I, smiling and confident that after a brief period of glorious fighting they will return healthy and triumphant to their families. It never happens that way, of course, and we never learn. Those newsreels might as easily show soldiers from any war anticipating the delight of battle, while the reality is that they are being prepared for slaughter. Tolstoy, incidentally, makes this point brilliantly in War and Peace. But the Iliad is more than simply a poem that describes the horrors of war. It explores the behavior of extraordinary human beings, male and female, in a world that is characterized by this war. The poem explores what it means to be a human being in a world where such wars, such shame, such mortality exist. Given the fact of human mortality and the fact that we are so often in such haste to hurry it along, how do we, and how should we, continue to live in this world? These are Homer's questions, and he addresses them throughout the poem. Perhaps the best way to begin looking at these points is by considering two scenes from Book 6. The first of these scenes actually illustrates at least two important points. The first has to do with the question of realism. In many ways, the Iliad is quite realistic, that is, it gives us a feeling for what the events might really have been like, as we saw in the description of Acio's death. But the Iliad is not a work of representational realism. It does not pretend to portray everyday actualities. Later in the poem there will be a scene when Achilles appears to be covered by a divine fire, and sends the Trojan army running just by shouting. Or earlier in the poem, Helen appears on the ramparts, and Priam, the Trojan king, asks her to identify all of the Achaean heroes who are arrayed against the Trojans. That scene might indeed seem realistic, except that the war is in its 10th year and it hardly seems likely that Priam has just gotten around to asking who his enemies are. There are, of course, explanations for each of these scenes, but the main point here is that we must not expect Homer to be realistic in the most common sense of the term. What the poem tells us about human existence is real, but the events of the poem are not necessarily realistic. Such is the case in Book 6. When the book opens, the Achaeans and the Trojans are engaged in a major battle. It is difficult for anyone who has never been in a battle to imagine what it is like, but we must try to picture the tumult of hand-to-hand combat. With spears and arrows flying through the air, armor plates banging against each other, men shouting battle cries and other men, like Asios, screaming in pain. The picture has to be one of nearly total chaos. In the midst of this chaos, 28 soldiers, Diomedes, from the Achaean side, and Glaucus, from the Trojan side, encounter each other. It is customary in Homeric battles, and it was probably the case in real battles, that when two warriors meet, they speak to each other. perhaps to issue a challenge or to offer insults or to boast about their prowess. We can see this custom today in sporting events, where it is known as talking trash. Many things do not change. As Glaucus and Diomedes approach each other, amid the tumult of the battle, Diomedes challenges Glaucus, asking who he is that he dares to stand up against Diomedes' power. Diomedes assures Glaucus that if the latter is one of the gods, he will not fight with him, and he explains why in a story that takes up 16 lines. Glaucus responds by giving his own family background and, in over 60 lines, tells stories about his ancestors. We must recognize that such pedigrees were very important to these people. A warrior had to establish his nobility, and family background was one of the criteria, but we must also remember that this lengthy exchange takes place against the noise and chaos of the fighting. Furthermore, when Diomedes learns who Glaucus is, he realizes that in days long past, his grandfather and Glaucus' grandfather had been allies, so he drives his spear into the ground and proposes that they vow never to fight against each other. Both warriors jump from their horses, shake hands, and, as a sign of their agreement, exchange armor, which means, obviously, that right there on the battlefield, with spears and arrows flying everywhere, they each remove their armor. Even those of us who have never been in a battle would have to agree that removing one's armor in the midst of battle is not a recommended procedure, but the narrator's only comment is that Glaucus got the worse end of the deal, since his armor was more valuable than Diomedes'. What is going on in this strange episode? Is this peculiar and unrealistic scene an example of Homer's incompetence? Of course not. Homer has a point to make here that transcends representational realism. In the midst of battle, surrounded by the dead and dying, two great warriors meet, intending to kill each other, and yet in a brief instant, they discover their human connections. No longer are they faceless enemies, bent on mutual destruction. They are human beings, each with an identity, united by events in the distant past and by their common struggle against human mortality. We can see this point when Glaucus first responds to Diomedes. High-hearted son of Tydeus, why ask of my generation? As is the generation of leaves, so is that of humanity. The wind scatters the leaves on the ground, but the live timber burgeons with leaves again in the season of spring returning. So one generation of men will grow while another dies. 6.145-50. This philosophical and highly poetic response, based on an extended metaphor, hardly seems appropriate to a battlefield conversation, but if we forget about realism, it turns out to be amazingly appropriate. The battlefield is the site of death on a massive scale, and Glaucus' words address human mortality. The comparison of human life to the short life of plants is hardly novel, but Homer goes further than that. Individual human beings are like the leaves, which after a short existence will fall and 29. Be scattered by the wind, but the tree itself will continue to create new leaves, just as human beings will continue to flourish, even though individual generations will die off. Glauco's words here, however, are insufficient. He is responding to Diomedes' challenge, and so he downplays the worth of the individual in relation to the whole of humanity. The subsequent action, however, shows also the value of the individual. It is because of such values, as evidenced by their grandfathers, that these two warriors find and extend the link between them, and they, too, as individuals are vitally important. That is why the narrator's closing comment on the scene, when he remarks that Glaucos lost out on the exchange of armor, is a test for the audience. Does the audience think that the value of the armor matters? That value had become irrelevant. What matters is that amidst the dead and dying, vivid reminders of human mortality, Glaucos and Diomedes have managed to come together and somehow affirm life rather than death. This triumph, unfortunately, is a small one, since death and battle will continue, but even minor triumphs are triumphs. The other key episode of Book 6 involves Hector. Still the battle is raging, and Hector's brother Alenos advises him to return to the city and ask the women of the city to offer a sacrifice to Athena so that the goddess might help the Trojans. The audience knows, of course, that such a sacrifice is futile because Athena is sworn to help destroy the city, but even beyond that tragic irony is the irony of sending the Trojans' best warrior away from the battle on such an errand. It would be like asking Babe Ruth to leave a World Series game in order to get coffee for the team. It makes no logical sense, and it would never happen. On the other hand, as the action of the book develops, it makes a great deal of sense, because what happens to Hector in Troy is vitally important to the themes of the poem, so that the sacrifice of realism becomes a minor, and easily overlooked, inconsistency. When Hector arrives at Troy, he meets his mother Hekabe, and asks her to offer the sacrifice to Athena, which she does and which Athena rejects. Then he meets Paris, whom he rebukes for staying in Troy with Helen while all the other men are out fighting his battle for him. And finally he goes to find his wife Andromache. Hector first looks for Andromache at home, but he is told that she is on the ramparts with their baby son watching the battle. This detail is important because later, when Hector is fighting his final battle with Achilles, Andromache is not on the ramparts watching. Instead, in a kind of pathetic reversal of this scene, she is at home preparing a bath for what she thinks is the imminent return of her husband. When Hector finds Andromache on the ramparts, husband and wife have one of the most central and revealing conversations in the poem. To get the full import of this conversation, we must remember that Hector, hero though he may be, is a young man, the husband of a young, loving wife. He is widely respected, and even Helen says that he alone has been consistently kind to her. He has been the Trojan leader in this awful war, loyal to his city even though he has doubts about the rightness of the city's cause regarding Helen's status. though by this point the war has taken on a life of its own and Helen's status barely seems to be an issue any longer. When Hector approaches Andromache, she weeps and pleads with him to stop putting himself in so much danger. She suggests that he pull his troops inside the city walls and concentrate them at the weakest spot, where the greatest attacks might be. 30. Expected. Her plan would protect the city and the warriors, and it makes a lot of strategic sense. She strengthens her argument by telling him something that he already knows but that the audience does not know, that she has only Hector and their son in the whole world, since her father, her mother, and her 7 brothers have all perished at the hands of Achilles. With some justice, she fears that Hector will suffer the same fate, and she knows that her life as a widow in a conquered city will be hellish. What she has done, then, because she loves him and needs him, because she is a woman in a society that did not greatly value women, is put Hector in the position of having to make a clear choice, which he certainly does. He tells her that he knows that what she says is accurate, he knows that if he follows his present course, Troy will be conquered and he will die. What upsets him most, however, is her fate, for she will be carried off into slavery by the conquerors, who will not only abuse her physically but who will also mock her as the widow of Hector. So why does he not change his strategy and follow her advice? I would feel deep shame before the Trojans and the Trojan women with trailing garments, if like a coward I were to shrink aside from the fighting. 6.441-43. His only hope is that he will be dead before Andromache is captured so that he may not hear her screaming and know that what he foresees has actually happened. Every time I read the Iliad, I find myself wishing that Hector would change his answer and prevent the whole calamity from happening. He knows that if the Trojans continue to pursue the course they have been following, he will be killed and they will be conquered and destroyed. About the ultimate fate of Troy there can be no question, and remember that we have only recently heard Glauco's words about human mortality. Furthermore, Hector knows what will happen to his beloved Andromache when he is dead and the city is conquered. Nevertheless, he sees no way to implement her plan, because he has to win glory for himself. If he did what Andromache suggests, he would feel shame, not simply because he would be following a woman's advice but because he is trapped by the heroic code, which dictates that the only way to win glory is through battle, through what was thought of as manly behavior. He could, conceivably, prevent his own death, the enslavement of his wife and son, and the destruction of his city, but he will not do so simply on the basis of pride. If we juxtapose Hector's words here with Glauco's words earlier in the book, as well as with the actions of Glaucus and Diomedes, we can see Homer building a pattern that will continue to develop throughout the epic. This scene, however, offers a particularly tragic part of the pattern, for Hector knows that what Andromache fears will come true, yet he feels constrained to abandon his beloved wife and infant son for the sake of a pride that has little value. He knows from his meeting earlier with Paris and Helen that Paris is unworthy, and that Helen despises her new partner. He knows that his city will be destroyed. None of those factors matter to him as much as his pride, as his need to lead the fighting in a cause that is both futile and wrong. What a tragedy. 31. The scene between Hector and Andromache, the only scene in the poem that shows a warrior with his family, contributes to one of the poem's major themes, its stance on war, and to do so it relies on the role that women play in the poem. War is clearly the province of men, who recognize its dangers but who believe in its nobility. They know the risks that they take. They know that they will either die gloriously in battle or live gloriously as victors, since no one in the Homeric poems ever survives with a disabling injury. These men have choices to make about their own destinies, though death, of course, is ultimately inevitable. But what about the women? Not only can they not choose to go out to the battlefield, that is, not exercise that particular kind of choice over their destinies, but their destinies are entirely determined by the fates of the men, who generally make their choices without considering the women. So Hector, based on his male notion of glory, makes the decision for himself, his family, and his whole city, knowing full well what the consequences are likely to be. He allows himself to be trapped by a macho idea of glory into fighting a war that he knows is basically dishonorable and that he could end relatively quickly, a point that the ancient Greek historian Herodotus makes, 120, when he discusses the ancient question of whether the real Helen was actually in Troy during the war. And while the decision to continue fighting is not an easy one for him to make, the consequences that he foresees for Andromache are surely worse than those he will face. He will die, which may not be a good thing but which happens quickly, while Andromache, who does not share his idea of glory and who has no role in making the decision, will continue to suffer for years. In this way, Homer undercuts the heroic ideal. We cannot say that Andromache is, after all, only a woman and that her fate is therefore not terribly important. Homer makes it important, and he emphasizes his point when Hector reaches out for his infant son, who is frightened by his dirt and blood-covered father in his horsehair crested helmet. When Hector removes the helmet, his son comes to him happily. As we read this scene, we must keep returning to Glauco's metaphor of the tree. Yes, the leaves will pass, because they, like us, are subject to mortality, but the leaves will die in their own time. They have nothing like war to hasten the process. This scene, short though it may be, is hardly an isolated episode. We may remember that the whole crisis of the Iliad occurs over the status of the captive Briseis. Does she belong to Achilles or to Agamemnon? Despite the centrality of her position in the story, she herself does not appear in the poem until Book 19, when she laments the death of Patroclus, explaining that like Andromache, she, too, has lost her whole family to the war and only Achilles' friend Patroclus has been kind to her. Therefore, she says, she weeps for Patroclus. So she spoke, lamenting, and the women sorrowed around her, grieving openly for Patroclus, but for her own sorrows each. 19030203. This is as strong a condemnation of the idealization of battle glory as I can imagine. And it is no accident that Homer put it into the mouth of the woman Briseis. Like Andromache, who lost her father and brothers in battle, Briseis lost her husband and brothers. Andromache, fortunately for her, has been happy with Hector, while Briseis 32 has been turned into a war prize, which, unhappily, will be Andromache's fate as well. In fact, part of Briseis' salvation had been the promise that she would become the wife of the man who slew her husband. Such is the fate of women according to the heroic code that Homer's heroes, and their modern supporters, glorify. Accordingly, Homer's narrator makes a significant comment here, as Briseis laments. So do the women who are with her, openly for Patroclus, but for her own sorrows each. Briseis' lament is ostensibly for her rescuer Patroclus, but really it is a lament for herself, for the sorrows that she, as a woman, has suffered because of the men's wars. Her father and brothers are dead, their suffering is over. Her suffering, and that of her female companions, continues. It is true, of course, that these episodes concerning Andromache and Briseis, even if we add to them those concerning Helen and Hecabe, comprise only a few lines out of the thousands that make up the Iliad. Nevertheless, these relatively few lines are essential to the work. The Iliad is largely concerned with examining how human beings confront their mortality, but if we focus only on the male heroes, we get only a partial view. These lines about women not only provide another view of human mortality, but they transform the glorification of war. They are a reminder to anyone who thinks that Homer's gory descriptions somehow recommend the joys of carnage. Without them, the Iliad would be a far different poem. But it would not be completely different, because similar themes appear elsewhere in the poem. One of the most noticeable spots involves the shield of Achilles. After Achilles' friend Patroclus is killed in battle wearing Achilles' armor, Achilles asks his mother to get him new armor, and, as always, she does what he asks. She visits Hephaestus, the god of fire and of the forge, who creates a magnificent set of armor for Achilles, including a shield that is covered with scenes of human life, scenes to which Homer devotes considerable attention. Once again, in describing the shield of Achilles, we leave the realm of representational realism. First of all, to contain all the scenes that Homer describes, the shield would have to be as big as a football field. Furthermore, the poem's narrator offers a great deal of commentary on the scenes that would be impossible to know just from looking at them. The scenes on the shield begin with the earth, the sky, the water, and the heavenly bodies, natural elements that place the rest of the scenes in the context of our world, and confer on those scenes a cosmic significance. This context is important, for the Next scenes we see portray two human cities. In the first city, a wedding is taking place, with appropriate celebrations, though in the marketplace an argument has broken out. Apparently one man has killed another, so the killer and the deceased's kinsmen are arguing over the penalty. Surprisingly, the killer is offering more than the kinsman is asking, so the two go to the elders for arbitration, and a prize is available for the person who comes up with the best solution. This is a city at peace, where marriages and festivals, symbolic of union, of fertility, of life, are celebrated. This is a real city, however, populated by real people, and so there are disagreements and potential strife in the city as well, as in the case of the two men. In the world of the Iliad, the solution would lie in violence. The families of the killed and of the killer would settle the issue by fighting, just as the Achaeans and Trojans are attempting to settle their quarrel through war. In the world of the shield. 33. However, there is an attempt at arbitration, and when the family of the deceased refuses the initial offer, there is further arbitration, with a prize being given not to the best warrior in the city but to the person who devises the best peaceful resolution. No wonder there are festivals and marriages in this city. The city operates on the basis of law and intelligence, not on the law of the jungle. The other city depicted on the shield is quite different. This city, with its lovely citadel, like the citadel of Troy, is, like Troy, under siege, and the warriors' wives and children stand on the city wall. This is a city characterized by ambushes and treachery, by hate and confusion and death. This is, in short, a city that embodies all the horrors of Troy, and it stands in sharp contrast to the other, ideal city. The shield of Achilles, then, depicts the natural world as a world of harmony, but it describes two possibilities for the world of human beings. One of those possibilities offers peace and harmony, but the other offers war and destruction. The choice, Homer seems to say, is ours, though clearly the Achaeans and the Trojans have made their choice. It is not enough, however, to say simply that they should choose differently, for they have chosen the way they have been taught to choose. The men are celebrated for their fighting ability, not their peacemaking ability. Only men who are past their primes, like Nestor, are looked to for intelligent thought. Odysseus, the wisest and wiliest of all the fighters, is an anomaly, and he comes in for his share of abuse in this poem as a result. Digression: the two cities on Achilles' shield are represented by the friezes on the two sides of the urn in Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. Keats, who loved Homer's work, created the urn based on this passage. Another brilliant poem based on this passage is W.H. Auden's The Shield of Achilles. But the Iliad is not a poem of simple contrasts. If the warriors were all evil men, it would be easy to dismiss them, but many of them are quite appealing. Hector is a good person who is trapped by the image he and his society have created of himself, of what they think constitutes a hero, and who consequently makes some poor decisions. Diomedes is a fierce warrior who can demonstrate moments of true nobility. Telamonian Aias is a quiet giant who always tries to do his best and who maintains his integrity throughout the poem. Even Menelaos, who is depicted as a weak and colorless character, has a good side, especially when he is contrasted with his brutal bully of a brother, Agamemnon. It should be obvious that I am speaking about these characters in a book as though they were real people. Recently I heard someone ask, how can readers fall in love with a character in a book? Characters are just collections of words. That might be a very contemporary and sophisticated approach to literature, but it is not true to the experiences of readers, who act as accomplices to authors in giving life to the words. I feel sorry for the person who sees literary characters as just collections of words. Why, I wonder, would such a person study literature? The characters in the Iliad range from the very simple, like those who appear in a single line, just long enough to be killed, to those who are as complex as people we might know. One of the reasons the Iliad has retained its popularity for about 3 millennia is because the characters are so real. To show what I mean, let me briefly explore 2 characters: Agamemnon and Achilles. 34. Agamemnon, as I recently mentioned, is a brutal leader who bullies his men. Because of his pride, he alienates his best warrior, and early in the poem he tests his men's devotion by telling them that he has been instructed by the gods to end the war. Whereupon he is shocked that the men are deliriously happy and run for their ships. So Agamemnon is not a military genius. He tends to get his way by threatening people, or by shaming them in front of their companions. His cruelty is always evident. In Book 6, for instance, he intervenes when a young warrior on the Trojan side, Adrastos, begs Menelaos not to kill him but to hold him for ransom. Agamemnon ridicules his brother's tendency toward leniency and states as his goal the destruction of every Trojan male, even the unborn son in his mother's womb. Menelaos responds by pushing Adrastos away from him. And powerful Agamemnon stabbed him in the side and, as he writhed over, Atrides, setting his heel upon the midriff, wrenched out the ash spear. 6.63-65. Both his speech and his actions are full of gratuitous cruelty, and it is hard to believe that when Homer calls him a hero, in line 61, he is not being ironic. This kind of cruelty is what Agamemnon is all about. When he puts his foot on Adrastos' belly in order to get his spear out of the dead man's body, he deprives the poor young man of all humanity. Similarly, when Agamemnon is in battle, in Book 11, he is described in far more brutal terms than almost any other warrior, but when he is wounded, the description becomes quite extraordinary, as his pain is compared to the pain of a woman in childbirth. Now we may be certain that the pain of childbirth is severe, but the comparison of a wounded warrior to a woman in labor would have been viewed as highly insulting to the warrior, of course. In short, by using this simile, the narrator reveals something else not so flattering about Agamemnon. He may be a bully, but he is also weak. Nevertheless, toward the end of the poem, after Achilles has lost his best friend and has re-entered the battle, Agamemnon is relatively gracious in acknowledging Achilles' superiority, in giving him gifts, and in allowing Achilles to keep Briseis. Of course, at that point he also desperately needs Achilles to re-enter the battle. As we step back and look at Agamemnon, we can see that he is a disagreeable man, but we can also see that he is a commander who has gotten himself into a situation that is beyond his ability to understand or to control. It hardly comes as a surprise that according to the myth, and according to Aeschylus' play, Agamemnon, the first thing that happens when Agamemnon returns home after the war is that his wife kills him. At the same time, in Homer's presentation of him, we can see, even if only barely, other sides of his personality. An even more complex character, the most complex in the poem, is Achilles. Through most of the poem, he is little more than a spoiled child, sulking in his tent, refusing to help his comrades, weeping to his mother. Then, once Patroclus has died, he turns into a phenomenal killing machine, spreading terror and destruction everywhere, making Agamemnon's brutality appear casual and insignificant. Even the river, which 35 has become plugged up with the bodies of warriors he has killed, tries to stop him. And he goes so far as to capture 12 young Trojans whom he later slaughters at his leisure during Patroclus' funeral. Finally, after he kills Hector, he desecrates that hero's body and then refuses to bury it, sacrilegious behavior indeed. None of these actions make Achilles the least bit appealing or complex as a character, but in Book 9 we learn one fact that entirely transforms him. As he explains to the delegation who have come from Agamemnon to ask him to return to battle, his mother had told him long before that he has a choice to make. He can either stay at Troy, fight, die, and gain great glory, or he can leave the battle, go home, and live a long life in obscurity. These alternatives, of course, are the same alternatives that every warrior in the poem faces, but they are stated most starkly in the case of Achilles. Thus, more than any other character in the poem, Achilles must constantly confront his own mortality and the value of the heroic code, for he knows that if he stays at Troy to win glory in the battle, he will die there. Even Hector's feeling that Troy will be defeated is a guess, accurate though it may be, but Achilles knows for certain that he must choose between life and death. When he sits in his tent during the battles, part of the reason is certainly that he is sulking over Agamemnon's insult, but another part is that he has not fully committed himself either to dying gloriously at Troy or to living without glory to an advanced age at home. We must remember that the Greek concept of an afterlife at this time was somewhat vague and frightening. In the Odyssey, when Odysseus visits the underworld, he finds it to be a place of darkness and boredom. And the ghost of Achilles there explains that it would be better to be the lowest kind of slave on earth than to be in the underworld. This information makes Achilles' choice even starker, and he only really chooses after Patroclus has died, when he almost instinctively re-enters the battle and commits himself to death at Troy, a decision he seems to regret in the Odyssey. That is a huge choice for a young, vigorous man to make, and it helps to explain many facets of Achilles' behavior. Of course, we all have to face our own mortality at some time, but the dramatic nature of Achilles' situation may help us to put our mortality in perspective and to choose the ways we must act. As I write these words, I am aware of how much I am simplifying the Iliad and its characters. Such simplification is inevitable when we write about literature, just as it is when we write about people. My description of a person can never substitute for the experience of meeting the person, and my words about these characters are intended only as an introduction for readers who are about to meet the characters by reading the poem. I paused in my discussion by inserting that last paragraph because I now must approach one of the most touching and painful scenes in the Iliad, the meeting between Priam and Achilles in Book XXIV. Once again I will set the scene. Achilles, having killed Hector in battle, has kept the body, an action that outrages even the gods, who prevent the body from decaying. Finally Priam, Hector's father, is prompted by the gods to bring Hector's body back for proper burial. This is a task full of risks. It requires the aged and rather helpless king to cross through the enemy lines and to approach his deadliest enemy. Fortunately Priam is accompanied by the god Hermes, also called Argiphant, who has taken on the guise of a Trojan youth and who uses his divine power to bring Priam through in safety, all the way to Achilles' tent. Priam, 36, enters the tent, falls to his knees, embraces Achilles' knees, and kisses his hands. Then asks for mercy by invoking Achilles' memory of his own aging father, Peleus. Try to imagine this scene. There is Priam, the king of Troy, on his knees as a suppliant to the man who has killed so many of his people and of his sons, including Hector, thereby guaranteeing that the city will be destroyed. He holds Achilles by the knees and kisses the hands that have killed his children. The emotions here are almost unimaginable. They are certainly beyond words, as we see when the narrator tells us that Achilles was so moved by grieving for his own father that he gently disengaged from Priam's grasp. And the two remembered, as Priam sat huddled at the feet of Achilles and wept clos for manslaughtering Hector. And Achilles wept now for his own father, now again for Patroclus. XXIV 509-12. When they have finished grieving, Achilles takes Priam's hand and helps him to his feet. Yes, the Iliad is long, very long, but it has all been leading to this scene. These two men, one young and vigorous, one old, both knowing that they face imminent death, commune silently. This image of the two noble men weeping together, mourning not only their own deaths, not only the deaths of the one's father and the other's son, but their whole understanding of human mortality is so profound, so fully accomplished, that it is virtually impossible to discuss. And when Achilles raises Priam to his feet and shows the older man the respect due to another human being, despite their sworn enmity, we suddenly understand so much. These men, despite the differences that separate them, are united by something far more powerful: their humanness, their attempts, failures though they may be, to deal with what it means to be human and mortal. It is a magnificent scene. Finally Achilles addresses Priam, and he tells the older man that two urns stand at the door of Zeus, an urn of evil and an urn of good. Zeus, who distributes the evil and the good, does so in two ways. Either he gives a man a mixture of good and evil, or he gives a man all evil. What a picture of human existence Achilles paints here. According to him, we face two possibilities from these urns. Either we have all evil, or, if we are fortunate, we get a mixture. No one gets all good. Priam and Achilles have finally faced a basic truth that all the boasting, all the fighting, all the rituals of the war cannot cover up, and what Achilles says here is also true for the good city depicted on his shield. Human beings could, if they would, increase the amount of good, but always we must accept the evil. They are part of being human. Having understood these things, Achilles returns Hector's body to Priam, and promises to give him a 9 days truce for the Trojans to hold their funeral rites. Then, of course, the war will continue to its inevitable conclusion. Priam takes the body and returns to Troy, and the Iliad concludes with the laments of 3 women: Andromache, Hecate, and Helen. There is such sadness here, such a deep feeling for 37. Those imponderable aspects of life that we face every day. It is amazing to realize that we share these imponderables with the people who composed and who listened to this poem 3,000 years ago. There are just a few things left that I would like the prospective reader of the Iliad to consider. One is the role of the gods in the poem. As we read the Iliad, we may find it difficult to believe that anyone ever worshipped gods who were this frivolous, quarrelsome, and generally ungodly. Even when characters in the poem worship the gods, primarily they are trying to appease them, but as we saw in Book 6, even valuable gifts do not always win the favor of the gods. Occasionally scenes that involve the gods are humorous. Some of the quarrels between Zeus and Hera, for instance, when they seem like the archetypal married couple who cannot get along, or when they scheme and plot to outwit each other, are actually funny. My favorite is when Zeus tries to tell Hera how beautiful she is, and he compares her to all the young mortal women with who he has had affairs. Similarly, when Ares, the fierce god of war, whom no one likes, neither gods nor mortals, receives a minor wound in battle, he must be led groaning from the battlefield by Aphrodite, which is surely another comment on the real nature of war. But the gods are not in the poem for comic relief. They have a much more serious role. Why is it funny when Ares is wounded? Of the hundreds of characters who are wounded in the poem, only Ares' injury is humorous. One reason, of course, is that he is the god of war, and we expect him to be a better fighter or, at least, to seem a bit more courageous when he is wounded. But the answer goes even deeper. We can laugh at his wound because we know that it is meaningless. Ares is immortal, and no matter how badly he may be wounded, he will quickly recover. Consequently, what is deadly serious for the mortals is nothing more than a game for the gods. No matter how deeply committed the gods may be to one side or the other, the war is only a diversion to them. While the mortals are slaughtering each other, the gods are rather like sports fans, who truly want their teams to win but to whose lives the team's fates are not central. From the perspective of the gods, the Trojan War is sort of fun, and it also offers them an opportunity to continue ancient alliances or rivalries. Zeus, who avoids such alliances and rivalries, knows from the beginning what the outcome will be, and while he can change the details of the war, for instance, who triumphs in a particular battle, he cannot change what is destined to happen. There is, in fact, an implicit clash in the Iliad between destiny and free will, especially for the gods, but Homer never fully addresses the complexities of the problem. In one scene, however, Homer does address that question, and at the same time shows how the war can become a serious issue even for the gods. In Book 16, Patroclus is fighting with Sarpedon, who is Zeus's son. Zeus, who knows that Sarpedon must lose in this encounter, tells Hera that he is thinking of snatching his son out of the battle, and wafting him back to his homeland. Hera, who is usually at odds with her husband, responds that Zeus certainly has the power to do what he suggests, but that he should not do so, because if he does, then all of the gods will want to save their favorites from death, thereby obliterating the distinction between gods and mortals. Zeus, she says, should allow Sarpedon to die, as mortals are meant to die, and then give him a good funeral. In giving this advice, Hera is unusually sympathetic to Zeus, who agonizes over 38. The decision, and Fina Lle agrees with her, though he wept tears of blood for the sake of his beloved son. 14.459-60. We can see a number of important points in this episode. First, Zeus can, that is, he has the physical power to alter the dictates of destiny. He can save Sarpedon's life. And he desperately wants to save Sarpedon's life, which indicates that the war has become something more than a simple diversion for him. But he may not save Sarpedon, because if he does, destiny will be diverted and the whole of the universe will be thrown off course. This moment is the most painful that any of the gods must face. Aphrodite elsewhere can save Paris and Aeneas because their death days have not arrived. It is significant that in this crisis Hera, who has not been the most loving of wives, offers him consoling advice that he accepts. Even so, Zeus, the king of the gods, most powerful entity in the universe, weeps tears of blood, so deeply is he affected by the spectacle of human mortality when it concerns someone he loves. Suddenly the game has become serious, and, because it concerns Zeus, it has taken on cosmic importance. This sense of cosmic importance is a large part of what makes the poem an epic. Certainly there are other conventions that contribute to the poem's epic status, but it is important to remember that epic means more than simply long. It refers to a work that may be long, that may be written in an elevated style, that may involve long journeys or huge battles, but primarily it means a work that concerns a pivotal moment in the history of a city, a nation, a people, or even, in the case of Milton's Paradise Lost, all of humanity. Consequently, an epic also has cosmic significance, which means that it involves every aspect of the world, from the mundane to the divine. Other epics that may be of interest to readers of the Iliad are Virgil's The Aeneid, the lengthy works from India called the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana, in abridged versions, Beowulf, Dante's Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost, and Tolstoy's War and Peace. There are two more brief points that I should mention about the Iliad. One involves something called epic similes. A simile, of course, is a comparison using like or as. Homer frequently uses similes, but they tend to be many lines long, like the similes at the beginning of Book 3, in which Homer, at relatively great length, compares the Trojan army to wild birds taking off from a lake and the dust raised by the Achaean forces to the mist on a mountain. Homer could have said simply that the Trojans came on in a wild and disorganized way, whereas the Achaeans seemed unified and controlled. That description would be much more concise, and also much duller. By using his epic similes, Homer draws out the action, which was, in actuality, a lengthy process, and he makes that action much more vivid, much more appealing to our imaginations. Remember that the Iliad was not meant to be speed read. It must be read slowly and savored, and the epic similes are part of the savoring process. The final point I want to make concerns the repetition of scenes. As I mentioned long ago, the Iliad contains many repeated passages, probably as a result of oral composition. But there are also a number of passages that are repeated with slight variations. In such cases, it is important to pay attention to the variations, which are always there for a reason. For example, Homer loves to describe the way the heroes put on their armor before a battle, and we find many arming scenes in the poem, but 39. Each arming scene is slightly different. Thus in the arming of Agamemnon at the beginning of Book 11, we find Agamemnon being treated with the respect due to a commander, but we also notice that on his shield is the figure of the horrible Gorgon, along with fear and terror. Given the image of Agamemnon that we saw earlier, that shield is absolutely appropriate, as it reveals something about its owner. One of the funniest scenes in the Iliad is related to these arming scenes. Such scenes are, as we might expect, confined to the warriors, even if one of those warriors is the goddess Athena. But in Book 14 there is an arming scene that builds on the general structure of such scenes and is also quite different. Hera is planning to distract Zeus by seducing him so that, contrary to his orders, Athena can sneak into battle and aid the Achaeans. This seduction is equivalent to a battle for Hera, and so, as she anoints her body with sweet olive oil and then puts on her sexiest goddess clothing, she repeats all of the conventional steps of an arming scene. There is not much in the Iliad that is humorous, but this scene is if the reader is aware of what Homer is doing. This has been a rather long introduction to the Iliad, which is a long and difficult poem. Now, as much as I would like readers to continue reading the invaluable things, I have to say, I hope they will instead put this book down and read the Iliad. Even after reading this introduction, you will not grasp everything in the poem on one reading. No one could. Nor would I pretend that what I have said here, which is based on my readings of the poem as well as on the works of other readers of the poem, covers every aspect of the poem. But this introduction, like the other chapters of this book, should make the poem more accessible. Start the poem and just keep reading, as I tell my classes. As you read, the poem will become increasingly clear. And remember, enjoy it. 40. Chapter 3 Homer, the Odyssey and Virgil, the Aeneid. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. This chapter is intended for readers who really liked the Iliad and want to try either or both of the other great narrative poems of antiquity, Homer's Odyssey and Virgil's Aeneid. Neither of these poems is quite as difficult as the Iliad, and both of them are fun to read. Of course, since almost everyone likes the Odyssey, even those who are not wild about the Iliad should give it a try. 3.1 The Odyssey. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. For many people, the Iliad and the Odyssey seem to go together. After all, they are both by Homer, and the Odyssey seems to be a continuation of the Iliad. Of course, the reality is not quite so simple. First, since we are not sure that a person named Homer either wrote the poems or even actually existed, it is dangerous for us to assume that the same person was responsible for both poems, and given the history of oral composition that I described briefly in the last chapter, it is dangerous for us to assume that any single person wrote either of them. Furthermore, the Odyssey is a continuation of the Iliad in only the loosest sense. People tend to remember Odysseus' spectacular adventures, but those adventures form only a small part of the poem. Those adventures are exciting, but the heart of the Odyssey is elsewhere. Actually, there were a number of other poems built around the Troy story, but except For brief fragments, those poems have disappeared. The Iliad opens by announcing as its subject the wrath of Achilles and the destruction that resulted from that wrath. Achilles' wrath, with all its implications, begins and prolongs the action of that poem, a poem full of wrathful characters who feel compelled to show how heroic they can be in the most traditional sense of heroism. The Odyssey is quite different, as even the opening lines show, for the narrator announces as his subject not wrath or any other quality but a man, the man of many ways, again using Richmond Lattimore's translation. What we see immediately is not the rigidity of Achilles and his peers but the adaptability of Odysseus, the man of many ways. Even more important, we are introduced to Odysseus' intelligence. He may have had fantastic adventures, but what the narrator emphasizes is how much Odysseus learned from them. As we shall see, physical prowess is important in this poem, but it is far less important than mental ability. In addition, while the Iliad focuses on wrath, destruction, and death, the Odyssey focuses on a man, on his wife, on their son, and on life. The Iliad is an epic because it focuses on a pivotal moment in the history of Troy, the moment leading up to its destruction. The Odyssey is a romance because it focuses on individuals and on fantastic adventures. 41. The Odyssey then focuses on domesticity. Odysseus' entire purpose in the poem is simply to get home to his wife and son, as he explains to the Phaeacians in Book 13. He is just a man who wants to get home. He does not talk about how he is the best warrior, how he is superior to others. He does not boast, but his goal turns out to be harder to achieve than we might expect. Achieving it requires Odysseus to learn about himself, about the many roles he, like any other human being, must play in life, and about his wife and child. In fact, this poem requires that wife, Penelope, and that child, Telemachus, to learn about themselves as well. In this sense, the Odyssey tells three separate stories, not one highly unified story as we see in the Iliad. If we look only at Odysseus, we miss far too much of the poem. Perhaps that is why we never even see Odysseus until Book V. And in our first view of him we see him sitting on Calypso's island and weeping over his separation from his loved ones. Yes, our first view of the great hero shows him crying because he cannot get home. The first 4 books of the poem, and large parts of later books, are devoted to Penelope and Telemachus and their fates. We must always remember that if Odysseus' plight, he has been away from home for 20 years, 10 at the Trojan War and 10 in his wanderings, has been hard on him. It has also been a trial for his family in Ithaca. His wife Penelope, one of the most remarkable women in all of literature, has awaited his homecoming for 2 decades. During the latter of which she has had to fend off the attentions of the 108 suitors who have moved into her house and consumed the treasures that Odysseus left behind. Through a combination of wiles and intelligence, and often those two are the same thing, she has managed to preserve her independence. Though as the Odyssey progresses, it is clear that unless Odysseus returns soon, she is about to lose that independence. That Penelope's independence should even be a question, however, is an indication of how remarkable this poem is, for women in ancient Greece had very little independence, and the Odyssey is full of independent women: Athene, Calypso, Circe. The sirens, Nausicaa, Helen, and Penelope come immediately to mind, though all but the last three are divine or supernatural. Nonetheless, the emphasis on women is obvious, and these women make important points not only about themselves but about men as well. Circe, for instance, is famous for her ability to change men into pigs, but, dare I say it, rather than actually transforming them, she only seems to be allowing them to show their real natures. We have ample proof in other episodes that Odysseus' companions behave like pigs, which means that Circe is just letting them be themselves. Calypso, on the other hand, is really taken with Odysseus, and offers him immortality if he will stay on her island with her. She presents a major test for Odysseus, who indicates often in this poem that he is deeply concerned with the problems of human mortality, but Odysseus passes this test without a hint of hesitation. He wants only to be home with Penelope. He would rather be home with his by now middle-aged wife than to live forever on a tropical island with a beautiful goddess, which is surely a sign of how much he loves that wife. Athene, too, is a central figure in this poem. This goddess of wisdom is Odysseus' protector and ally, and time after time we see that Odysseus would rather rely on the 42 intelligence that she represents than on the muscle that he also has in abundance. In fact, it would not be going too far to say that the poem is largely about the uses of intelligence, which invariably triumphs over the more common male attribute of prowess in fighting. Time after time we see the superiority of wisdom over might. Might is a last resort, a lamentable last resort. Even Menelaus in Book 4 expresses his regret to Telemachus over the Trojan War and its consequences. Menelaus and Helen, whose passions stood at the center of the war, have become images of Maste City, preparing in Book 4 for the wedding of their daughter to the son of Achilles, though we may sense some troubles beneath the surface. That modest domesticity, coupled with wisdom, is at the center of the Odyssey and brings us back to Penelope, who, despite her husband's mysterious disappearance, remains faithful to him and outwits the suitors. Furthermore, even when Odysseus reveals himself near the poem's end, Penelope has one more test for him. He cannot simply announce his return, he must prove himself to the woman who is so clearly his equal in intelligence. As we will see, Odysseus learns much about himself, largely through his encounters with women on his journey, but Penelope has also learned a great deal about herself during his absence. The other character whose education about self is so important in this poem is Odysseus and Penelope's son Telemachus. As the poem opens, Telemachus is about 20 years old. He has grown up in the shadow of a famous father whom he has never known, has watched as his mother has been besieged by the suitors, and has been helpless to prevent them from devouring his inheritance. In the Odyssey we watch him turn from a boy into a man, as he begins to assert himself and then allies himself with his returned father. The importance of Telemacho's story to the poem as a whole can be seen in the way that the poem's first 4 books are devoted to him, as well as in the attention that is given to Odysseus himself, not only as Telemacho's father but as his parents' son. Family relationships are central to this poem. Early in the poem, Telemachus announces one of the poem's major themes. My mother says indeed I am his Odysseus. I for my part do not know. Nobody really knows his own father. I 2:15-16. James Joyce, in Ulysses, his rewriting of the Odysseus story, refers to this theme as the mystery of paternity, but that mystery refers to more than the simple physical relationship between a child and the child's alleged father. In Telemacho's case, it refers to his need to define himself without the aid of his absent father, to discover what it means to be not Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, but just Telemachus. This process, which we might think of as the process of becoming an adult, is not easy for the individual involved nor for those around the person. In order to define himself, Telemachus must go on his own journey, visiting Nestor and Menelaus, defying the suitors, and even establishing his power in relation to his mother. In all of these endeavors he is aided by his father's guardian, Athene, goddess of wisdom, which means that he, too, is wise. Athene convinces him that his father will return, but she convinces him also that he cannot simply wait for that return. He must assert himself. 43. And take action on his own. As a result of this maturation, when Odysseus does return, Telemachus can relate to him not just as a son but as an independent person, which is an essential step in growing up. This development in no way diminishes Telemachus' attachment to his father. If anything, it strengthens that attachment, because Telemachus is driven not only by what is expected of him as a son but by his own choice. One of the most touching moments in the poem, and there are many such moments, as Odysseus reveals himself to friends and family members, comes when Odysseus reveals himself to Telemachus. Thanks to Athene, Odysseus' appearance has been altered, so that when he meets Telemachus at the home of the swineherd Eumaeus, the son does not recognize the father, whom he would not recognize anyhow, but Odysseus has a chance to see the fine person that his son has become. Finally, when the two of them are alone, Athene restores Odysseus' appearance, and he announces his identity, which Telemachus promptly doubts, until Odysseus says, "No other Odysseus than I will ever come back to you." 16:203-04, and the two of them embrace, father and son. Having proven themselves to each other and having accepted each other on their own terms as individuals. The moment is magical and almost as affecting as the moment. when Odysseus reveals himself to Penelope and she tricks him into proving his identity, after which they gladly went together to bed, and their old ritual, XXIII to 96. Of course, growing up is never easy, and Telemachus has much to learn. Early in the poem, as he begins to assert himself, he criticizes his mother and tells her, basically, to go back to her room and leave the business of the household to him. I 356-60. He is not exactly delicate with his mother, and modern readers might well find the way he talks to his mother offensive, so we must be aware of the sexism inherent in the culture we are observing. In order to assert himself in front of the suitors, Telemachus, who is reaching male adulthood, must establish himself as independent of and more powerful than his mother. In terms of his society, he is correct to say that the household power is his, which Penelope acknowledges by doing what he says, but which she also laments as she weeps for her missing husband. In another sense, she is proud that Telemachus has asserted himself, though she is sad at the implications of his self-assertion for herself and for what it says about expectations for Odysseus' return, because it means that another generation has matured and is about to take over. Elsewhere in the poem, however, Telemachus learns to be more diplomatic in his self-assertion, and despite Telemachus' harsh words to her, Penelope, as we have seen, is credited with insight and intelligence. The dynamics of this family are working themselves out in difficult circumstances, and it is vital, as we consider Odysseus, to keep in mind the stories of his wife and of his son. Perhaps we should approach Odysseus first as a son himself, a role that he plays on two particular occasions in the poem. At the very end of the poem, after Odysseus has routed the suitors and been reunited with Penelope, he goes to tell Laertes, his aged father, of his return, but, being Odysseus, he cannot simply approach the old man and say, "Hi, Dad. I'm back." Although he is greatly affected at seeing how sad and old his father has become over the past 20 years, Odysseus concocts one of his many stories, describing himself as someone who had seen Odysseus only 5 years before, 44, and still hopes for his return. As a result of this speech, his father pours dust over his own head, a sign of mourning. At this point even Odysseus cannot continue the masquerade and he reveals himself, but we are left wondering why Odysseus would behave in such a way. Why, seeing his father after 20 years, does he play a role, making up a new identity for himself? The answer is not that he is a cruel man who enjoys tormenting people. In fact, as we see throughout the poem, Odysseus enjoys inventing identities for himself. He tells stories to Eumaeus, to Telemachus, to Penelope, to the Cyclopes, to almost everyone he meets. Some of these stories are told for strategic purposes, because at times Odysseus must not identify himself, but some of them seem to indicate Odysseus' need constantly to recreate himself, to create an identity for himself, as though he is not entirely secure in who he is. One of my favorite instances occurs just after Odysseus discovers from a stranger, who is Athene in disguise, that he has awakened in Ithaca, and he identifies himself by telling one of his long fictional stories, full of realistic details and identifiable names. To which Athene basically responds, "Oh, come off it. I know who you are." 13 to 91, 95. Clearly Athene is fond of Odysseus, who is, after all, her protege, and she recognizes much of herself in him. In other words, she knows that his deviousness, and his deceptive tales, which are signs of his intelligence because he employs them so intelligently, are part of his nature. At the same time, she is telling him that though he may be great at inventing identities, he is no match for her. Simultaneously, then, he is being both praised and put in his place. He can adopt any identity that he likes, says Athene, but she will always know who he is. We might legitimately wonder, however, whether he always really knows who he is. Just as we may wonder whether we always really know who we are, or whether, like Odysseus, we constantly go through a process of reinventing ourselves. That question is raised not only by the many stories Odysseus tells and the many disguises he wears, some of them the work of Athene, but by the well-known adventures that he describes to the Phaeacians. Perhaps his most famous adventure, his encounter with the Cyclopes, illustrates this point best. The Cyclopes are a savage group who have developed no societal structure. Furthermore, their possession of a single eye in the middle of their foreheads indicates a lack of depth perception, a deficiency that is both physical and intellectual. In order to deal with such barbaric creatures, Odysseus must deny not only who he is but what he is, so that when Polyphemus asks his name, he answers, "Nobody," in Greek, autos. This may seem to us like a fairly primitive trick, and we may laugh at Polyphemus for falling for it, but it has a deeper meaning for the Odyssey. By denying his identity, by saying that he is nobody, he succeeds in saving most of his men, as well as himself. And when he does assert his true self by yelling out his name as they depart the Cyclopes island, he dooms his men and condemns himself to more years away from home. The point that is made in this episode, and throughout much of the poem, is that identity, selfhood, can be dangerous. It must be understood and controlled. Consequently, Odysseus must even visit the underworld, where he learns of his future that his death will come from the sea, and where he meets his mother, who has died from grief during his absence, because he was such a good son and because she loved him so much. His love for his mother, his identity as a good son, has killed her. In short, everything. 45. We do, the good and the bad, has unforeseen consequences. The poet always comments on the ironies of human existence. It should be obvious now that every part of the poem, every character, every episode contributes to the overall effect of the poem. Nothing is extraneous and nothing is out of place, though we as readers must often exercise our own intelligence to see and understand the connections. In this sense, this 3,000-year-old poem is interactive, as literature tends to be. It shows us the stories of Penelope, Telemachus, and Odysseus, but we as modern readers must put those stories together, see where they lead us. Usually a writer will help us in this task. A writer may focus on particular words or images to stress a point, or a writer may repeat particular kinds of scenes with significant variations, as we saw in the Iliad. In the Odyssey, the poet helps us by having numerous characters refer to yet another story, one that seems at first to have nothing to do with Odysseus, the story of Agamemnon's homecoming. This story would have been known to the earliest audience of the Odyssey, but we may need to be reminded of it. After the Achaeans' victory at Troy, most of the leading warriors had trouble with their homecomings. Many, in fact, died before they could return home, and in the course of the Odyssey we hear about the fates of Nestor, Aias, Menelaus, and others. Most prominent, however, is the story of Agamemnon, who reached home relatively easily, only to be killed almost immediately by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus, the latter of whom was killed several years later by Agamemnon's son Orestes. Some 3 centuries after the Odyssey was completed, the Greek playwright Aeschylus wrote a trilogy of play, the Oresteid, based on this story. The focus of Aeschylus' works, as well as numerous elements of the plot, is quite different from what we see in the Odyssey, though like all the Greek tragedies, they are well worth reading. The story of Agamemnon is referred to prominently by Athene in Book I, by Nestor in Book 3, by Menelaus in Book 4, by the occupants of the underworld, including Agamemnon himself, in Book 11, and by Odysseus in Book 13. Why? Clearly this story stands in sharp contrast to most of the Odyssey. Agamemnon, as we saw in the Iliad, is a man of force and brutality, but his physical power counts for little when he returns home. His return itself is without obstacles, and he learns nothing from his experiences, unlike Odysseus, whose return is difficult but provides him a vital education. Clytemnestra has hardly been faithful during Agamemnon's absence, and she plays an active role in his death, whereas Penelope remains faithful throughout Odysseus' doubly long absence. Of course, unlike Odysseus, Agamemnon came home with a captured woman, Cassandra, whom Clytemnestra also killed. Agamemnon really is not terribly bright, and Telemachus joins his father in combating their enemies, while Orestes was forced to seek vengeance on his own. The characters in Odysseus' household all learn to subordinate their selfish desires to the greater good of the family, whereas in Agamemnon's household each character operates independently, rather like the Cyclopes, looking out only for him or herself. In fact, the 2 stories once again return us to the question of identity by focusing our attention on how these characters behave and why they do so. It is revealing that the ghost of Agamemnon tells Odysseus what he learned from his bloody homecoming, that women are untrustworthy. Still the same old introspective Agamemnon that we saw in 46. The Iliad. He contrasts sharply with Odysseus, who learns so much from his adventures, including that he absolutely must trust women. There is one other aspect of the Odyssey that should be covered in this brief introduction: the role of the bards. There are a number of bards who appear in the poem, the most important of whom are Demodocus, the bard of the Phaeacians, and Phemios, the bard in Odysseus' house. There are a number of reasons that a reader should pay close attention to these bards. One is that they give us an idea of how a Homeric poet might have operated. After meals, the bards are brought in to recite in poetic form the exploits of some hero, providing what we would call after-dinner entertainment. It is especially interesting that Demodocus is blind, since Homer, if such a person existed, was reputed to be blind. In fact, bards in oral cultures tend not to be blind, but literate cultures assume that only blind people would be able to memorize so much poetry. Of course, as I explained in the chapter on the Iliad, we are not really talking about memorization but oral composition. Another thing that is important about the bards concerns Odysseus directly. While he is with the hospitable Phaeacians, in disguise, Demodocus tells a story about Odysseus. That is, Odysseus has become a hero, the subject of heroic poetry, in his own lifetime. Odysseus, who has been cut off from society for so many years, is shocked to realize that he has become the stuff of legend. So moved is he that he weeps again. What Homer has done here is to create a fascinating mirror effect, a metanarrative, within a poem about Odysseus. We see the creation of a poem about Odysseus. Odysseus becomes the audience to his own story, just as we become the audience to this story, which, as it relates to human identity, to the vicissitudes of human existence, is also our story. Finally, we see the honor that is paid to the bards. Poets love to write about the importance of poetry, naturally, and the poet might well be exaggerating the role of the bards, but it is clear that Demodocus is a respected member of the court who receives all sorts of special considerations. And Phemios, who is accused of collusion with the suitors back in Ithaca, is given the benefit of the doubt and spared. Perhaps the poet is simply glorifying poets, but more likely what we see is how important poets were to the society that produced these poems. I have tried to make this discussion of the Odyssey shorter and less detailed than the discussion of the Iliad, partly because reading the Iliad is itself a preparation for reading the Odyssey, and partly because the Odyssey presents fewer problems for modern readers, who tend to be more familiar with romance than with epic. There are fewer battle scenes, Odysseus' adventures are already well known, and the poem is set on a smaller scale. It still has cosmic overtones, but not to the same extent as the Iliad. However foreign the Odyssey might be to us, its domestic concerns, as well as Odysseus' adventures, still resonate. He just wants to get home, to be with his wife and son and the loyal members of his household. He, like Achilles, is aware of the dark side of human life, and he knows after his visit to the underworld that he is fated to go wandering yet again, but we all know that human happiness is fleeting. What the Odyssey confirms for us is that human happiness is a possibility that can be found in the mundane. Incidentally, for readers who really like the Odyssey, there are two modern works based on it that may be of interest. One is Nikos Kazantzaki's The Odyssey, a modern 47 sequel, and the other, loosely related to the Odyssey, is Derek Walcott's beautiful and effective Omeros. 3.2 The Aeneid. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. I am including a few pages here on Virgil's Aeneid because I know that readers who have finished the Iliad and the Odyssey will want to read this third great poem of adventure from antiquity. That last sentence can be a bit misleading, however. It is easy for us to think of these three poems dating from antiquity as being almost contemporaneous, but we must remember that the Aeneid was written, that is, it was composed with pen and ink, between 700 and 800 years after the other two were finally written down. 800 years is a relatively long time. Imagine if someone today wrote a series of laws to accompany the Magna Carta, which was written in 1215. So many things about our world have changed that it would seem silly to do so. Between about 800 BCE and Virgil's death in 19 BCE, many things had also changed. Greece was no longer a major power, though it was still a major influence. But Rome was in the process of becoming an empire. Greek ideals had been transformed into Roman ideals. Oral culture had largely been replaced by written culture in many areas. Ideas about heroism had changed. Even ideas about Troy had changed, since the Romans considered themselves descendants of Trojan warriors, and could hardly be expected to feel sympathy for the Greeks, whom they were still in the process of displacing. So the Aeneid is a very different poem from its two most famous predecessors, even though in so many ways it is based on those earlier poems. Before we get to the Aeneid itself, a bit of history is in order. In the 3rd century BCE, a struggle began for control of the Mediterranean. The city that won this struggle would have the opportunity to develop great wealth and power. The contestants were Rome, a city that had developed prominence and power in Italy, and Carthage, a city in that part of North Africa that is now Tunisia. In the 3 Punic Wars, which took place over a span of 120 years, Rome soundly defeated Carthage and was launched on its way toward become the empire that we know. But the road toward empire was not smooth, and the history of Rome in the 1st century BCE is the history of external conquests and internal power struggles. After the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE, civil war broke out, with Mark Antony and Caesar's nephew Octavius on one side and the assassins, led by Brutus, on the other. After Brutus was defeated, there was further war between Antony and Octavian, until finally Octavian was victorious and established himself as Augustus, the sole ruler over what had become a vast empire. Under Augustus, relative peace broke out, order was restored to everyday life, and the arts flourished. Among the poets who wrote during the reign of Augustus were Horace, Ovid, who was eventually exiled from Rome for having somehow offended the emperor, and, perhaps the greatest of all, Virgil. Virgil's earliest poems are the Eclogues, a series of poems that describe the lives, conversations, and poetry of a group of ostensible shepherds. I hope I am not 48. Insulting shepherds when I say that real shepherds have never behaved the way Virgil's shepherds do, though Virgil helped to set the example that pastoral poetry would follow even into our own time. These shepherds are eloquent, philosophical, and deeply concerned with issues that were vital to the developing empire. Actually, Virgil was using isolated country settings to confront important issues that concerned him throughout his life. The same is true, though even less directly, about his next work, the Georgics. But his greatest achievement was the Aeneid, on which he was still working when he died. In fact, on his deathbed he is reputed to have asked that the manuscript be destroyed, though no one is quite sure why. One theory is that the poem was not finished. We can tell that it is unfinished because there are a number of lines that are metrically incorrect, and it is likely that Virgil would have corrected them had he lived. Some readers also think that the poem stops without a conclusion, that it seems to end in the middle of an episode. Supposedly Virgil would have supplied a more appropriate conclusion had he lived. As I will show, I agree with those who think that the poem ends exactly as it is supposed to end. Yet another possibility is that Virgil realized that the poem is not the unalloyed praise of the new empire that Augustus and other Romans expected. Certainly the poem does praise Rome and its emperor, but it also contains pointed warnings about what the empire could become. Virgil could see clearly enough that in the greatness of Rome lay the seeds of its destruction, and he tried to warn his contemporaries so that they could emphasize the good and guard against the flaws that were inherent in Rome. Perhaps on his deathbed he worried about how that approach would be viewed. We simply do not know what he was thinking. We can only be thankful that his wishes were not carried out and the poem survived. Until relatively recently, when Latin ceased to be a required language for virtually anyone who claimed to be educated, the Aeneid was one of the most extensively read and influential poems in history. Even if students did not love it, they read it. The Latin is relatively easy and the story is good. In the Middle Ages, the poem was given Christian readings, though Virgil had died in 19 BCE. At times it was even a custom that when a person had a problem or an important decision to make, it was usually a he, would open the Aeneid at random and point to a line at random, and then interpret that line as an answer to the problem. In the early 14th century, Dante used Virgil as his guide through hell and most of purgatory in the Divine Comedy. Virgil continued to influence authors of epics, or mock epics, or near epics, well into the 18th and 19th centuries. Henry Fielding's novel Amelia is heavily indebted to the Aeneid, as are scenes from numerous other works. There are also operas based on the poem, like Purcell's Dido and Aeneas and Berlioz's Les Troyens. Why has this poem exercised such power for so long? As I already mentioned, it tells a good story, full of romance, adventure, and memorable scenes and characters. It also raises a number of questions that have continued to engage people's minds over the 2,000 years since it was written. Virgil may have used the Iliad and the Odyssey, but he gave them his own stamp. Even in the poem's first words, Virgil announces his debt to Homer, Arma virum cano, I sing of arms and of a man, in Alan Mandelbaum's translation. The first 6 of the poem's 12 books are about Aeneas and his adventures as he sets out from Troy and ultimately arrives in Italy. In this section of the poem he is like Odysseus, even to the extent of repeating several of 49 Odysseus' adventures. In this section as well Virgil focuses on Aeneas as a man, referring back to the opening line of the Odyssey. In the second half of the poem, in which we see Aeneas struggle to establish himself in Italy, we focus more on the arms, and this section of the poem recalls the Iliad. Thus Virgil has combined these 2 great poems to create his own masterpiece, but he has done so in order to explore in his own terms what it means to be a Roman, what it means to be Aeneas, what it means to be a human being. The Aeneid, like the Odyssey, begins in the middle of the action, tells a bit of the story, and then goes back to the beginning of the story and continues to the end. After a brief introduction, we see Aeneas and his men caught in a storm at sea and shipwrecked at Carthage, where Aeneas meets Dido, tells her his story, falls in love with her, and then leaves, a point to which we will return. He visits the underworld, and then proceeds to Italy, where he becomes involved in a war to establish his right to stay there. That is the story. We have now to see what Virgil did with it. From the very beginning, the narrator tells us that Aeneas is a remarkably good man, who is being tormented by Juno. Throughout the poem, Juno, queen of the gods and goddess of marriage, stands for the irrational, the illogical, those aspects of the world that disrupt life without seeming to make any kind of sense. Her husband Jove, or Jupiter, is her opposite, but, even though he is all-powerful, he often lets her have her own way. The other important deity in the poem is Venus, goddess of love, mother of Aeneas, and of special importance to Rome. Roma, the Latin name of Rome, spelled backwards is amor, the Latin for love. Unfortunately for Aeneas, Venus and Juno are deadly enemies, to the extent that goddesses can be deadly enemies. At any rate, they do not like each other. This enmity between the goddess of marriage and the goddess of love does tell us something about how the ancients regarded love and marriage, as we see in the poem. Love and marriage are in no way connected. Exactly why does Juno hate Aeneas? As we learn at the beginning of the poem, Juno feels a special affection for Carthage, and she knows that Aeneas is destined to establish Rome, which will overcome and displace Carthage. From a Roman point of view, her irrationality appears in two ways here. She irrationally favors Carthage over Rome, and she irrationally believes that she can counter fate. This mixture of motives is itself proof that Juno's hatred is basically irrational, but of course Aeneas' innocence does nothing to ease his suffering, of which there is plenty. Thus the Aeneid, though it is about the triumph of Aeneas and of Rome, is ultimately a very sad work. As he moves toward his military triumph, Aeneas is forced to abandon everything that is important to him: love, family, friends, repose. He becomes increasingly isolated and tied to his sense of duty, and he becomes less rounded, more one-dimensional. Throughout the poem, Aeneas is referred to as pious Aeneas. The Latin pious means more than we mean when we say pious. It does mean God-fearing, but it also means something like religiously and morally upstanding. As the story progresses, Aeneas realizes that he has duties to carry out, and those duties are more important than his own happiness. Those duties are presented most poignantly in two separate episodes. The first occurs in Aeneas' description of the fall of Troy. Having been surprised by the ruse of the Trojan horse, the Trojans are being routed by the Greek forces. In the chaos created by the fire, fighting, and panic, Aeneas, who knows that the battle has 50 been lost, becomes separated from his wife Creusa. When he tries to find her, he finds only her ghost, who briefly predicts his future and disappears. And when Aeneas finally does escape from Troy, he does so leading his young son by the hand and carrying his aged father on his back. In this sequence, we see first the beginning of the process by which Aeneas is gradually cut off from Troy and from family affection. There is little from his past in Troy that he can take with him into this future. This point is emphasized by the image of him with his father and his son. He bears his father, symbol of the past, on his back, and leads his son, symbol of the future, by the hand. In a sense, he offers simply a connection between the past, Troy, and the future, Rome, and in that role he must continually become depersonalized, especially after the death of his father, when he himself becomes the symbol of both the past and the present. Furthermore, his love for his wife, whom he seeks frantically in the falling city, shows him to be a passionate man who cares deeply for those around him, and his sorrow at losing her is quite moving. We can see this point being carried further in the most famous episode of the poem, the story of Dido and Aeneas in Book 4. At first glance, Dido and Aeneas would seem to be a nearly perfect couple. Both are powerful leaders, both have been exiled from their native lands, both have been widowed. Moreover, they like each other. Unfortunately, there are a number of obstacles in their way, primarily fate. Dido is fated to found Carthage and Aeneas to found Rome. Juno and Venus, patron goddesses of those cities, try to outmaneuver each other in defense of their cities, and Dido and Aeneas are their victims. These two tragic figures are allowed to fall in love because Juno hopes to keep Aeneas in Carthage, away from Rome, but the status of their love is highly ambiguous. When they go out hunting, they are trapped in a cave during a thunderstorm. There they consummate their love. Such love is the realm of Venus. The problem that will arise is whether this lovemaking constitutes an actual marriage, the realm of Juno. Dido thinks it does, but the narrator implies that she thinks so only in order to justify the lovemaking. Clearly, Virgil has made this situation intentionally ambiguous. Dido and Aeneas are in love, but Dido considers them married and Aeneas does not. I can hear readers, at least some of them, muttering, "How typical." But Aeneas is not simply ignoring his responsibility or commitment. He actually loves Dido and he sees in Carthage a chance to put his life back together. Consequently, when Jove sends Mercury to tell him that he must leave Carthage, that he has a duty to fulfill in founding Rome, he is reluctant to go, though he eventually does. But he leaves not on a whim, not because he lacks commitment to Dido. He leaves because the gods order him to. If Aeneas errs in this situation, he does so only in not telling Dido that he must leave until she confronts him, at which point he is honest with her, expressing his view that they are not married, and telling her that he is leaving against his will. Opinions about Aeneas' behavior at this point have varied considerably over the centuries. Many readers have taken Dido's part and been highly critical of Aeneas. See Dido's letter to Aeneas in Ovid's Heroides for an example. For these readers, Aeneas is the epitome of the unfaithful lover, the seducer who abandons his helpless lover. Other readers have accepted Aeneas' explanation that he is powerless, since he must follow the orders of the gods. I side with the latter argument, not because Aeneas' behavior is admirable, but because he does it so clearly against his own 51 wishes. Having lost his beloved wife, his city, his father, and many of his companions, Aeneas would like nothing better than to settle down with Dido, to live in peace. Of course, as a result of their love, work on building Carthage has stopped, so their love is not an unalloyed blessing for either side. Aeneas, however, must fulfill his destiny. Regardless of how painful that destiny may be, his duty to Rome must take precedence over everything else in his life. Virgil is here talking about what it means to be a Roman. It means responsibility rather than privilege, self-sacrifice rather than self-aggrandizement. Personal happiness cannot be as important as the welfare of the empire. or can it? For Virgil is not merely declaring that Romans must sacrifice all for the empire. Perhaps he is also questioning whether that is the case. Not only must Aeneas abandon Dido, but he must also, when he arrives in Italy, marry Lavinia, who may, for all we know, be a delightful young woman but who is presented in the poem as virtually without a personality. Aeneas' marriage will be based not on passion but on the needs of Rome. This picture of what it means to be a Roman is ambivalent, as, I suspect, Virgil meant it to be. On the one hand, it demonstrates the importance of the empire and the virtue of duty to the empire. Being responsible for an empire, being a Roman, requires a particular kind of selflessness. On the other hand, that duty to the empire hurts people. In this situation it hurts Dido, it hurts Aeneas, and in the course of the poem it hurts numerous other characters. What is the solution? Virgil offers no solution, since one purpose of literature is to raise questions at least as much as it is to offer answers. Clearly the empire is vitally important to Virgil. He sees it as a means of civilizing the world by bringing law and order. In Book 6, when Aeneas visits the underworld, his father shows him a vision of Rome's future. Aeneas sees Augustus, the emperor who will restore the Golden Age to Rome. A golden age, this is the promise of Rome. But are people willing, and should they be willing, to pay the price for that promise? After all, Aeneas sacrifices almost everything and in return receives only the prediction of Roman glory. As a character, as an individual human being, he gradually disappears from the poem. If that is what Rome demands, it is a heavy price. But not to pay, it is to go against the gods. It is to dally with Dido while neither city is being built. And what are Aeneas' alternatives? He could, of course, die, as so many Trojans did. But death is hardly a solution. Or he could do what Helenus and Andromache do, in one of the saddest episodes of the poem. As Aeneas wanders around the Mediterranean looking for the land that has been promised him, he finds a city being ruled by Helenus, a son of Priam, and Andromache, the widow of Hector. This city is a replica of Troy, with its tower, its gates, and its river. Troy may have been destroyed, but here it has been recreated, although this recreation differs significantly from its original in being much smaller and in having a little stream instead of a great river. At first Aeneas is happy to see this little Troy. Being there is like being home again. But it is not the same as being home. This Troy is a miniature. It mimes rather than replaces the real city. Helenus and Andromache are stuck in the past. So tied are they to Troy that they are willing to dwell in this poor reproduction of Troy. Aeneas knows that he cannot go home again, that Troy is gone forever, and that he must move not in the direction of the past but of the future, even if that future is uncertain and frightening. 52. He carried his father on his back as a burden, but he led his son by the hand into the future. So Aeneas has no other choice. He has his duty, which has been dictated to him by the gods and by fate, and he must fulfill that duty without hesitation or complaint. It is for this reason that as the poem progresses, Aeneas becomes so much less human. He represents the philosophy of Stoicism, or that aspect of it that called on human beings to carry out their duties in the face of adversities without showing human passions. Stoicism is in many ways an admirable doctrine, but, as the end of the Aeneid shows, it is not always a doctrine that human beings can follow. Whether they should try is another question altogether. I should note that the second half of the Aeneid, the half that is more like the Iliad, is not as well known as the first half. The first half contains more separate adventures. And though Aeneas may lack Odysseus' panache as he experiences or recalls those adventures, the stories themselves are gripping and moving. In the second half of the poem, however, we have the fight for Italy and all the complications that accompany it. That aspect of the story is not so vital to modern readers, though the issues that Virgil confronts in the second half are vital and often relate to issues that were raised in the first 6 books. I will not summarize the plot except to say that many of Aeneas' troubles continue to be the result of Juno's enmity, which has become even stronger, if that is possible, since the death of Dido. One of Juno's main tools for trying to thwart Aeneas is Turnus, who was the king of the Rutulians, one of the peoples who lived in Italy, and who was originally supposed to marry Lavinia. Since Aeneas is destined to rule Italy and wed Lavinia, we might be able to understand why Turnus is more than a little upset at this arrival and opposes him as much as he can, but, though Turnus is clearly the enemy in the poem, he is not presented as a thoroughly villainous person. He is, if one word can be used to describe him, outdated. His notions of heroism are old-fashioned, right out of the Iliad perhaps. He is not prepared to meet the future, which is represented by the arrival of Aeneas, and he launches a suicidal war in a fruitless attempt to preserve the values of the past. Those values, Virgil implies, may once have been admirable, but the future belongs to Rome. With its potential for good, and with its potential for abusing its power as well. This opposition is evident throughout the poem's last 6 books, but it is especially obvious in Book 12. In that book both Turnus and Aeneas, under the influence of war, become vicious killers. Turnus is compared to a bull preparing to fight, and Aeneas becomes associated with brutal slaughter and violence, just as Rome would be. Finally, as Aeneas and Turnus face each other in the poem's climactic battle, Jove and Juno settle the heavenly aspect of the conflict. Juno at long last recognizes that Aeneas must triumph, and she asks only that the Latin language and certain native customs be preserved. Jove grants her wishes. Rome will not be simply a re-established Troy, but it will combine the finest qualities of the Trojans and the native Latins, and Juno withdraws her opposition. At this point, Turnus is doomed to lose, even though the final battle has become unnecessary. The only significant question remaining is what form his loss will take, and the answer to that question brings the poem to its conclusion in a cloud of uncertainty. As the battle progresses, Aeneas brings Turnus to his knees with a cast of his spear. At this point, everyone knows that the battle is essentially over, and Turnus appeals to 53. Aeneas for mercy, concluding his moving speech with a plea that Aeneas will abandon hatred. In the face of this plea, Aeneas hesitates. Old he kill Turnus, who has admitted defeat? Aeneas has been victorious, and it would make political sense to spare Turnus, to show that he can be as merciful in victory as he can be fierce in battle. But then, as he is on the verge of agreeing, he sees the belt that Turnus is wearing, the belt that Turnus took after his earlier victory over the young warrior Pallas, who was dear to Aeneas. Aeneas responds wrathfully, then stabs Turnus in the chest, and the poem ends with Turnus' soul hastening to the underworld. That's it. There is no more. No wonder that people think the poem is unfinished. What kind of a conclusion is that? In fact, it is a very clever conclusion, for it ends the poem by posing some of the key problems that faced Rome in Virgil's time. Aeneas' response to Turnus is clearly not a stoic response. Although it might seem reasonable for him to kill Turnus, he makes his decision not on the basis of reason but out of passion. Even pious Aeneas, the great forefather and exemplar of Rome, cannot always act according to the dictates of Stoicism. What does that conclusion say about those lesser mortals who were Virgil's contemporaries? If even Aeneas is overcome by his ferocity and his passions, how well will the Romans of the empire behave with the most powerful army in the world? Will they be the masters of themselves and of their power, or will they lose themselves and become the slaves of their own might? I frame these points as questions because Virgil, by ending the poem as he does, raises the questions. We must account for Aeneas' behavior not simply because we have to know about Aeneas, but because we have to know about what Aeneas represents, the ideals of Rome. If Aeneas fails, what are the prospects for Rome? These questions have been inherent in the poem from the beginning. For instance, when Neptune calms the seas after the storm that opens Book I, Virgil compares him to a righteous man who can control the passions of a rebellious, rock-throwing mob. The very oddness of that comparison calls our attention to it, to the use of reason to overcome passion, and to the existence of rebellious mobs in Virgil's Rome. Throughout the poem, Virgil draws our attention to such problems, and we know from the history of the Roman Empire that Virgil saw clearly into both the virtues and the potential failings of that empire. We should hardly be surprised that medieval readers thought of him as a prophet. There is one more episode that I would like to comment on briefly: Aeneas' voyage to the underworld in Book 6. At this point in the poem, Aeneas visits the underworld so he can receive further instructions from his father, and Virgil is clearly imitating Odysseus' visit to the underworld in the Odyssey. But Aeneas' visit is quite different from Odysseus. Aside from the more highly developed picture of an underworld that Virgil presents, there is another significant difference. Odysseus, on his visit, learns much about himself, about his role in his mother's death, about his ultimate fate, and about his way home to domestic bliss. Aeneas learns about the doctrine of reincarnation and is told about the future history of Rome. All that is important here is the future of Rome, and the only indication that Aeneas has any important individuality comes when he sees the ghosts of the Greek warriors, who flee before him, and when he sees the ghost of Dido, who rejects his attempts at explanation, and also flees from him. Otherwise his individuality is entirely subordinated to the cause of Rome. 54. Another interesting aspect of Book 6 is the way it encapsulates the whole poem. It unites the human and the superhuman, and it even includes one character, the Sibyl, who entered the Roman Catholic liturgy in the hymn called the Dies Irae. Book 6, like the poem as a whole, focuses on Aeneas' duty and on his fate. It proclaims the future of Rome in glorious terms, and it tempers that glory by culminating in a description of the sadness of human life. This mixture of glory and melancholy typifies the Aeneid. In Book 6, Aeneas' father Anchises describes the great heroes of Roman history: Romulus, Numa, Caesar, Augustus. A bit of flattery there, but then Aeneas notices one despondent spirit, and Anchises explains that this is the ghost of Marcellus, Augustus' nephew, who, despite his many natural gifts and the promise he holds for Rome, is destined to die young. As always in the Aeneid, the promise of Roman glory is suffused with an air of sadness, of promises that cannot be fulfilled. And just as Book 12 ends on a puzzling note, so does Book 6. When Aeneas leaves the underworld, he finds two gates. One is made of horn, and through true shades can enter the world. The other is made of polished ivory, and through that gate false dreams enter the world. When Aeneas leaves the underworld, his father sends him through the ivory gate, the gate of false dreams. Why is Virgil casting doubt on the veracity of his vision of Roman history? No one knows for sure why Virgil took this step, though interpretations abound, but the concluding passage about Marcellus and the exit through the gate of false dreams certainly subdue the chauvinism of the rest of the book. Like the end of Book 12, the end of Book 6 is an undiluted warning to Virgil's contemporaries. And like so much in this poem, it brings in that eternal note of sadness, of potential failure, that is such an integral part of the poem. If Virgil's Aeneid contained only praise for Rome and the glorification of Aeneas, it would be a far lesser poem. It was part of Virgil's genius that he could write so honestly about the city he loved. We can only be grateful that his dying wish to have his poem destroyed was not followed. 3.3 The Middle Ages. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although no works from the Middle Ages are covered in this volume, readers can find similar chapters on a number of medieval works in my earlier book Reading the Middle Ages. Jefferson, N.C., McFarland, 2003. 55. Chapter 4 Sir Philip Sidney, Astrophel and Stella. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sir Philip Sidney is not well known by today's reading public, but he is actually better known as an author today than he was in his own time, when he died, at a young age. In 1586, he was honored as a statesman and a warrior, but only a small group of family and friends knew him as a prolific and accomplished writer. Nevertheless, he was one of the most important writers of his time, which is especially surprising when we realize that even he did not consider himself primarily a writer. Like those who honored him, he thought of himself as a courtier, a statesman, and a warrior, but had he not written some of the most important works of the English Renaissance, he would be little more than a footnote to history, known only to Renaissance scholars. It was his writing that made him into a Renaissance man, that immortalized him, and that made him such a fascinating figure. Poetry does triumph over arms. Philip Sidney was born in 1554, received an excellent Renaissance education, which means that he was fluent in the classics, traveled extensively on the European continent, and spent time at the court of Queen Elizabeth, where his headstrong ways often got him into trouble and forced him on occasion to be exiled from the court. In fact, it was during some of those periods of exile and enforced idleness that Sidney wrote several of his works. In 1585, he accompanied his uncle, Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, to the Netherlands, where they were supposed to help the Protestant Dutch in their struggle with the Catholic Spanish who were trying to dominate their land. The expedition was a thorough disaster, largely because Leicester ignored the Queen's orders. In 1586, Sidney was wounded when he and a small group of men, again against orders, attacked a much larger Spanish force. Although his wound appeared to be healing, it suddenly turned gangrenous, and Sidney died shortly thereafter at the age of nearly 32. Sidney's death was widely mourned, but he was not buried until 5 months later, when an enormous funeral was staged in London. Cynics believe that the funeral was intended to distract public attention from the recent execution of Mary, Queen of Scots. They are probably correct. Elizabeth knew how to handle her people. Sidney's death was also accompanied by hundreds of eulogies, many in Latin and Greek and one in incomprehensible Hebrew, as well as many in English, including Edmund Spenser's Astrophel. None of Sidney's works was published during his lifetime, which is hardly surprising, since, like many others at that time, he did not write for publication. Instead he wrote for a relatively small coterie of friends, family, and fellow poets. It was only after his death, in circumstances that we still do not completely understand, that Sidney's works were published, but even before their publication they were influential, and after their publication they were popular indeed. King Charles I, in the next century, quoted from Sidney's Arcadia before his execution. 56. What were those works and why are they so important? Sidney's major works are the Defense of Poesy, also known as the Apology for Poetry, a treatise in which he defends poetry against numerous attacks and in the process discusses the purposes and techniques of poetry, the Arcadia, a long prose romance that exists in two major versions, since Sidney left it partially revised at the time of his death, and Astrophel and Stella, the sonnet sequence that will be the subject of this chapter. There are a few shorter works as well, including a translation of the biblical Psalms that Sidney began with his sister Mary, the Countess of Pembroke, and that was completed by her. Mary was an accomplished poet in her own right. Even these few works were an amazing accomplishment for someone who died so young and who had so many other interests. I still find what Sidney wrote in the Defense of Poesy valuable for the study of literature, and much of what he says has influenced this book. At the time Sidney started writing, English literature had not achieved the eminence it was to reach before the end of the 16th century. The century had begun in a positive way for literature. The War of the Roses was over, a vigorous, young Henry VIII was on the throne, and England seemed poised for literary greatness. Poets like John Skelton, Sir Thomas Wyatt, and Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, were writing in the traditions of the Continental Renaissance. Then came the English Reformation and both political and cultural chaos descended on England. In the middle part of the century, poets began writing again, but most of them were not terribly distinguished. The best of them was probably George Gascoigne, who deserves to be more widely read than he generally is. Then in 1579, a young poet named Edmund Spenser published the Shepherd's Calendar, a series of 12 poems using a variety of verse forms, and a new age of English poetry was born. Significantly, the Shepherd's Calendar was dedicated to Philip Sidney. The major works written during the 1580s were Spenser's Faerie Queene, whose first 3 of 6 books were published in 1590, and the works of Sidney, though they were not published until later in the 1590s. Even before their publication, however, they had circulated in manuscript, and in the 1590s they were followed by numerous prose romances, while sonnet sequences became one of the most popular forms of poetry. Sequences were composed by such notable poets as Spenser, the Amoretti, Samuel Daniel, Delia, and Shakespeare. Even in death Sidney was a trendsetter, and as we read his sonnets today, we can still be amazed at how current they seem. Before we can proceed to Astrophel and Stella, we must give some consideration to the sonnet as a poetic form. In the early 19th century, Wordsworth wrote "scorn," not the sonnet, a sentiment that may reveal how the sonnet was regarded in Wordsworth's time, but in the 16th century the sonnet was extraordinarily popular. In fact, for more than 2 centuries before Sidney wrote, the sonnet had been one of the favorite forms of continental poets, largely because of the influence of the 14th century Italian poet Petrarch. Petrarch wrote hundreds of sonnets, mostly about a woman named Laura. We know that this Laura actually existed, and we also know that Petrarch never let the fact that he had had no personal contact with her interfere with his writing love poems to and about her. The first half of his collection of sonnets consists of straightforward love poems, in which he bewails his misfortune in never having his love returned. But then Laura died and Petrarch, like Dante before him, realized that his lady was in some way a heavenly being who had 57 been sent to give him guidance, so that the second half of his sonnet collection both mourns her and celebrates her heavenly attributes. Our concern at the moment is the sonnets of the first half, the ones in which Petrarch complains about unrequited love. In these sonnets he uses many of the conventions of that medieval form of love that is often called, with some license, courtly love. The lover virtually worships his lady, but at the same time he suffers. He alternates between burning fevers and shivers of cold. He cannot eat or drink, he certainly cannot sleep. He is, in short, rather like a lovesick teenager, and I mean no disrespect either to Petrarch or to lovesick teenagers. Those teenagers, whether they know it or not, are also using ancient conventions. So insistent was Petrarch about his woes in love that modern critics often refer to his tone as the Petrarchan moan. Although the poetry can be ravishingly beautiful, cynical modern readers may be excused if they occasionally find Petrarch's sentiments at least slightly excessive, but in the centuries following his death, his poetry was both popular and influential. He had numerous imitators on the continents, and when Wyatt and Surrey began to write English sonnets, they started by penning translations of Petrarch's works and gradually moved to creating their own works in the Petrarchan style. Sidney took Petrarch a step further. By the time Sidney began writing Astrophel and Stella in the early 1580s, the Petrarchan conventions were well known in England, but like all great writers, Sidney did not merely adopt the conventions. Instead he adapted them, made them his own, transformed them. Furthermore, it was not only the conventions of love that Sidney transformed. He also transformed the sonnet form itself. What is a sonnet? Basically, it is a 14-line poem with 5 or 6 feet to a line. That does not seem terribly complicated, but poets have used that 14-line form in a variety of ways, changing rhyme schemes, meters, and even the organization of the poems. For example, many sonnets use the first 8 lines, the octet, to express some sort of problem or dilemma, and the last 6 lines, the sestet, to offer a solution. We saw this scheme in Gerard Manley Hopkins' poem God's Grandeur in the Introduction. But there are sonnets in which those numbers are reversed. There are also sonnets in which the first 12 lines explore a point and the last two, the couplet, comment on that point. Or there are sonnets in which the first 13 lines make a clear point which is then contradicted by the last line. When these structural variations, and others, are combined with the large variety of rhyme schemes that poets have used in their sonnets, the number of permutations that are possible becomes astronomical, and poets, opportunistic creatures that they are, have used the versatile sonnet as a means of performing poetic acrobatics. John Keats, the great romantic poet, records in his letters instances in which he and his friends held sonnet writing competitions. In fact, writing sonnets is a very difficult task. Try it. Not only do the rhyme and meter have to be precise, but a complete thought must be presented and examined in a limited space. I like to think of sonnets as diamonds, small, multifaceted, and precious. That Sidney wrote 108 of them for Astrophel and Stella. Shakespeare's collection consists of 150, is amazing. Not all of them are perfect, but enough of them are to convince us that Sidney was a very great poet. Indeed. Furthermore, Sidney used his sonnet sequence to tell a fairly clear story. As in 58. Spenser's Amoretti, we can see the outlines of a plot in Astrophel and Stella, though the Amoretti ends happily, culminating in the epithalamion, a wedding song, while Astrophel and Stella ends in sadness. In both of the sonnet sequences we can see the individual sonnets as isolated spots in an extended period of time, and each of those spots illustrates some aspect of the speaker's relationship with his beloved or, more often, some aspect of the speaker's consciousness. In Astrophel and Stella, for example, though Astrophel appears to direct our attention to Stella, almost every poem focuses somehow on his thought processes. There are, however, several poems in the sequence, especially among the 11 songs that are interspersed among the sonnets, in which Stella is given more objective attention. There is one more background point that we must consider before we actually get to the poetry, the question of autobiography in Astrophel and Stella. Sidney's use of the names Astrophel and Stella is a nice touch, since the former means star lover, and the latter, appropriately enough, means star, and we know that Sidney was occasionally referred to as Astrophel, which was the name Spenser used for his elegy after Sidney's death. But to what extent is the sequence autobiographical? It has long been thought that Astrophel actually represented Sidney, while Stella was Penelope Devereux, sister of the Earl of Essex and wife of Robert, Lord Rich. In fact, several of the sonnets seem to refer to Lord Rich, for example Sonnet 24, Rich Fools. There be, which uses the word rich 4 times. Readers who emphasize this aspect of the sequence try to identify when each poem was written by referring to episodes in the lives of Philip and Penelope and examining the course of their alleged adulterous relationship. I reject such a reading of the poems for several reasons. First of all, my major interest is not in the life of Philip Sidney, fascinating though he may be. I read poems for the value of the poems, not because they might illuminate the poet's biography. Furthermore, poets may use elements from their biographies in their works, but they transform those elements. The characters Astrophel and Stella may be modeled on Philip and Penelope, but the sequence is not the story of their love. And most of all, Astrophel, as we will see, is something of a dope, to put the case as nicely as possible, and it is difficult to believe that Sidney would present himself in the way he presents Astrophel. If he did, he surely had a poor self-image. Astrophel, we must remember at all times, is a fictional character who writes love poems both to and about his equally fictional Stella. The voice we hear in the poems is that of Astrophel, not Sidney, though Sidney is the intelligence that creates and controls the voice. It is essential that readers maintain this distinction. And now to the poems. The sequence opens with an introductory sonnet in which Astrophel explains why and how he is writing his sonnets. 59. Loving in truth, and fain in verse my love to show, that she, dear she, might take some pleasure of my pain. Pleasure might cause her read, reading might make her know. Knowledge might pity win, and pity grace obtain. I sought fit words to paint the blackest face of woe. Studying inventions fine, her wits to entertain. Oft turning others' leaves, to see if thence would flow some fresh and fruitful showers upon my sunburnt brain. But words came halting forth, wanting invention's stay. Invention, nature's child, fled sweet Dame Study's blows, and others' feet still seemed but strangers in my way. Thus great with child to speak, and helpless in my throes, biting my truant pen, beating myself for spite. Fool, said my muse to me, look in thy heart, and write. We can see immediately that the poem consists of 3 sentences. The first 8 lines comprise one long sentence, while the second and third sentences are each 3 lines long. Those first 8 lines are also tied together by rhyme, for the rhyme scheme is A B A B A B A B. The last 6 lines, however, have a rhyme scheme of C D C D E E, which looks like a quatrain, 4 lines, and a couplet, 2 lines, but that rhyme scheme stands in a kind of counterpoint to the sense of the poem, since the sentences run C D C and D E E. Although we may not be conscious of this counterpoint as we read, it does have an effect on our appreciation of the poems, especially since Sidney uses the technique quite frequently. It throws us ever so slightly off balance and calls our attention to the conclusions of the poems in a different way than a single couplet might. Musically it is analogous to the use of 3-knot figure, a triplet, against a 2-note figure. The first line of the poem gives us a great deal of insight into what will follow in the whole sequence. Astrophel begins by telling us that he loves in truth. We may wonder exactly what that means, though it certainly sounds promising, but then he says that He is fain in verse my love to show. Fain means happy or obliged, and in either of those senses we get a picture of Astrophel wanting and needing to express his love in poetic form, but if we look again at the phrase fain in verse, it is hard to believe that the pun on fain is unintentional. In other words, Astrophel may protest that he loves in truth, but his language indicates that loving in truth may be little more than a pose, and he is feigning that love in his verse. Astrophel's expectations for that verse are expressed in the next 3 lines, as he indicates what he wants to accomplish. Sidney, in his defense of poesy, says that poetry 60 should do 2 things that lead to its ultimate purpose. It should delight and instruct. If it delights enough, people will want to read it and will therefore be more likely to learn what it teaches. But the ultimate aim of poetry, he says, is to move readers to virtuous action. People who read and are delighted enough to read more should learn what virtuous action is, and, since it is more virtuous to perform virtuous actions than not to perform them, should be moved to perform them. Astrophel, not Sidney, uses similar reasoning. He wants Stella to find pleasure in his pain, that is, to enjoy reading the poetry in which he describes the pain he suffers because of his love. If she enjoys reading about pain, she will read more, which will make her know about his pain, which will make her pity him, which will move her to bestow grace on him. At first glance, this plan seems straightforward enough, but we must ask what kind of woman would enjoy reading about someone else's pain. Does Astrophel think that Stella will enjoy his pain? Further, we must ask exactly what it is Astrophel hopes to obtain from her. He says grace, but that is at best a vague term. Sidney, as a devout Christian, would have known that in a religious sense grace would have meant unmerited favor bestowed by God on human beings, but we may justifiably doubt that this is precisely the meaning that Astrophel has in mind. He may mean that what he hopes to attain is unmerited, but what does he hope to attain? He might mean that he simply wants her to look favorably on him, but that explanation hardly seems likely when we consider the bulk of Astrophel and Stella even before we know what the poems say. More probably, he wants what all writers of love sonnets want, his lady's love. That love, of course, is almost invariably unattainable. After all, if the lady returned the speaker's love, there would be no reason for him to write more sonnets, and he and his lady might be otherwise occupied, so love poetry flourishes as a result of unrequited love. But what do we mean when we say that Astrophel desires Stella's love? If grace means unmerited favor, what kind of favor could Stella give him? There is a hint in this first sonnet, a hint that develops throughout the sequence, that Astrophel desires some kind of sexual favor. I want to emphasize here that Astrophel is probably not aware of the implications of all that he says. In fact, throughout the sequence we can see that Astrophel seldom understands his actions, his words, or even his own feelings. He is not, at this point, being intentionally deceptive. He is, in his limited way, being perfectly honest. It is Sydney, the genius behind Astrophel, who makes his words so ambivalent, because what Sydney is giving us in Astrophel and Stella is a portrait of a young man in love, a young man who is not at all certain what it means to be in love. Like so many of the speakers in Renaissance and medieval love poetry, he is at least initially confused over the relationship between love and sex. He resembles Romeo in the early sections of Romeo and Juliet or Colin Clout in Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar. He is a young man who thinks he should be in love and who thinks that he knows how a young man in love should behave. In pursuit of his goal, whatever that goal may be, Astrophel has sought the proper words to convey his pain, and he has sought them in the works of other poets. He has turned their leaves, their pages, to find inspiration, which he describes by punning on leaves. He has turned their leaves to see if, like the leaves of trees, they have any moisture to soothe his sunburnt brain, which is one of my favorite phrases in the whole sequence. Why is his brain sunburnt? As the sequence develops, he frequently 61 refers to Stella, his star, in terms of brightness and light, so perhaps he simply has too much Stella on the brain. Whatever the precise cause may be, however, love has not inspired him. Instead, it has dried up his brain and he has turned to the work of other poets for relief. It is quite clear that Astrophel is not writing poems about Stella, but about himself, and even in this first sonnet we can see the problems that plague him until the end. Astrophel's attempt to harness the words of others is as unsuccessful as we might expect, and he explains, in a mini-allegory, that invention, nature's child, fled step. Dame studies blows. Invention, the ability to construct a poem, is according to Astrophel, a natural ability, the child of nature. Study can only be the stepmother of invention, and, in keeping with the stereotype of a stepmother, study is cruel to invention, forcing invention to flee. In short, leafing through other poets' works is not helping their feet. The metrical units of their poems simply get in his way. Consequently, he is great with child to speak and helpless in my throes. This image of the poet gestating and giving birth to poems is wonderful, for it expresses a truth about the process of poetic composition and about the relationship between poets and their poems. Astrophel knows what he wants to say, or thinks he does, but he cannot get it out. The ideas will not take the proper form no matter how much he struggles with them. Finally, in desperation, he realizes what he must do as his muse. Presumably an inner voice tells him to look in thy heart and write. Surely this advice is good, but the curious reader might well wonder at a young man who claims that he loves truly and yet does not know that his poems should come from his heart. There is at best a kind of naivete in this declaration, if not a real attempt at feigning in verse. In fact, as we read the poems of Astrophel and Stella, we quickly realize that although Astrophel thinks that Stella is his subject, Sydney's subject is actually Astrophel. Stella is certainly a real character, especially later in the sequence when she tries, sometimes gently and sometimes not so gently, to dissuade Astrophel from his obsession with her, but generally what we find in this sequence is a revealing portrait of Astrophel. And what it reveals is not always flattering. Although Astrophel writes wonderful poems, those poems are often on the traditional subjects of love poetry rather than reflections of what is in his heart, and frequently they contain hints that undercut the supposed purity of his love. An example of the former quality, the traditional nature of his subject matter, is Sonnet 9, in which Astrophel plays with the traditional blazon, a description of the beloved lady. Astrophel confines himself to describing her face, again in a kind of mini allegory. Her face, he says, is so beautiful that it is like the court of Queen Virtue, her forehead is like alabaster. Women in Elizabethan times wore a heavy coat of white makeup, her hair is like gold, her mouth is like porphyry, and her cheeks are like red and white marble. These may be valuable materials, and they are surely colorful and beautiful, but they are also cold and hard. Does Astrophel want us to think that she is cold and hard? There is no question that she has been so toward him, though he finds that he is the straw that has been ignited by the heat of her eyes. Furthermore, there is no relation between these hard, cold minerals and the virtue he professes to find in her face. 62. The word virtue also plays a part in the sonnets in which Astrophel undercuts himself, even as early as sonnets 4 and 5. In Sonnet 4, he addresses virtue, which he says has created a debate between his will and his wit on the subject of his love. Instead of engaging in the debate and trying to investigate the nature or meaning of his love, however, Astrophel, after referring to the little reason that is left in me, concludes that virtue itself will love Stella. That sentiment may be cute, but it also dodges the issue, the very issue that is raised in Sonnet 5. It is most true, that eyes are formed to serve the inward light, and that the heavenly part ought to be kind, from whose rules who do swerve, rebels to nature, strive for their own smart. It is most true, what we call Cupid's dart, an image is, which for ourselves we carve, and, fools, adore in temple of our heart, till that good God make church and churchmen starve. True, that true beauty virtue is indeed, whereof this beauty can be but a shade, which elements with mortal mixture breed. True, that on earth we are but pilgrims made, and should in soul up to our country move. True, and yet true, that I must Stella love. In this poem, Astrophel spends 13 lines declaring Neoplatonic truths about love. Neoplatonism, to offer a very sketchy definition, was a Renaissance philosophy that emphasized the metaphysical value of spiritual rather than physical love. In these 13 lines, Astrophel argues that the spiritual aspects of love are truly superior. A traditional symbol of fleshly love, Cupid's arrow, is an image that we create and adore. In temple of our heart, it is an idol that we worship instead of directing our faith where we should. Instead of thinking about our heavenly goal, we allow ourselves to be distracted by transitory earthly beauty. Astrophel knows all of these truths, he says. But he persists in loving Stella, implying that his love is largely physical. While the poem is beautifully and cleverly written, it is no longer cute. Rather, it allows Astrophel to express and gloss over serious problems that he should really consider before he continues in his current course. Does he really believe those Neoplatonic sentiments? If he does not, then perhaps he can justify his physical love for Stella. But if he does think those sentiments are true, as he says he does, then he must explain how he can continue loving her the way he does, which apparently is not so spiritual. 63. Similarly, in Sonnet 14, Astrophel argues that love is only sinful if we consider faithfulness in word and deed to be sinful, if we consider a loathing of all loose unchastity to be sinful, and he concludes, then love is sin, and let me sinful be. In a romantic poet, such a declaration would be challenging, but in a poet writing in Elizabethan England, it is positively startling. His argument should be that his love is not sinful, not that if what he perceives as love is sinful, then he is willing to be sinful. This point is especially important because Astrophel has clearly not considered what his love means. As we saw in Sonnet 1, he is not entirely sure what he wants from Stella, and in Sonnet 5 he is willing to continue loving her even though that love verges on idolatry. This particular theme in Astrophel and Stella reaches its climax in Sonnet 71, in which Astrophel once again devotes 13 lines to the elaboration of Neoplatonic doctrine, and then demolishes that doctrine in the 14th line. As he does so many times in the sequence, he argues here that Stella's beauty teaches him virtue, and he refers again to the inner light of reason. Not only is Stella herself virtuous, but she moves everyone who sees her to be virtuous, and while her beauty makes him love her, her virtue moves him to perform good actions. Here we have a beautiful description of the potential of love as a positive force in the world, a fine expression of Renaissance Christian Neoplatonism. If the poem ended after 13 lines, we could have nothing but praise for Astrophel. The poem, however, is a sonnet, and the 14th line undermines everything that Astrophel has said, but desire still cries, give me some food. Astrophel is moved not by love but by desire, and despite all his protestations about love and virtue, what he wants, as he told us in Sonnet 52, is that body. His reason may tell him how pure and heavenly love should be, but he is being controlled by his desire. Perhaps we should say that there is nothing wrong with Astrophel's physical desire. After all, he is human. But even if we make this allowance, we must recognize his Fundamental dishonesty. From the very beginning of the sequence, he has focused on virtue, on love, on beauty as a heavenly attribute, when what he has wanted all along, whether he acknowledges it or not, is her body. He wanted her to pity him so that she would bestow grace on him. Pity is hardly a basis for love, and, as we saw, grace is a vague term in this context. Now we can see what he really meant by grace, and we can see how blasphemous his use of the term was. The question that we must consider is whether Astrophel is consciously dishonest. At the beginning of the sequence, we might be justified in arguing that he is more confused than dishonest. After all, sexual desire is a natural feeling, and Astrophel, like any young man of his time, must balance that feeling against such societal strictures as the Neoplatonic emphasis on spiritual love. How can Astrophel reconcile his natural feelings with what he has been taught that he should feel? His confusion becomes less honest, however, as the sequence goes on and as he continues to proclaim the spiritual purity of his love while increasingly declaring the frankly physical nature of his desire. Thus Sonnet 72 begins. 64. Desire, though thou my old companion art, and oft so cling to my pure love, that I one from the other scarcely can descry, while each doth blow the fire of my heart. I must no more in thy sweet passions lie. Astrophel can no longer distinguish between pure love and desire, but there is no doubt that he feels sympathetic to the desire that he personifies in this poem. Again, that sympathy might be understandable if it were handled properly. We can see examples of physical desire being handled sympathetically in Sidney's contemporaries, Spenser and Shakespeare. Astrophel, unfortunately, is not capable of handling it so. Instead he becomes positively willful in his treatment of Stella, so that in Sonnet 72, though he seems to be ridding himself of desire, he is actually expressing the impossibility of doing so. We can also see willful behavior in Sonnet 63, in which Astrophel announces his joy at Stella's having finally responded positively to his love. This poem is probably the best poem ever written about grammar rules. Astrophel is simply delighted at the way grammar works, his eyes. Recently, he tells us, he craved the thing, whichever she denies. This thing is as vague as the grace he mentioned earlier, but we can be pretty sure that they refer to the same thing, and we can see that not only is he communicating with her outside the context of the poems, but he is communicating with her in frank terms. As always, Stella denies him that thing, but this time she does so emphatically. No, no, she says, almost the only words we actually hear from her, and Astrophel responds in this sonnet by saying that grammatically to negati ves make a positive, and so her no means yes. We might be inclined to regard his reaction as a joke. After all, no one could really believe that no means yes, and Renaissance grammar would have shown him his error. But whether he really believes what he is saying or not, he behaves as though he believes it, and we know that there are men today who believe that even a single no means yes. After this sonnet, we find the first of the sequence's 11 songs, that is, poems not in sonnet form. Most of these songs further the action in some way, but the first song only praises Stella and shows his devotion to her. In each of the song's 9 stanzas, the third line reads, to you, all song of praise is due. We may regard this line as evidence of his deep love, though we already know that we must be suspicious of his emotions, but even more important, we must see that in the 16th century such a line could not, or at least should not, be directed to one's human lover. All song of praise is due only to God, and in fact this line sounds rather 65 like something Astrophel would have heard in a high MN. Understanding no to equal yes might be regarded as cute in some quarters, but now he has crossed the line into blasphemy, and in the next sonnet, he tells poor Stella, for we must regard her as virtually being persecuted, or in modern terms, stalked by him, that he will not be dissuaded by her advice to give up on his courtship. Clearly, Stella has told him to stop, and just as clearly he has convinced himself that she is playing some sort of courtship game, that she is playing hard to get. In Sonnet 67, addressing his own personified hope, he says, I am resolved thy error to maintain, rather than by more truth to get more pain. He refuses to admit that Stella does not love him, that she wants him to go away, though apparently he knows. Instead, in the next several sonnets he fans his passions to such an extent that, as we saw in Sonnets 71 and 72, his actions are controlled by desire. The second song shows us that if we have not believed Astrophel, or if we have thought these poems were just the musings of a lovesick young man, we have been quite wrong. In this song, Astrophel finds Stella sleeping, and he contemplates his action, for he wants to teach her that she is too cruel. At first he seems to be taunting her, she may say, not when she is awake, but what kind of no can she say when she is asleep? And then, in the most frightening line in the sequence, he thinks, now will I invade the fort. All pretense of love is gone here, and he is being ruled by desire, both for sex and for revenge, as he contemplates forcing himself upon her. Eventually he decides not to rape her, but only from fear of her anger, and instead he kisses her. When the kiss awakens her and she is angry, Astrophel berates himself for not having taken more than a kiss. Astrophel is no longer a lovesick swain, if ever he was simply that. He is a dangerous young man who equates lust with love and has no real regard for the lady he allegedly loves. Even if we in the 20th century regard a kiss as relatively innocent, especially compared with what he might have done, he has run the risk of compromising her reputation, a very serious matter in Elizabethan England. Furthermore, in the next several sonnets he makes light of her anger. In Sonnet 73 he says, in effect, you're cute when you're angry, so cute that I want to kiss you again. Not only does he show here how old this line is, but he also reveals his total insensitivity to her. In Sonnet 74 he says that his poetry is as good as it is because he has been inspired by Stella's kiss, and in Sonnet 81 he says that if she wants to make him stop talking about the kiss, she should shut his mouth with another kiss. Finally, in Sonnet 82 he seems to be apologizing to her, but even there he asks for another kiss. Astrophel may appear charming, then, and Sidney certainly makes him the author of beautiful poetry, but Astrophel also reveals the failings of so much love poetry. It is 66. Deceptive, focusing on the wrong things, revealing more about the speakers than about love. And since the speakers in English love sonnets are overwhelmingly male, these sonnets reveal important facets of male approaches to love. What has only recently been noticed by a number of scholars, however, is the extent to which Stella is given a voice by Sidney. Certainly Astrophel does most of the talking, but it is clear that between sonnets, Stella has done her best to disabuse Astrophel of his mistaken notion that she will fall in love with him. In fact, since Astrophel is playing what he thinks is the game of love and she is not, she ultimately appears to be more real while he seems more foolish, as he moves from infatuation to obsession. This sense of Stella as a real person is extraordinary when we consider how little she actually says. In Sonnet 63 we heard her no, no, and that sentiment is repeated in the fourth song, in which Astrophel offers one reason after another for her to take me to thee, and thee to me, after each one of which she responds, no, 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 my dear, let be. Although she repeats the same line 9 times and Astrophel, as we understand, does not grasp the meaning of no, that line tells us much about her. It indicates her firmness with him. She is not flirting or leading him on, and despite his clear persecution of her, she is not even rude to him. Unfortunately for her, her politeness involves addressing him as my dear. All she wants is for him to desist, but he pays more attention to my dear than to no, 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 no. The last stanza of this song is especially interesting, for in it Astrophel threatens that if she continues to hate him, and we must notice that she has never said that she hates him, he will die, possibly by killing himself. We might well wonder how much more of a cliché he can make himself, but Stella responds with the same line, no, 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 no. My dear, let be. At this point the line is dismissive, as she tells him laughingly, at least I hear laughter, that he will not kill himself, that she sees him as a little boy who needs to go away and grow up. She is not a romance heroine, nor is she someone who plays at being a romance heroine. She is a real woman who wants to be left alone. Astrophel's response, of course, is not what she hopes for. In the fifth song he calls her, among other things, a witch and a devil, but then he admits that he will love her anyhow. In the eighth song she tries another strategy, saying that she does love him, if he understands her correctly, but that she must keep her feelings concealed. By the ninth song, however, Astrophel realizes that she was just pretending, and the rest of the sequence, including the 11th song in which she dismisses him more forcefully than she had earlier, is one long paean to self-pity. Even when Stella is ill, Astrophel interprets her paleness as evidence of her love. By the end of the sequence, he is truly a pathetic creature, and it is probably no accident that the last word in the sequence is annoy, which is what Astrophel has been doing to Stella. Like Spencer's Shepherd's Calendar, its most important English predecessor, Astrophel and Stella ends without resolution. Sidney's Astrophel, like Spencer's Colin Clout, remains confused and distraught. These works are not like Victorian novels in which all the loose ends are tied up, and they may consequently leave readers feeling dissatisfied. If we do not expect closure, however, we will not be disappointed. Our pleasure must come from the intricately worked sonnets themselves and from watching Sidney's skill as he depicts Astrophel's changing relationship to love and to Stella, and I will conclude this chapter by looking more closely at three of my favorite sonnets. 67. Sonnet 17 comes at the point when Astrophel is still infatuated, and his feelings are still more innocent than they will later become. A number of the sonnets at this point in the sequence describe Stella's charms and her beauty, and several focus, as does this one, on her eyes. Eyes, of course, have always played an important role in love poetry. Lovers look deeply into each other's eyes and fall in love with what they see there. This phenomenon led poets like Sidney, or characters like Astrophel, to imagine that Cupid lived in the beloved's eyes, from where he shot his arrows. His mother dear Cupid offended late, because that Mars, grown slacker in her love, with pricking shot he did not thoroughly move, to keep the pace of their first loving state. The boy refused, for fear of Mars's hate, who threatened stripes if he his wrath did prove. But she in chafe him from her lap did shove, break bow, break shafts, while Cupid weeping sate, till that his grand dame, Nature, pitying it, of Stella's brows made him two better bows, and in her eyes of arrows infinite. Oh how for joy he leaps, oh how he crows, and straight therewith, like wags new got to play, falls to shrewd turns, and I was in his way. Astrophel actually uses a clever idea here. Cupid's bow is broken, Nature replaces it with Stella's eyebrows, and when Cupid tests his new bow, poor Astrophel is shot. Which is why he loves Stella. Astrophel is here the accidental victim whose own will has nothing to do with his situation. Still, the way Astrophel makes the point is interesting. First, in explaining why Cupid needs a new bow, he refers to the well-known myth of an adulterous affair between Venus, goddess of love, and Mars, god of war. This myth was popular in the Renaissance, when it was cited as an allegory of the relationship between love and war, between harmony and disharmony. In the National Gallery in London, for example, is a painting of Mars and Venus by Botticelli, in which Mars lies sleeping after his tryst with Venus, while a group of little satyrs lay with the armor he has discarded. Love and harmony clearly triumph over war and disharmony. Sidney's use of the myth, however, is somewhat different. Astrophil's Venus is upset that Mars's love has grown weaker, and she wants Cupid to shoot him again, to give him, in effect, a booster shot, or, as Astrophel puts it with an intentional pun, a 68 pricking shot. But Cupid is afraid of Mars's wrath and refuses, so Venus pushes him off of her lap and breaks his bow. Astrophel's Venus certainly demonstrates an odd kind of love here. She is petulant and violent, not unlike Astrophel himself. It is no wonder that Mars's love has grown slack, and if this is how Astrophel pictures the goddess of love, we cannot be surprised at his behavior as the sequence continues. Once again, Astrophel has revealed an important facet of himself even while writing a clever and charming sonnet. Another revealing sonnet is the 49th. Philip Sidney took great pride in his horsemanship, a skill that was most important for a courtier, and he even began the defense of poesy by telling a story about horsemanship. His character Astrophel, too, is a good horseman, as we learn in Sonnet 41, where he tells of having won the prize at a tournament. In Sonnet 49, he uses the image of a rider on a horse to describe his relationship with love. I on my horse and love on me doth try our horsemanship's, while by strange work I prove a horseman to my horse, a horse to love. Like the story of Mars and Venus, the image of a man mounted on a horse head. Traditional associations. Together the man and the horse represented a human being, with the human part signifying the spiritual and intellectual aspect and the horse signifying the carnal, bodily aspect. In theory, the man should control the horse, just as the spirit should control the flesh, and when we give in to our bodily desires, we allegorically allow the horse to take control. It is significant, then, that Astrophel says that he is to his horse as love is to him. In other words, as a horseman, he can control his horse, but as a lover he is controlled by love and he takes the carnal, bodily role. This description, of course, reinforces what we have already seen about Astrophel, that he is motivated more by his bodily desires than by real love. After this strange admission, Astrophel allegorizes the equipment used in horsemanship to illustrate how he is controlled. The reins that love uses to control him are humbled thog heights. For instance, the bit is reverence and it is held in place by fear and decorated with hope. Again, the concept is clever, but Astrophel reveals things about himself that might better be kept secret, and even better reformed, especially easily when he says that love spurs with sharp desire my heart. Not only does the horse image show us Astrophel's state, but now he advertises his impure motivation. And not only does he proclaim his tainted motivation, but he concludes the sonnet by announcing that in the manage myself takes delight, that is, he loves being under the domination of love, he loves being controlled, and he loves being subject to desire. Astrophel is not, perhaps, the kind of lover one would want. Courting one's daughter. We must wonder what makes Astrophel behave as he does. Is his case a simple matter of testosterone poisoning, or is there another explanation? One possible 69 explanation is that Astrophel, the fledgling poet, is behaving the way he thinks young men in love should behave, the way Colin Clout believes in the Shepherd's Calendar, or as Romeo behaves at the beginning of Romeo and Juliet. After all, he has learned his amorous stance from reading love poetry, from, as he said in the first sonnet, turning others' leaves. His problem is not so much that he is in love as that he thinks he should be in love, and as the sequence progresses and his plans do not work out, he becomes increasingly belligerent, increasingly self-centered. The pattern that he had expected from his acquaintance with literary love just does not work, and finally, the sequence ends in despondency. In this sense, the sequence is consistent with what Sidney said in the defense of poesy, when he noted that if he were a woman, he would never be persuaded by love poetry, which tends not to be persuasive because so much of it does nothing but repeat the same motifs. Despite the claims of so many of Astrophel's poems, then, we can say that he has been more influenced by reading other lovers' writings than he has been by love itself. The final sonnet that I will mention is also concerned with the real and the fictional aspects of Astrophel's passion. In Sonnet 45, Astrophel tells us again that Stella has ignored all the evidence he has provided her of his love. He has shown her the very face of woe and a beclouded stormy face to no effect, but what most upsets him is that recently she heard a fictional tale about lovers never known, that is, about made-up people, and she wept at their plight. Astrophel is struck by her reaction to fiction and her complete lack of reaction to him, and he decides that if fiction so moves her, she should think of him as a fiction. Then think, my dear, that you in me do read of lovers ruined some sad tragedy. I am not I, pity the tale of me. This sonnet shows Astrophel at his most pathetic. In the cause of a hopeless and largely self-inflicted love, he is willing to deny his own reality, to sacrifice his sense of a self-love, as he should know from his reading, is supposed to be an ennobling sentiment, but his mistaken notion of love has reduced him to self-abnegation. If only Astrophel would become a bit more rather than a bit less self-aware, he would be much better off. But of course Sidney is playing with us in this sonnet. Lest we forget, Astrophel really is a fiction, and when he denies his reality, he is only telling us what we already know. However, if we have forgotten that he is a fiction, if we think of him as a real person who has denied his own reality, then we have made the same error that Astrophel has made in reading other love poets, thinking that they, too, have been creating fictions. Sidney has played a neat trick on us, leading us to think of Astrophel as real. Such is the power of literature. Unlike Astrophel, we must be aware of its fictionality, so that, for one thing, we do not confuse Astrophel with Sydney, and we must also be aware of 70. The conventions of love poetry, and the proprieties of love, so that we do not confuse Astrophel's behavior with the behavior of a true lover. My approach to Astrophel and Stella makes Astrophel seem like a truly repugnant character, and in some ways he is. At the same time, he is rather pathetic. Every time I read the sequence, I hope that this time he will stop and think about what he is saying. Of course, he never does. In this way he resembles most of us. His confusions are human, and we, like him, are frequently not clear about what we want or why we want it. So Astrophel is not a monster. He is a person who has been influenced by the culture that surrounds him and who has not begun to think for himself. Sidney asks us to do many things as we read his poetry, because he knows that reading should not be a passive activity. We must be aware not only of the surface meaning of Astrophel's sonnets but of the deeper, not hidden, implications as well. Reading these sonnets is not like reading a novel. The sonnets must be read slowly and several times before they begin to make sense and before those deeper implications become evident. Reading in this way may sound like work, but it is work that provides rewards. Not only do we get an intimate portrait of Astrophel, but we also get a good picture of Stella, and, in addition, we are treated to language used in masterful ways. The pleasures of reading Astrophel and Stella are well worth the effort. 71. Chapter 5 Shakespeare. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. It is with real trepidation that I begin this chapter, for several reasons. One reason is that Shakespeare is among the greatest poets in history, and it is always daunting and humbling to approach the works of such a poet, but of course the other chapters in this book also deal with great writers. Another, more important reason for my trepidation is that Shakespeare has become such an icon, both in the academic and non-academic worlds. At my own college, Shakespeare is the only author who has two separate courses all to himself, and to many people, the name Shakespeare is synonymous with literature. This phenomenon has its positive side because Shakespeare was, after all, so great. It also has a negative side, however, because in deifying Shakespeare, we distort literary history. Yes, Shakespeare was a great poet. But so, in his time, were Sidney and Spenser, and so, in other times, were other writers. For all his greatness, Shakespeare was as much a part of his time as any other great writer. He was a man of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, whose writings reflect 16th and 17th century modes of thought and, like the works of all great writers, say something to us as well. Whether Shakespeare says these things better than anyone else, whether he says the same things to all people, and whether what he says is universally true are other questions that are worth considering. but the first task is to read the plays. One question that we might consider, however, is why Shakespeare is always taught in English literature classes. It is true that he wrote a number of poems. The sonnets Venus and Adonis and The Rape of Lucrece are the most famous, but generally, when people think of Shakespeare, they are thinking of his plays. Incidentally, in Shakespeare's time, plays were hardly considered literature at all. In fact, it was Shakespeare's works that helped persuade people that drama was more than simply entertainment. Should not Shakespeare, therefore, be studied as drama? Should Shakespeare courses be taught in theater arts departments rather than English departments? Such questions point to an unfortunate aspect of educational institutions, the division of knowledge into seemingly independent fields. The answer to the questions, or rather, my answer, is that the more ways we study Shakespeare, the better. Shakespeare was a dramatist who wrote dramatic poems. If we treat them only as drama or only as poems, we distort them. We must see them as both. This approach to Shakespeare, or to any drama, has many implications. For example, elsewhere in this book I have expressed reservations about films based on novels. Even when they are as good as David Lean's Great Expectations. I want to imagine Pip and Estella and London and the whole action of the novel as Dickens presents them to me, not as a director and a screenwriter reinterpret them for me, with all the cuts and adaptations that the move from novel to film requires. Drama, on the other hand, was intended for performance, and it is therefore vital to see the plays performed as well as to read them. We must remember, of course, that every production of a play is an interpretation of the play, and we may disagree with some of those interpretations. I do not think that we need to be like the composer Brahms, who said that he never 72 went to performances of Mozart's opera Don Giovanni because none of them could match his own conception of the opera. Seeing an interpretation with which we disagree still reinforces our sense of the drama in Shakespeare and helps us, when we read the plays, to read them dramatically. And certainly it is vital when we see a film version of a play to keep in mind the differences between film and stage. One helpful way to read these plays, or any play, is to pretend that you are a director, trying to envision how the play should be performed. How should the lines be delivered? Where should the characters stand? What should they wear? What should the settings look like? These are questions that must be considered in staging any play, but they are especially challenging in Shakespeare. A person who begins reading a play by George Bernard Shaw will find, in addition to Shaw's sometimes exhaustingly lengthy prefaces to the plays, detailed stage directions that describe what the characters look like, what they wear, what the room and its furnishings look like, where the characters stand, where they move, and how they think. None of these directions are in Shakespeare. Often we know that a character comes on stage because another character says something like, "Here comes Othello," and often we can tell that a scene is ending because Shakespeare often ends scenes with a rhyming couplet, though not every such couplet signals the end of a scene. We only know what a character is wearing or what a character looks like if someone refers to that character's appearance. Otherwise, Shakespeare gives us nothing like modern stage directions, which means that as readers, or directors, we have many decisions to make, and some of these decisions are fairly difficult. Let us consider just the matter of costumes. If we are presenting one of Shakespeare's Roman dramas like Antony and Cleopatra, what kind of costumes should the actors wear? We know that the play is set in Rome and Egypt at the time of Augustus, so ancient Roman garb might seem appropriate. On the other hand, we also know that Shakespeare's actors wore the clothing of their own time, so that if we wanted to approximate a Shakespearean performance, we might well have our actors in costumes from the early 1600s. On the third hand, if Shakespeare's actors wore clothing that was contemporary in their own time, we might want to have our actors in contemporary clothing, too. Each of these approaches to costuming has a clear rationale, and an inventive director might well have a rationale for yet another approach. Similar questions can be raised about every other aspect of a production, which means that the attentive reader must constantly be making decisions about the text. Furthermore, that attentive reader should practice reading aloud. All poetry, as I said earlier, should be read aloud, but poetry that was intended for performance must be read aloud. And the reader need not try to sound like Dame Judith Anderson or Diana Rigg, Sir Laurence Olivier or Derek Jacobi. They are fine actors with fine, cultivated British accents, but what we now call a British accent is not at all what a British accent sounded like in Shakespeare's time. Surprisingly, the pronunciation of English in parts of the Appalachians or on the Delmarva Peninsula is closer to Shakespeare's pronunciation than are the British accents of Kenneth Branagh and Emma Thompson. In fact, thanks to changes in pronunciation, many of the puns in Shakespeare's plays are overlooked. More important than the pronunciation, then, are the rhythm of the language and the way the words work together. The reader should 73. Just be sure not to pause at the end of every line unless there is punctuation there. That requires a pause. Finally, reading aloud makes the reader more aware of Shakespeare's incessant use of wordplay. Let me add a word about that wordplay. It used to be commonplace that Shakespeare included in his plays a kind of low humor, like puns or sexual innuendos, to satisfy the lower classes, who could not be expected to understand the more profound implications of the plays. That view is simply incorrect. There certainly is a lot of humor in Shakespeare, much of it explicitly sexual and much of it quite low, and there are puns and double entendres everywhere. A quick look at Eric Partridge's book Shakespeare's Body can be instructive in this area. But the humor, the sexual references, and the puns always have a meaning. A good example of the humor can be found in Macbeth, which so many people have read in high school. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Macbeth are killing the king, there is a knock at the gate and the drunken porter comes on stage to admit Macduff and Lennox to the castle. His speech, delivered in a drunken voice as he staggers to the gate, repeating, "Knock, knock, knock" every time the impatient Macduff knocks at the gate, has often been viewed as an episode of comic relief at a moment of high tension. Without question, the scene has its humorous aspects, but when we look closely at the porter's words, at his references to hell, to Beelzebub and other devils, to an equivocator, we can see that this speech refers directly to the horrifying action of the play and to the nature of its main character. And, since the word equivocator refers specifically to events that surrounded the gunpowder plot, an attack on the English government, the porter's speech also serves to connect that action and themes of the play with current events. As virtually everyone in Shakespeare's audience would have recognized. Not only is this speech not a distraction, not something inserted just to keep people's attention or to keep them entertained, but it is an integral part of the play. In fact, whenever we come across a scene like this, a scene that seems so incongruous, we should concentrate on it, because such scenes frequently give us deeper insight into the plays. As for Shakespeare's puns, and I write as someone who loves puns, we must realize that in the Middle Ages, and even into the Renaissance, puns were regarded as manifestations of the divine, since they indicated connections in the universe that would otherwise be hidden. Even Jesus used puns, as when he said to Peter, whose name means rock, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock will I build my church." Consequently, Shakespeare's use of puns is often humorous, but, as we shall see, it also often contributes another sense to Shakespeare's words beyond their literal meaning. And then there is the matter of Shakespeare's sexual references. There are plenty of critics around who find sexual references everywhere, even when they seem non-existent to less highly trained eyes, but there is no question that Shakespeare, despite our veneration of his plays as high art, was indeed fond of sexual innuendo. The plays teem with double entendres and sexual references. Many of these rely on slang from Shakespeare's time, duly noted in the Partridge book mentioned earlier, but many are still clear today. Among the former are Hamlet's advice to Ophelia, "Get thee to a nunnery," in which Hamlet might be telling Ophelia to go not to a convent but to a brothel, which is entirely appropriate in view of his feelings about his mother's sexual 74 relationship with his uncle, although a convent, a place devoted to, among other things, chastity, might be equally appropriate. Among the latter are the passages at the beginning of Romeo and Juliet in which Samson and Gregory discuss how to thrust Montague's maids to the wall, after which Samson clarifies what he means by cutting off the maids' heads by saying, the heads of the maids, or their maiden heads, take it in what sense thou wilt. Some years ago, a major publisher, in preparing an edition of Romeo and Juliet for high school use, censored this passage, as though it were just some funny stuff that students had to be protected from. But Romeo and Juliet is about, among other things, sex and brutality and the relationship between them, and this opening passage helps to prepare the way for what follows. If we cut out or ignored every such passage, Romeo and Juliet would be a very short play. Indeed, and Romeo and Juliet themselves might just as well be pen pals. But they are not. They are real people who feel real passions, as do the other characters in the play. One striking quality of Shakespeare's plays is how real so many of the characters seem. If we read other dramatists from his era, even the best, like Marlowe and Webster, their characters seem more two-dimensional. Shakespeare's are more like people we know, or could know, which leads us to another misconception about Shakespeare, the notion that the heroes of his tragedies have a tragic flaw. Actually, the idea of a tragic flaw derives ultimately from Aristotle's Poetics, a book that Shakespeare seems to have pretty much ignored, where it means something like mistake. As the concept is now thought about and taught, it derives largely from Renaissance discussions of Aristotle, which were heavily influenced by Christian ideas of original sin. Most of Shakespeare's tragic heroes do not have a single such flaw that leads to their downfalls, and it is a waste of time and a distortion to try to find such flaws. Is Hamlet indecisive? Perhaps at times he is, but if he took clearer action, we would probably think him headstrong. As it is, everyone in the play is fine as long as Hamlet dithers. It is only when he starts to act that the bodies begin to fall. More to the point, who in Hamlet's situation would not be occasionally indecisive? Hamlet is not Superman. He is a real person trying to cope with an impossible situation. If he makes mistakes, and he does make mistakes, he does so because he is a human being, not because he is a towering figure who has a single overwhelming flaw. Macbeth offers an even clearer case. Rather than being a good man with a tragic flaw, Macbeth is a weak, ambitious man who has a few redeeming qualities. We can hardly say that ambition is his tragic flaw, because ambition very nearly defines him, nor does anyone weep at his death. So was Shakespeare breaking the rules? Was he breaking them when he ignored the Renaissance requirement for unity of time and allowed 16 years to pass during the intermission of / in the Winter's Tale? Was he breaking them when he ignored unity of place in Antony and Cleopatra, and allowed the scene to change from Rome to Egypt and back over and over? The answer, of course, is certainly not. Shakespeare did not write to a formula, nor did he construct his lays by following rules. Like all great writers, he knew the conventions and used them to make his own rules. Looking for tragic flaws and imposed unities may make the reader's task easier, but it has little to do with what Shakespeare wrote. Another misconception about Shakespeare that is still taught is that Shakespeare's tragedies have a structure that looks like this. 75. Media/Image 1 TMP. This is an old notion that may once have seemed helpful to readers, but that, like the idea of a tragic flaw, has little to do with the reality of the plays. We can make the plays fit the diagram, but only by distorting them. Perhaps the most telling evidence against the accuracy of this structural diagram is the fact that the act and scene divisions in the plays are not Shakespeare's. They were added later, when the plays were printed. Again, instead of trying to fit Shakespeare into someone else's scheme, we should look at the plays themselves. Before we actually get to the plays, however, there are still several issues left to clarify. One came up recently at a dinner party I attended when someone, learning that I teach English, naturally turned the conversation to Shakespeare and asked why Shakespeare's plots were always so silly. I carefully turned the conversation in yet another direction, but if my questioner reads this book, he will find an answer. 1. Answer is that Shakespeare's stories are generally not silly, but the real answer goes beyond that facile response. Even if someone thinks that Shakespeare's stories are silly, we must remember that Shakespeare did not invent them. Almost without exception, Shakespeare took his stories from other sources. The history plays, of course, are based on various chronicles of English history, and the Roman plays are based on the work of historians like Plutarch, though Shakespeare made changes even in those sources, but the rest of the plays also have clear sources. Some derive from earlier sources and some come from contemporary works. It is true that Shakespeare often combined stories from different sources in his plays, which is a kind of invention, but even so, he did not create the stories. In 21st century terms, then, Shakespeare was a plagiarist and a thief. But Shakespeare did not write in the 21st century. It is only relatively recently in history that people have been so concerned about the originality of intellectual material. Previously, the use of someone else's material was regarded as a form of flattery. Furthermore, originality lay not so much in what story one was telling but in how one told the story. If we think back to Greek drama, we can see that the playwrights all relied on mythological stories for their plots. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides each have a play based on the story of Electra, but those plays differ tremendously, sometimes commenting on each other. So it is with Shakespeare. It makes no difference that the stories were used elsewhere. What is important is the way that Shakespeare tells them, the poetry he uses, the twists he makes in the plots, his insights into the characters and their actions. This last point leads to another frequently asked question: did Shakespeare's original audiences understand the subtleties of the plays? This is a difficult question to answer. 76. Since no one interviewed those audiences as they left the theatre and there was no London Times to review the plays, clearly Shakespeare was considered an important dramatist, though drama was not considered in his time to have the high status of other forms of literature. Shakespeare may never have intended to publish his works. The first dramatist who did so was Ben Jonson, whose life overlapped Shakespeare's, but whether he did or not, the publication of Shakespeare's plays in 1623, after his death, testified to the importance of those plays. We must remember that Shakespeare lived in a time before videotape, before instant replays. He would have expected his audience to see his plays once, not to read them, not to buy the DVD, not to wait for the movie. In those circumstances, could anyone, even in a more oral culture than our own, have grasped the full subtleties of the plays? Of course not. Even today, with printed editions and recorded performances, we cannot grasp them fully. Nonetheless, the plays were obviously considered good entertainment. Apparently Shakespeare made a living from them. Or did he? Did a country actor named William Shakespeare really write these plays? This is actually a non-question. The answer makes no difference at all, and the question only concerns people who prefer not dealing with the plays. If the plays are so brilliant that we cannot believe they were written by a country actor, they are so brilliant that we cannot really imagine the mind that did create them. If that good-looking bald actor did not create them, then someone else did. What matters is the plays. We do not search Beowulf in order to learn its author's identity, and we do not read these plays to learn about Shakespeare. Speaking of Beowulf, though, I should point out that the language of Shakespeare's plays is not Old English or even Middle English. It is early modern English, and, aside from notoriously obscure passages, it is not all that difficult. Furthermore, modern editions of Shakespeare modernize his spelling. Consider this passage from the second scene of As You Like It, as it appears in the first folio. Young gentleman, your pirate are too bold for your year, you have een cruel proof of this man strength, if you all your elfie with your eie, or knew your elfie with your judgment, the fear of your adjuenture would counsel you to a more equal enterprise. Shakespeare's spelling and punctuation, and elsewhere even his grammar, differ from ours. The letter J is represented by I and the letter V by U. In addition, the modern letter S is represented by T long S, which looks like an F without the line all the way through the stem. If reading a modernized Shakespeare seems difficult, get a facsimile of the first folio and read that. The modernized version will very quickly begin to seem easier. Another, more important, problem has to do with determining what Shakespeare wrote. The quick response is that we often do not know, which is a big problem when 77. We come to do close readings of the texts. Many of the plays were not printed until long after Shakespeare had died, but even for those that were printed earlier, we do not know how involved Shakespeare was in preparing the texts for publication. In those plays for which we have more than one early edition, the texts are often quite different. Editors since Shakespeare's time have come up with fairly standard texts. But the relationship between those texts and the plays as they were performed in Shakespeare's time is unclear. It occurs to me that reading Shakespeare's plays is analogous to painting a house. The painting itself is relatively easy once the preliminary work has been done. I have spent a long time on preliminaries here so that the reading itself might be easier and more enjoyable. Now it is time to turn to the plays. I have chosen two to discuss in the hope that if readers enjoy these plays, they will read others. The two plays I will discuss are the comedy As You Like It and the tragedy Antony and Cleopatra. I chose the former because the comedies are important and not taught as often as they should be, and this is just a wonderful play. I chose the latter because it is a great tragedy, but it is not as well known as Hamlet, Macbeth, King Lear, or Othello. 5.1 As You Like It. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Shakespeare's comedies cover an enormous range of styles. His earliest comedy was The Comedy of Errors, based largely on work by the Roman playwright Plautus. This play is amusing, though it is rather simple, but with its two sets of twins separated in infancy and accidentally reunited, it foreshadows Shakespeare's continuing concern with themes of identity, self-knowledge, and self-discovery. Among his last plays are several, including Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest, that take the notion of comedy so far that they are classed together as romances. What could comedy mean that it covers so many different kinds of plays? Although numerous comedies were written in 5th century BCE Greece, very few have survived, and they are all by Aristophanes. If Aristophanes' comedies were staged today as they were in his own day, they would be considered obscene. They are full of sexual jokes, both verbal and visual, and they are often quite funny. But they are also quite serious. Aristophanes, whose political views tended to the conservative side, used his comedies to comment on some of the most important moral issues of his time. His most famous play, Lysistrata, is a very funny yet devastating attack on the Peloponnesian War and on the male values that prolonged that destructive and useless war. In the Middle Ages, how is that for a leap, comedy came to mean a story that ended happily. The best example is a poem rather than a play, Dante's early 14th century comedy, which his contemporaries renamed the Divine Comedy. There are not a lot of laughs in Dante's description of his journey through hell, purgatory, and heaven, but the heavenly ending, including Dante's vision of God and his assurance of order in the universe, makes the poem a comedy, a divine comedy. It ends happily, and it conveys a profound sense of order and truth. 78. Shakespeare's comedies show this same progression. He begins with an imitation of Plautus, who himself imitated Aristophanes, and he ends with the sublime poetry of The Tempest. It should be clear by now that describing a work as a comedy does not necessarily mean that it is funny. there may be much to laugh at in these comedies. The last act of A Midsummer Night's Dream can be particularly hysterical, but the comedies also present a view of the world that can be profound and moving, and that even now challenge many of our assumptions. There are times in Shakespeare when comedy verges on tragedy and tragedy verges on comedy. For instance, if Romeo had not been quite so impetuous, if he had talked for only another minute or two in the last act, Juliet would have awakened, the tragedy would have been averted, and they could begin sending out wedding announcements. The play would have been a comedy. On the other hand, if Emilia had not appeared at the end of the Comedy of Errors, the play would conclude with executions and other punishments, and, despite all of its humor, it might have been the tragedy of errors. It may be a little too simple to say that the end of a play determines whether it is a comedy or a tragedy, but my point is that the comedies are not simple vacuous entertainments, and they are hardly frivolous, funny though they may be. In fact, they often provide profound commentaries on human existence. A Midsummer Night's Dream offers serious reflections on a number of political issues, while Taming of the Shrew raises issues of gender relations that are still with us. Actually, in many ways the comedies are more difficult to deal with than the tragedies. In a tragedy the hero dies: Hamlet, Macbeth, Lear, Othello, Troilus, Coriolanus, Antony, and Cleopatra all die, and so their stories end. In the comedies, the main characters' stories will continue, because the comedies convey a sense of rightness, of wholeness, of preparation for a better future. In fact, the comedies usually end with weddings, with the promise of happiness to come. Some of the plays, however, like Measure for Measure or All's Well That Ends Well, conclude with the prospect of marriages that may not turn out well, which leads these plays to be classified among the problem plays. Tragic heroes may learn about themselves and the world, but at the end they are gone, though the world continues. In the comedies, the characters also learn about themselves and the world, and at the end they are ready to apply that knowledge in a world where that knowledge might prove beneficial. As You Like It is a wonderful example of Shakespearean comedy. It was written almost exactly in the middle of Shakespeare's playwriting career and combines the fun and humor of the early comedies with the special kind of profundity that characterizes the later ones. The play is based on a romance by Thomas Lodge called Rosalinde that had been printed in 1590. Rosalinde is fun to read, though late 16th century prose can take some getting used to, but we do not need to read it in order to grasp the play, for Shakespeare made the story his own as surely as Sophocles made the story of Oedipus his. One of the key factors in this play is the way Shakespeare even to ally moves all of his characters from the various corrupt courts that they inhabit into the forest of Arden, where harmony and order can be restored. Shakespeare used a similar device in other plays, like A Midsummer Night's Dream, but it is not a device that Shakespeare invented. Rather, it fits into the history of the pastoral. In numerous highly developed societies, the rural world has been used as a symbol of naturalness and simplicity. Of 79. Course, from the ancient Greek writers Theocritus, Bion, and Moschus through Virgil, and modern writers like Robert Frost, there have been tremendous variations on pastoralism. Frequently the characters in pastoral poetry, who are usually shepherds, speak in very sophisticated ways about politics, poetry, and religion, a combination that Christianity developed in part based on the traditional imagery of Jesus as both the Good Shepherd and the Lamb of God. The great age of Elizabethan poetry began in 1579 with the publication of Edmund Spenser's pastoral collection, the Shepherd's Calendar. In As You Like It, Shakespeare uses a slightly different conception of pastoral. All of his major characters come to the forest of Arden, a rural retreat where the complexities of court life can be largely forgotten. In a sense, the Duke still maintains his leadership, but there is no pomp in the forest, no court behavior. He is the first among equals rather than the leader who must be obeyed. Even the tyrannical villains who enter the forest, Oliver and Duke Frederick, cease to be villains when they get there. This forest, or as it is often called, this green world, has therapeutic qualities. People come there and their problems are straightened out. The native inhabitants of the forest, however, like William or the shepherds Corin and Silvius, are presented as really simple, highly unsophisticated people. Occasionally Shakespeare, like other pastoralists, pokes fun at their simplicity, but just as often their simplicity is contrasted with the artifices of sophistication so that their native goodness is allowed to appear. As we read a play like As You Like It, then, we must avoid stereotyping the characters. Phoebe and Audrey may be a little simple, but they are not evil. They provide some humor, but so, in different ways, do the more sophisticated characters. And we should realize, too, that Orlando is several times referred to as the son of Roland de Boys. Since de Boys means of the woods, we can see how thoroughly the pastoral motif pervades the play. Although the pastoral setting seems to have healing powers, it is not the Garden of Eden. There are, as we shall see, numerous references in the play to a kind of Edenic existence, but the effect of those references is to remind us that we live, in the Christian terms that Shakespeare would have grown up with, in a fallen world, a world that, no matter what we do, we cannot wholly repair. But by the end of the play, we certainly feel that at least some healing has taken place. In Shakespeare's tragedies we often feel that there is evil in the world and that evil must be excised so that healing and reconciliation can take place. In the comedies, we often see healing and reconciliation. In both kinds of plays, the characters must come to terms with themselves, must learn who and what they are. Hamlet opens with the key words that resound throughout Shakespeare's plays, "Who's there?" At the end of Othello, Othello knows better than he has ever known in his life what he is, but along with that knowledge comes the necessity of death. In As You Like It, too, self-knowledge and self-deception play important roles, but no one dies. Actually, Shakespeare was always fascinated by questions of role-playing and self-discovery, which probably is not surprising for someone who was involved in theater. In many of his plays, characters stage scenes as Polonius and Iago do, while other characters adopt disguises or pretend to be other than they are. One of the best examples comes in As You Like It. One of the conventions of Shakespeare's theater was that women's parts were played by boys. We do not know why, but it is interesting to 80. Note that in ancient Greece and in Japanese no dramas, women's parts were played by men. Although the female characters are so important in all of these kinds of drama, women themselves were not allowed on stage. At any rate, at one point in the play, Rosalind, the young woman being played by a boy, disguises herself, or is it himself, as a young man, and that young man then pretends to be Rosalind. In other words, we have a boy playing a girl playing a boy playing a girl, and each identity is real at some level. We even have Rosalind pretending not to be Rosalind, pretending to be Rosalind. The reality keeps changing, depending on where the observer is. Rosalind's disguises, however, are voluntarily assumed. Many of the other characters also disguise themselves, but less self-consciously. The play abounds with references to role-playing. For instance, the Duke says, "This wide and universal theatre presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in." 2 VII 137-39. On one level, he is talking about the world, and he is acknowledging that other people elsewhere also have their own stories, but on another level he may be referring to this scene, the seventh scene of the second act of As You Like It, and saying that the theater, the reflection of human life, encompasses any number of stories. And when Jakes replies with his famous, "All the world's a stage, / and all the men and women merely players" speech, he complicates matters even more. If all the world's a stage, then all the men and women watching him make this speech on a stage are also on stage, and what they are watching is shades of Hamlet, a play within a play. And suddenly the boundaries of reality have been stretched again. Where does one play end and the other begin? That dividing line between the stage and the audience dissolves, as the audience becomes part of the larger play that includes both players and observers. If the actors in As You Like It are portraying characters who are seeking or affirming their identities, then so are the people in the audience, that is, the people who have undertaken to play the role of the audience in the context of the larger play of the world. We can see this theme worked out in a number of ways throughout the play. At the beginning of Act 2, we hear the Duke, who has been exiled to the forest by his usurping younger brother, comment on how nicely things have worked out. 81. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. 2:12-17. To which one of his attendants, Amyan, responds, I would not change it. The Duke claims to have found good in the evil that has befallen him, and Amyan agrees. Truly, by the end of the play, when order and harmony are restored and everyone is happy, this sojourn in the forest proves to have been universally beneficial. Still, as soon as the Duke learns that his brother Frederick has taken up a religious life and abandoned the court, he proclaims his intention to return there immediately. The forest may be nice in adversity, but none of the characters except Jakes want to stay there. Has the Duke been lying, even if only to himself? No. In adversity he loves the forest, and finds it beneficial, but he is a man of the court and longs to return there. Perhaps at court he will live in accordance with the things he has learned in the forest. Perhaps he will not. The words that the Duke uses in his adversity speech are also important in other ways. When he finds tongues, books, and sermons in the trees, brooks, and stones, he means that nature has taught him lessons, good lessons about proper living, the kind of lessons he might find in sermons. Shakespeare could have made that point in a number of ways, however, so that we must look at the significance of the words he used. When he made similes out of tongues and books and sermons, he focused our attention on nature and language, though this speech is hardly the first occasion in the play when these motifs are combined. In the very first speech in the play, Orlando complains to Adam about his treatment at this brother's hands. In a play in which the characters retreat to an almost Edenic forest, an old man named Adam is a significant character. Orlando complains that while his middle brother is off at school, he is kept at home and treated like an animal. He compares his situation to the stalling of an ox, says the horses are treated better, and adds that his brother lets me feed with his hinds. Surely Orlando's complaints are justified, and yet he is also quite mistaken. Later on, he will obtain an education, but he will do so in the forest, not in a school, and his education will teach him that he must be more natural. When he falls in love with Rosalind, he makes the trees speak by hanging his love poems from them. In the Duke's terms, he gives tongues to the trees, but unfortunately, his poetry is not very good, full as it is of all the clichés that composed so much Elizabethan love poetry. He must go beyond the clichés and be able to feel and to express his natural love. One reason that doing so is so difficult is fallen human nature. What Orlando seems to want to learn in his opening speech is to be like the courtiers, perhaps 82. Even like his brother. What he ultimately learns is to be himself, to be natural, that is, as without artifice as a human being can be, at one with nature. We can see these ideas in Orlando's conversation with his brother in the first scene. Oliver. Know you where you are, sir? Orlando. Oh, sir, very well, here in your orchard. Oliver. Know you before whom, sir? Orlando. I, better than him I am before knows me. I know you are my eldest brother, and in the gentle condition of blood you should so know me. The courtesy of nations allows you my better, in that you are the first born. II 40:47. This exchange recalls two conversations from the beginning of Genesis. One is the conversation between God and Adam after the latter has eaten the fruit, when God asks, "Where art thou?" Whether or not Shakespeare knew that the word paradise comes from a Persian word that means orchard, Orlando's answer makes us recall Eden, the archetypal orchard, but Oliver is not God. He is a simple human tyrant who uses human customs, the primacy of the firstborn, to torment his brother. Thus the other biblical conversation that is recalled here is the one between God and Cain, when the latter asks, "Am I my brother's keeper?" The natural answer to this question is, yes, of course you are, but the customs of men have made the answer less clear. Again, the return to nature in the forest will result in Oliver's learning the natural answer to his question as he ceases to be his brother's oppressor. To return once more to the words of the Duke, there are tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, if only we learn how to read and hear them. There are two visions here, then, and the characters can choose between them. Do they prefer the vision of Eden, though it must necessarily be a fallen Eden, or do they prefer the fratricidal vision of Cain? The whole plot focuses on two sets of brothers, Oliver and Orlando, the Duke and Frederick, who are at odds. Frederick has exiled the Duke, and Oliver tries to have Orlando killed, but by the end of the play, Oliver and Orlando are reconciled, and Frederick has withdrawn to a religious life and restored his brother to the dukedom. Furthermore, every available couple is about to be married. There are any number of new beginnings at the end of the play. Are we allowed to say, therefore, that everyone lived happily ever after? Well, no. They still have to live in the world, and the world is a tricky place. It is, as Jakes tells us, a stage. And the great play that is enacted on that stage is not over. At the play's end, for instance, when Rosalind reveals her identity and all the couples fall naturally together, we may want to believe that things are what they seem, and we must remind ourselves that this Rosalind, who is no longer pretending to be the young man Ganymede, is still a girl being played by a boy. And lest we forget, Shakespeare sends 83 him, or her, to deliver the epilogue, which includes the words "if I were a woman," and which conclude with a request for applause. Don't forget, Shakespeare is saying, you are watching a play. And yet, if all the world's a stage, everything is a play, and this particular play is as real, or as pretend, as anything else. In fact, though, things are seldom what they seem, and if the Duke finds reminders of language in nature, the play shows us time and again how slippery language can be. As I said earlier, much of Shakespeare's wordplay is difficult to see because it depends on 16th century pronunciations. A good example is the character Jacques. We cannot pronounce his name in the modern French way, Zach, because the meter of some lines indicates that the name has two syllables, the melancholy. Jacques grieves at that. We also need to know, however, that the A is pronounced like a long A, which makes the name Jacques and which makes it sound the same as the word Jakes, an Elizabethan term for an outhouse. Perhaps this is just an example of Shakespeare's toilet humor, but the pun on this character's name is appropriate for a character who takes such delight in being melancholy. Jake's cynicism represents another important perspective in the play, but the humor of his name makes that cynicism seem just a little bit ridiculous. It makes us question Jake's attitude after all. He is the happiest when he is the most melancholy, and yet Shakespeare never makes things that simple, because at the play's end, when all of the exiled courtiers who proclaimed their love for the forest are excited about getting back to the court, Jakes alone says that he will stay in the woods with Frederick. He may be slightly ridiculous, but he does have a serious side. He has learned something in the forest, and he is not ready to trade that knowledge in for a chance to be back at the court. The little wordplay involving his name makes us aware of, and adds to, his complexity. Much of the wordplay in the play makes us aware of a subtext. The words, in their primary sense, mean one thing, but in their alternate sense they mean something quite different, but something that bears on the major themes of the play. At one point, Jakes reports the words of Touchstone. "'Tis but an hour ago since it was 9. And after 1 hour more 'twill be 11. And so from hour to hour, we ripe and ripe. And then from hour to hour, we rot and rot. And thereby hangs a tale." 2 VII 24:28. This melancholy moralizing should appeal to Jakes, and yet he says that when he heard the fool being so deep contemplative, he laughed for an hour. What is so funny about Touchstone's reflections on human mortality and the passage of time? Nothing. Unless we realize that when the play was written, hour was pronounced so that it sounded almost the same as whore. Touchstone has managed, therefore, to comment not only on human mortality but on courtly morality and to make a connection between them, for such courtly morality, or immorality, is sure to hasten the course of human mortality. And Touchstone makes this point within 84. Appropriately earthy pun. Jakes not only find the fool humorous, but he wishes he were such a fool himself. Oh, that I were a fool! I am ambitious for a motley coat. Duke's thou shalt have one. Jakes. It is my only suit. 2 VII 42:44. The pun on suit in the last line, where it refers to the motley clothes of a fool and to Jakes' desire to wear those clothes, shows that Jakes is correct. Like Touchstone, he can manipulate words and concepts. We have seen two kinds of wordplay so far, one involving names and one involving puns. There is another type in which the speaker plays with other people's words and somehow transforms them. 85. Celia. Were you made the messenger? Touchstone. No, by mine honor, but I was bid to come for you. Rosalind. Where learned you that oath, fool? Touchstone. Of a certain knight, that swore by his honor. They were good pancakes, and swore by his honor the mustard was not. Now I'll stand to it, the pancakes were not, and the mustard was good, and yet was not the knight forsworn. Rosalind. How prove you that, in the great heap of your knowledge? Touchstone. Stand you both forth now. Stroke your chins, and swear by your beards that I am a knave. Celia. By our beards, if we had them, thou art. Touchstone. By my knavery, if I had it, then I were. But if you swear by that that is not, you are not forsworn. No more was this knight swearing by his honor, for he never had any, or if he had sworn it away before he saw those pancakes or that mustard. III 5980. I will not attempt to explain why the knight was eating mustard with pancakes. What is important here is what Touchstone does with the words. He swears by his honor that he is not a messenger but that he was sent with a message, a clear contradiction. To prove that he is not swearing falsely, he cites the knight, who swore by his honor that the pancakes were good and the mustard bad. When the women still do not understand, he has them swear by their beards that he is a knave, and then he explains that if they swear by that which they do not have, beards, they are not swearing falsely. Hence the knight, who had no honor, could swear by it without lying. Just as Touchstone could swear by his honor that he has not come as a messenger, though he has a message. Since Touchstone is obviously lying, he must have no honor, and is therefore a knave, though he says that he is not, because Rosalind and Celia have sworn by beards that they do not have. The intricacies and paradoxes of this argument could be traced even further, but the point is that Touchstone's apparently silly arguments blur the distinctions between what is true and what is not. Is he a messenger? Does he have honor? Does the knight have honor? Were the pancakes good and the mustard bad? Do the women have beards? Remember, they were played by boys. The words in this passage, instead of presenting truth and clarifying reality, obscure the truth and make us wonder where reality is, if it exists at all. In fact. 86. What Touchstone does here, and elsewhere in the play, is analogous to what Shakespeare does in the play as a whole, with his use of disguises and his obscuring of the distinction between the stage and the audience. If we think about Touchstone's behavior in the play, we come up with some surprising ideas. We may be able to accept that Rosalind dresses like a man and no one, even her father or her lover, sees through the disguise. We may explain that someone, Shakespeare or someone else, made a mistake when Rosalind is described as shorter than Celia in III, and taller than her in III. But how do we explain touchstones dressing like a fool throughout the play? After all, when he is not at court, there is no reason for him to play the fool, and even a fool deserves a day off. Touchstone, however, both dresses as and plays the fool throughout the play. He distorts reality. He plays with words, and he himself gets caught up in his own confusion, even though he often sees the truth in things more clearly than the other characters. He is in many ways like the playwright, like Shakespeare, who makes us consider the nature of reality through the medium of words because he sees it more clearly. I am not saying that the fool is Shakespeare's portrait of himself, but rather that the fool in this play, and in other Shakespeare plays where fools appear, is an image of the playwright, the worker with words who may seem foolish but who is ultimately very serious. As with any great work of literature, no commentary, however lengthy, can replace actually reading the work or treat every aspect of the work, and this particular commentary is only intended to prepare the way for reading this multifaceted play. Nevertheless, there are still some points to be covered. One involves the family relationships in the play. Not only are there two sets of brothers in which one brother oppresses the other, but there are two sets of fathers and daughters as well, and interestingly, as in most of Verdi's operas, no mothers. The two sets of brothers we can relate to the Cain theme that we saw earlier, but it is more difficult to explain the absence of mothers. I like to think that if Celia's mother, or Rosalind's mother, or Orlando's mother were in the play, then the evil men would not behave so badly. Aside from Celia, Rosalind, and the country women, the world of the play is a world of men who behave duplicitously, who try to exert power over each other, who deceive themselves and each other. Perhaps if the mothers were in the play, Shakespeare's focus would have had to change. Or, as a friend of mine suggests, if mothers were there, they would have to suffer, as they do in The Winter's Tale. Even without the mothers, however, love is still an important issue. As I said in discussing Astrophel and Stella, love was a major concern in Elizabethan literature. A great deal of literature was devoted to love, and a great deal of that literature was also devoted to making fun of the great deal of literature that was devoted to love. Astrophel and Stella seems to take the latter course, until Astrophel makes the situation sinister and threatening. As You Like It, too, mocks the cult of love, but in a more gentle and humorous fashion. Orlando, who is admittedly unschooled and unused to the ways of the world, is a naive lover who hangs his poems from the trees. These trees may have tongues, but because Orlando's poetry is so bad, what they say is foolishness. Touchstone, naturally, takes great delight in mocking these verses. But bad poetry does not make a bad person. Orlando must forget about the conventions that are supposed to accompany love and simply learn what it means to 87. Be Orlando. We can see this point when Orlando speaks to the disguised Rosalind, who is describing the signs by which a lover can be recognized. a lean cheek, which you have not, a blue eye and sunken, which you have not, an unquestionable spirit, which you have not, a beard neglected, which you have not, but I pardon you for that, for simply your having an beard is a younger brother's revenue, then your hose should be ungartered, your bonnet unbanded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, and everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation. 3II 373-81. The signs that Rosalind mentions are those that are typically associated with lovers. And Rosalind is clearly teasing her naive beau, who takes everything she says seriously. But then Rosalind, with her courtly background, says that the woman he loves is more likely to love him than to admit that she does, which in fact is a perfect description of what Rosalind is doing by making that speech. Once again the levels of reality become confused, as the disguised Rosalind, while telling Orlando what Rosalind would do, simultaneously does it, for she loves him without admitting it. Only in 4II, when Rosalind hears of Orlando's narrow escape from danger, does she show her feelings for him, by fainting, and he is not even there to see her. If he has had to learn to be Orlando, she has had to learn to be Rosalind. Soon Rosalind does reveal herself, but only after Shakespeare makes certain that we see how complicated the situation seems and how simple it really is. As long as we remember that Rosalind is a woman, we know that things will work out for the lovers. Orlando will finally have his Rosalind, Silvius will have his Phoebe, and Touchstone will have his Audrey. The play is, after all, a comedy, and just as we may be sure that a tragedy will end with at least one death, we may be sure that a comedy will end with at least one marriage. And not only does romantic love triumph, but Orlando is reconciled with his brother and the Duke is restored to his office. Whatever has ailed the world has been healed through the magic of the forest, through the magic of the fairy tale. As profound and moving as many of Shakespeare's tragedies are, I find an even greater profundity in many of the comedies, for the comedies show beginnings, show how the world might be. In the tragedies, people tend to learn what as you like it has to teach and then die. Their learning provides a conclusion. In the comedies, the learning is a beginning. There is a joy, a hopefulness in these plays that I find deeply moving. The tragedies may provide us with catharsis, but the comedies provide us with another, a healthier way of looking at the world. So read as you like it and revel in it, and then read A Midsummer Night's Dream and Twelfth Night, which is a more disturbing comedy. Then look at those comedies whose worlds seem more seriously threatening, like Much Ado About Nothing or Measure for Measure. And then look at The Winter's Tale and The Tempest to see how sublime Shakespeare's plays can be. Then come back and we will look at Antony and Cleopatra. 88. 5.2 Antony and Cleopatra. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 I will actually be very disappointed if my readers have just kept going here. Go read the comedies and then come back. I'll wait. It may seem surprising, but Shakespeare's tragedies are often easier to understand than his comedies. We know what to expect in the tragedies, not just because the stories are so famous, but because we know that a Shakespeare tragedy will end with the death of at least one major character, and most of the play's action leads directly toward that death. I am not saying that the tragedies are simple, no one could argue that point. I just mean that the comedies are less predictable, and though many of them end with marriages, often those marriages seem tacked on, while the action of the plays moves in a number of unpredictable directions. We may be surprised by how the conflicts in a comedy are resolved. We are seldom surprised in a tragedy. This difference may explain why the comedies are less often taught in schools. They are more amorphous and therefore more difficult. On the other hand, difficulty does not determine quality. Shakespeare's tragedies, predictable and well-known though they be, are magnificent plays that not only move us but that make us look at our world in new ways. The most famous of them, like Hamlet or Romeo and Juliet, are so well known that they could become clichés, but so great are they that such a transformation never occurs. The less well known among the tragedies, like Troilus and Cressida or, my own favorite, Coriolanus, are also worth reading. In fact, for readers to whom the other plays have begun to feel like clichés, those less famous tragedies might be a good place to start. The tragedy we will examine here, Antony and Cleopatra, is not so well known as the most famous, but neither is it too obscure. Like Romeo and Juliet, Antony and Cleopatra are lovers, but they are not young lovers. Antony is often described in the play as being old, and historically he was about 50 at the time of his death. Cleopatra's age is not given, but she is the mother of a child by Julius Caesar, who had been dead for 14 years at the time of her death. Historically, she was 39 when she died. Octavius, whose youth is often contrasted with Antony's age in the play, was in his early 30s at the time. Of course, we will be mistaken if we look to history to determine our understanding of the play, or, worse, if we regard the play as faithful to history. Shakespeare took his story from Plutarch, the ancient Greek historian and biographer, but the playwright, as he always did, made the story absolutely his own, giving personalities to the historical figures and creating new characters when necessary. Although the play is called Antony and Cleopatra, the relationship between these two characters is only one of the play's key relationships. Another is between Antony and Octavius, and yet another is between Cleopatra and Octavius. And beyond these relationships is the story of Enobarbus, Antony's friend and ally. And even beyond these aspects of the play are the contrasts between very different ways of looking at the world. These sharp contrasts, in fact, lie behind one of the play's interesting 89 characteristics, the rapid changes of scenes, from Egypt to Rome, from Rome to Egypt, from Egypt to the battlefield. In the third and fourth acts, keeping in mind that the acts were not so indicated by Shakespeare, there are 13 and 15 different scenes, respectively, as Shakespeare paints one contrast after another. One aspect of these contrasts is evident from the very beginning, when Philo and Demetrius are speaking. Philo: Nay, but this dotage of our generals o'erflows the measure. Those his goodly eyes have glowed like plated Mars, now bend, now turn. The office and devotion of their view upon a tawny front. Take but good note, and you shall see in him the triple pillar of the world transformed into a strumpet's fool. II 1:13. Dotage means a kind of mental impairment that results from, perhaps, an infatuation, and Philo, whose own name, ironically, means love, is not the only person who thinks of Antony in this way. Everyone remembers him as a great general, as the conqueror of Brutus and Cassius, as the savior of Rome, and almost everyone now regrets the attention he shows to Cleopatra, for she distracts him from his martial Roman duties. To these Roman soldiers, Antony, a member of the triumvirate that rules the world, has become a strumpet's fool. He has been seduced not only by a woman but by a degenerate Eastern woman. They are Romans. We will see what this means to them, and for them Egypt is a place to be plundered, a place where they can have a good time but not a place where they should stay. As Romans, their duty is to rule the world, and while they may relax and enjoy the sensuality of Egypt, they feel the need to be involved in the serious business of jockeying for power, of tyrannizing the rest of the world. Antony, on the other hand, enters the play while conversing with Cleopatra about the extent of his love, and he says, "Then must thou needs find out new heaven, new earth." II 17. In the context of his conversation with Cleopatra, this line is figurative. I love you so much that if you want to know the extent of my love, you need to create a new world. But in the context of the play, the line is closer to being literally true, for their love cannot exist in the world as it actually is. Everything in this world, Antony's Roman background, his martial prowess, Octavius and Pompey's ambitions, makes their love impossible, especially because Antony wants to live in both worlds, the world of Egyptian sensuality and love and the world 90 of Roman conquest. The problem is that these two worlds are incompatible, and Antony cannot choose between them. So, when Antony learns that he has news from Rome, he responds, "Grates me, the sum, II 18, or, in modern terms, what a nuisance. Tell me quickly." And when Cleopatra mocks even this small attention to Roman business, Antony declares, "Let Rome in Tiber melt, and the wide arch of the Rangdi Empire fall. Here is my space." II 33-34. Antony seems to scorn Rome and opt for Cleopatra, but shortly after, we hear that he was disposed to mirth, but on the sudden A Roman thought hath struck him. II 82-83. Cleopatra, as she so often does, here mocks both Antony and the seriousness of Rome. This contrast between mirth and a Roman thought defines the extremes between which Antony operates. It also makes us wonder how serious Cleopatra is about her love for him. Does she truly love him? Is she keeping him around only for her own security? Or is she just having a good time? At this stage in the play, we cannot tell. At the play's beginning, then, we see Antony unable to choose between two attractions, two ways of life, the mirth of Egypt and Cleopatra or the business of Rome. Even Antony's wife, Fulvia, has been engaged in Roman military activities until she dies, thereby freeing Antony to marry Cleopatra. But Antony, who seems incapable of choosing between the two alternatives, marries Octavia's sister Octavia for political purposes, telling her, "Read not my blemishes in the world's report. I have not kept my square, but that to come shall all be done by th rule." 2 III 5-7. 91. By assuring Octavia that he will reform his behavior, Antony appears to be reaffirming his devotion to Roman occupations. Nevertheless, at the end of this scene, and the scene is short, he declares, "And though I make this marriage for my peace, ith east my pleasure lies." 2 III 41-42. Has Antony been lying? And if so, which time is he lying? Since he returns immediately to Cleopatra, he might be lying to Octavia, but since he has already acknowledged that Octavius always seems to triumph over him, it would be particularly stupid of him to purposely deceive Octavia's sister. A more likely explanation is that Antony means both statements, that he is genuinely torn between these two aspects of his life. It would be to Antony's advantage if he could make a definitive choice, but even when he fights with Octavius, he allows Cleopatra to come along as an ally, and twice when her ship flees the battle, he follows after her, then blames her for the resulting disaster. Antony's friends are quite right when they criticize his behavior. Camillus says, "So our leaders led, and we are women's men," 37.69-70, and Scarus, recalling the play's opening, compares him to a doting mallard, 3 VIII 31. His inability to choose decisively leads to his death, and it is as difficult for us as it is for his friends to believe that this is the same Antony who had behaved so nobly earlier in his career. In fact, Antony's very identity is an issue for several characters. In the play's first scene, Cleopatra says, "I'll seem the fool I am not." Antony will be himself. 42. Her implication is that she is playing at being frivolous, while Antony is truly a fool. Perhaps she is teasing him, as she does elsewhere in the play, but perhaps she is not. We have no way of knowing for sure. A few lines later, however, Philo says, "Sir, sometimes when he is not Antony, he comes too short of that great property which still should go with Antony." 57-59. While Cleopatra says, whether in jest or in earnest, that Antony is a fool, Philo implies that the real Antony has a nobility that does not show when he is not being himself. That Antony has abandoned his true self through his dalliance with Cleopatra. Again, we see two views of Antony, and it is impossible for us to know which is more 92 accurate. Somewhat later, Antony says, if I lose mine honor / I lose myself. 3 IV 22-23. Unfortunately, by the time he says this, Antony has lost his honor in virtually everyone's eyes but his own, and, as virtually everyone agrees, he is not the Antony he used to be. He is, at best, rather pathetic. Cleopatra's identity is also something of a puzzle. As a woman in a clearly male-dominated society, she is forced to use her sexuality as a political tool, and it is consequently difficult to determine precisely what she is and whom she loves. At the play's beginning, she seems to love Antony, but, as we saw, she also teases him and seems to think he is a fool. In 2v, she physically attacks the messenger who brings her news of Antony's marriage to Octavia, but we still cannot be certain about her feelings. She might be upset at the political implications of Antony's marriage for her, or she might be jealous that another woman has taken her place. Or she might really love Antony. Her anger is clear, but the true cause of her anger is not. She is certainly no fool, and all of her actions are calculated. We simply are not allowed to know what the calculations are. Cleopatra is too complex for us to be able to see through her. Cleopatra's problem is most evident in 3xii, when Octavius Mantidius offers her the excuse that she allied herself with Antony not from love but from fear, and she agrees. Mine honor was not yielded, but conquered merely, 61-62. When Antony rebukes her for seeming to abandon him in favor of Octavius, though he is already married to Octavia's sister, she responds, "Not know me yet." 157. The answer to that question is no. Antony does not know her, and we do not know her. Part of the reason is the medieval and Renaissance notion that the monarch has two bodies, a public body and a private one. As a private woman, Cleopatra has feelings and desires, but in her public role as queen, she must have other feelings and desires. Sometimes these feelings and desires overlap, but often they do not. So Cleopatra is not being duplicitous when she shifts from one role to another. In fact, part of her tragedy is that she must try to play both roles in spite of their frequent incompatibility. Like Antony, she is torn between two legitimate desires. We can see Cleopatra's two roles quite clearly in the scene of Antony's death. Antony has fallen on his sword but has only succeeded in mortally wounding himself rather than killing himself outright. As he is dying, he has himself brought to the tower where Cleopatra has taken refuge, and he asks her to come out to him so that, in true romantic tragedy style, he can kiss her one last time. we might well expect her to come running, and if she were Juliet, she would. But this is Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. And in real anguish she says, I dare not, dear. Dear my lord, pardon, I dare not. Lest I be taken. 4xv 2022. 93. She loves Antony, and she wants to be with him, wants to give him that parting kiss. But as the Queen of Egypt, she does not want to be captured and paraded through the streets of Rome. She may love Antony, but not to distraction. Instead, in what must have been an incredible scene in Shakespeare's theatre, Cleopatra and her attendants pull Antony up to the tower, where he can get his kiss and die. There is love in this scene, but not the heedless love of youth. These are two mature people who ultimately do love each other, but who, unlike Romeo and Juliet, unlike Othello and Desdemona, unlike Hamlet and Ophelia, recognize that they must temper their actions with prudence. The one major character in the play who is not at all ambiguous is Octavius. His main interest, indeed his only interest, is power, and he is willing to use the other character's weaknesses to gain it. He speaks of himself in the third person and uses the royal we. It is not Caesar's natural vice to hate / our great competitor, he says. IV 2:3, and his every action is aimed at consolidating power. He has no qualms about lying to Cleopatra when he tries to make her submit to him, and there is no ambiguity in his words. Antony may be torn between two ways of life and may therefore contradict himself, but Octavius is never torn. When he lies, he intends to lie. Lying and duplicity are just means to an end. He is efficient, ruthless, and cold. He lacks human feeling, a lack which makes him impervious to Cleopatra's charms, and we must realize that when Cleopatra kills herself, she does so not because Antony is dead but because Octavius has not succumbed to her. The emphasis on Antony's age and Octavius' youth, then, has a purpose. We are watching the death of an old world that is romantic, indulgent, and founded on personality, and the birth of a new, that is efficient, bureaucratic, and flaunts its power. Antony had his faults, but Octavius is a machine. Perhaps the most revealing thing Octavius does, aside from his blatant lies to Cleopatra, can be found in VI, when he hears of Antony's death. His first reaction seems appropriate. The breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. The round world should have shook lions into civil streets, and citizens to their dens. 14-17. And he continues to eulogize Antony. In fact, he really seems to get into the spirit of it, becoming positively eloquent. He is about to launch into a full-fledged oration. Hear me, good friends, he says, but then a messenger enters and Octavius stops. 94. But I will tell you at some meter season. The business of this man looks out of him. We'll hear him what he says. 49-51. Abruptly Octavius is brought back to business. He has an empire to consolidate and he cannot be bothered with sentimental nonsense. Antony may be a troubled character, torn between conflicting loyalties, but compared to Octavius, he is a heroic and human character. His death, with its nearly botched suicide, is typical of his life. He wants someone else to run him through but then does the deed himself, like Saul in the Book of Kings, and yet even when he does it, he is not fully successful. His death is a heroic gesture that is made quite human. Cleopatra, too, despite her attempt to come to terms with Octavius, dies with some nobility, finally confirming her love for Antony. At the play's end, these noble characters are dead and the world belongs to Octavius. That may not be an entirely bad thing, because Octavius will bring order to a disordered world, and the world of Antony and Cleopatra certainly is disordered. From the play's opening words, nay, but, we see that the play opens in the middle of a conversation, and the sense of movement and disorder can also be felt in the large number of rapid scene changes that characterize the play. Nonetheless, it is not entirely certain that the cold and efficient order that Octavius will bring will be better than the disorder of Antony and Cleopatra. It is interesting to speculate on whether Shakespeare was thinking of his own world. This play was written in about 1609, 6 years after the death of Queen Elizabeth. Surely no one, with the possible exception of James I himself, ever thought of James I as Octavius. He was a dislikable, devious king who replaced the romance of Elizabeth's reign with his own kind of efficiency. In this sense, James was rather like Shakespeare's Octavius. For England, the transition from Elizabeth to James marked the same kind of change in sensibility that we see in the play. Such parallels can only be speculative and they should be viewed with caution, but they are worth thinking about. Of course, there are other characters in the play as well, primarily friends or allies of the three principals. These are the characters who are most immediately affected by the actions of the principal characters, and the most interesting of them all is Antony's friend Enobarbus. Enobarbus enjoys the pleasures of Egypt, but as the play's resident cynic, somewhat like Jake's in As You Like It, he knows better than anyone what is really happening. He recognizes Cleopatra's manipulations of Antony, for instance. And when Antony says that he must leave Egypt, Enobarbus responds, Cleopatra, catching but the last noise of this dies instantly, I have seen her die 20 times upon far poorer moment, I 139:42. Antony does not always appreciate Enobarbus' sharp comments, and in 2 he shuts him up rather rudely. Nevertheless, it is clear in scenes like II.vi and 3 that the minor characters like Enobarbus, Agrippa, and Minos have a 95 greater understanding of what is actually happening than do the central characters. And it seems as though Enobarbus has the clearest vision of all. But Enobarbus, cynical and intelligent as he is also loyal. When so many of Antony's allies desert him, Enobarbus says, I'll yet follow the wounded chance of Antony, though my reason sits in the wind against me. 3x34:36. His reason tells him that Antony is doomed, but he will remain loyal, and soon he reaffirms his loyalty. The loyalty well held to fools does make our faith mere folly, yet he that can endure to follow with allegiance a fallen lord does conquer him that did his master conquer, and earns a place. Ith story. 3xii42:46. He knows that Antony's foolish behavior will lead to their doom, but as long as he maintains his loyalty, as long as he is constant, he will be the victor no matter what happens to Antony. Soon, however, in the face of Antony's increasingly irrational behavior, Enobarbus comes to the opposite conclusion and resolves to flee, but we never actually see him leave. Instead, in a brilliant piece of stagecraft, Shakespeare has a soldier tell Antony that Enobarbus has gone, and Antony's reaction reveals his true nobility. By 4v, we have become accustomed to Antony's posturing, to his often manic reactions, but when he hears of Enobarbus' flight, he is subdued. Instead of raging, as we might expect, he orders Enobarbus' effects to be taken to him, along with a note of greeting that is only slightly sarcastic. And then, in a truly surprising move, Antony blames himself. "Oh, my fortunes have corrupted honest men." 4v16:17. Even before Enobarbus hears from Antony, however, he knows that he has made a mistake, and Antony's gesture merely confirms that knowledge. Among Enobarbus' last words before he kills himself is an acknowledgement of Antony's nobility. Rationally, logically, Enobarbus was right to abandon Antony, but truly correct. 96. Behavior transcends the rational and logical. Antony has made a series of catastrophic mistakes, and the ethos he represents is clearly past. Nevertheless, in rushing to the world offered by Octavius, the world of Rome, Enobarbus has betrayed not only Antony but himself. The story of Enobarbus is almost a miniature version of the whole play. One other aspect of the play requires attention, the poetry. A quick look at the play indicates how much of it is written in verse, and we must marvel at how Shakespeare uses his iambic pentameter lines to achieve so many effects. There are two passages, especially in 2ii, that should be noticed, both spoken by Enobarbus. One begins, "The barge she sat in," 191, and the other, "Age cannot wither, nor custom stale/her infinite variety," 234. Such poetry might make us wish that we could be there with Antony and Cleopatra. So read Antony and Cleopatra, and then go back and try to read the other famous tragedies with fresh eyes. Not long ago I was playing in an orchestra that was doing Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. I thought I knew the Fifth pretty well. After all, it is the most famous symphony in the world, but as we played, I began to see it in new ways. And I discovered that there were things about it that I took for granted and really did not know. That should be your experience as you go through Hamlet, Lear, Othello, or Romeo and Juliet. You might think you know them, but if you read them closely, you will see how much more there is to know. Like all great literature, they are inexhaustible. 97. Chapter 6 Pope, The Rape of the Lock. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Why is it that when I watch a sporting event on television and something exciting happens, I call whoever is nearby to come in and see the replay? Why is that when I taste something I really like, I invite friends to have a taste as well? Am I making the point that I have it and they do not? Am I trying to make them jealous? I hope not, at least not usually. I am, instead, doing what people often do, sharing the things I enjoy. Writing this book is another way for me to share things that I enjoy. In choosing which works I will discuss, I have been guided by my sense of what I enjoy and what I hope readers will enjoy. I have, in addition, tried to choose works from a number of different historical periods. I thought I should mention this subject again at the beginning of this chapter because I am not certain how much general readers will enjoy Alexander Pope's The Rape of the Lock. At the same time, I hope they will, because it is a marvelous poem that deserves to be read and enjoyed. Although it was written in response to a trivial event that took place in the early 18th century, it is still a very funny poem, and, like the best funny things, it is also very serious. Why, then, do I have doubts? Pope's style of writing is out of fashion today in at least two ways. First, the poem is written in iambic pentameter rhyming couplets, known as heroic couplets, a style that can make modern readers feel uncomfortable, especially on a first reading. It takes getting used to. Consequently, the reader of The Rape of the Lock must be patient until the verse form feels more familiar. Ultimately, the observant reader will be amazed at how Pope uses the form, at how many effects he can produce with what at first seems like a severe set of constraints. The second reason for my doubt is that this poem is a satire, and satire is seldom appreciated as much as it should be, or as much as I think it should be. Satire was extraordinarily popular in the 18th century, and it has become popular today through television personalities like Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, but because it so often depends on a knowledge of specific events or people, it often seems far removed from people who lack that knowledge. For example, Samuel Butler's verse, Satire Hudibras, requires knowledge of late 17th century politics and religion, as does John Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. Once the reader has that knowledge, these works become effectively satiric, but until that time, they can seem awfully tedious. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels can be appreciated without such detailed knowledge of 18th century concerns, but having such knowledge makes the work even more effective. Fortunately, the knowledge required for appreciating the Rape of the Lock is fairly straightforward, and perhaps because its inspiration was so trivial, the satire in the poem seems more universal than the satire of Butler or Dryden. Since the poem is based on such a minor incident, Pope was forced to find ways to make it significant. That Pope thought his poem was significant can be seen in his 98. Having written it in 1712, revised it extensively in 1714, and then revised it again in 1717. The incident that lay behind the poem occurred when Robert, Lord Petter, cut a lock of Arabella Fermore's hair without having secured that lady's permission. This act caused a rift between the two principals' families, and Pope's light treatment of the incident was originally intended to reconcile them. As he said, the poem was meant as a diversion to point out certain follies. Of course, when people become exercised over trivia, they are generally not anxious to be calmed down, and Pope's poem was, in that regard, unsuccessful. As he revised it, however, it became much more than a peace offering. In fact, it became a masterpiece. Although Pope himself called the poem an heroic-comical poem, critics like to call it a mock epic, for Pope, who had immersed himself in classical and modern literatures, was an expert on the conventions of epic poetry, and he includes many of them in this poem. The way he tells the trivial story by dressing it up in epic garb, borrowed largely from the Iliad, which Pope had translated into English, and from Milton's Paradise Lost, adds to the comic nature of the poem. Instead of Homer's gods and Milton's angels, for instance, Pope uses sylphs, gnomes, nymphs, and salamanders, supernatural figures that Pope borrowed from the Rosicrucian religion. These airy sprites flutter through the poem, imitating in a miniature way the supernatural machinery of the real epics. Similarly, while the Iliad and Paradise Lost contain numerous battle scenes, Trojans against Greeks or fallen angels against unfallen angels, the Rape of the Lock contains two major battles. One is a military description of a card game called Umber, and the other the battle that ensues after the lock has been cut. Again, Pope has taken the lofty conventions of epic poetry, and reduced them to the size of his poem, thereby achieving humorous effects and simultaneously making a comment about the nature of 18th century society, as we will see. Pope's verse, as I said earlier, can be difficult for modern readers. Not only might the heroic couplets sound strange to our ears, but Pope, who was schooled, like his contemporaries, in Latin, often uses a Latinate style, which also may seem strange, as we can see in the poem's opening lines. What dire offense from Amrous causes springs? What might contests rise from trivial things? I sing this verse to Carol, Muse is due. This, Eve and Belinda may vouchsafe to view. Slight is the subject, but not so the praise. If she inspire, and he approve my lays. I 1 6 99. First,